Picture this, a quiet room in a museum, glass cases gleaming under soft lights. Inside one, you see a familiar sight, a beautifully crafted astrolabe from the medieval Islamic world, its brass intricate and precise. Next to it, a replica of Galileo's telescope, an instrument that opened our eyes to the heavens. These are the tools we all recognize, the celebrated instruments that wrote the story of science as we know it. But now your eyes drift to another case tucked away in the corner. Here lies an object that doesn't quite fit. It's a lump of corroded metal, roughly shaped, found in a place and time it should never have been. It looks unassuming, almost out of place among its polished neighbors, and it raises a single, haunting question that echoes through the halls of history. What if everything we know about the history of science is wrong? What if the timeline we've so carefully constructed, the neat progression of genius and discovery, is missing entire chapters? This isn't just a thought experiment. It's a reality archaeologists and historians are confronting right now, as objects surface that defy all explanation, artifacts that seem to whisper of lost knowledge and forgotten worlds. We are about to embark on a journey, a grand investigation into the shadows of our past. In this video, we will explore 50 incredible artifacts. These aren't just old relics. They are puzzles, each one a key that threatens to unlock a door we never knew existed. They challenge our textbooks, they contradict our most cherished narratives. Some of them, quite literally, rewrite established scientific timelines, pushing the origins of complex ideas back by centuries, even millennia. Imagine a 2,000-year-old device, a complex set of gears that models the motions of the planets found at the bottom of the sea. Think of ancient maps that depict continents with impossible accuracy, drawn long before anyone supposedly had the technology to chart them. These objects don't just SUGGEST Chinese letter. They point to a history far more complex, far more wondrous, and infinitely more mysterious than the one we've been taught. This is a story of human ingenuity that transcends our modern arrogance, a tale that suggests our ancestors were not primitive, but possessed insights we are only now beginning to rediscover. So prepare to have your perspective shifted. We're going to venture into the unknown corners of archaeological discovery, sifting through the evidence, examining these 50 artifacts that stand as silent, stubborn witnesses to a different past. This is a detective story spanning the entire globe, from the deepest jungles to the highest mountain peaks. It's a fun, thrilling investigation, and you are an essential part of it. We'll look at the data, consider the theories, and follow the evidence wherever it leads, even if that path takes us to conclusions that are as astonishing as they are undeniable. This is more than a history lesson. It is an invitation to wonder, to question, and to look at the world and our place in its long story with completely new eyes. Let's begin. Our journey begins not in a dusty tomb or a forgotten temple, but at the bottom of the sea off the coast of a tiny Greek island. The year was 1901. Sponge divers exploring the wreck of an ancient Roman cargo ship near Antikythera stumbled upon a corroded lump of bronze and wood encrusted with 2 millennia of sea life. It was an unimpressive find amidst statues and jewels, so it was catalogued and largely forgotten. For decades, it sat in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, a curious but misunderstood object. Then researchers took a closer look, using advanced imaging techniques like X-ray and gamma-ray tomography. They peered through the centuries of corrosion, and what they saw was nothing short of breathtaking. Inside was the most sophisticated mechanical device the ancient world had ever produced. We now call it the Antikythera Mechanism. In essence, it was an ancient Greek analog computer, a complex system of at least 30 precise bronze gears housed in a wooden case no bigger than a shoebox. By turning a hand crank on the side, the user could set a specific date, and the gears would whir into motion, calculating the positions of the Sun, the Moon, and likely the 5 known planets. It predicted lunar and solar eclipses with remarkable accuracy. It even modeled the irregular orbit of the Moon, a complex motion we account for with a concept called epicycles. This device didn't just track time, it was a portable mechanical cosmos. It demonstrated a profound understanding of astronomical cycles and the mechanical engineering required to replicate them in miniature. The existence of the Antikythera Mechanism shatters a fundamental timeline in our history books. Before its discovery, we believed such intricate geared technology didn't appear until the cathedral clocks of medieval Europe over 1,000 years later. This single artifact proves that the ancient Greeks around the 2nd century before the Common Era possessed a level of scientific and mechanical knowledge that we simply did not attribute to them. They weren't just philosophers contemplating the heavens, they were engineers building machines to simulate them. The genius behind it is staggering, yet its technology appears to have been a dead end, a flash of brilliance that was seemingly lost, perhaps in the fires of war or the slow collapse of empires for well over a millennium. This forces us to ask a deeply unsettling question. If this one device survived by sheer chance, what else was created and lost? The Antikythera Mechanism wasn't a prototype. It was a refined, intricate instrument, suggesting a tradition of craftsmanship and a school of thought that must have existed behind it. It rewrites the history of astronomy, proving that complex calculations were not just theoretical but were being mechanically automated. It rewrites the history of technology, pushing back the invention of precision gearing by more than 1,000 years. This single, corroded lump of bronze and gears stands as a monumental testament to a forgotten chapter of human ingenuity, a silent witness to a level of scientific achievement that history forgot, only to be rediscovered by chance from the silent depths of the sea. From the deep blue waters of the Mediterranean, we travel now to the sun-baked plains of Mesopotamia, to an artifact that generates just as much debate as the Antikythera Mechanism, but for an entirely different reason. While the mechanism shows a sophistication we can clearly see and understand, our next object's power is invisible, a potential that remains locked in a silent argument among scholars. In the 1930s, during excavations near Baghdad, workers uncovered a very peculiar set of items in a 2,000-year-old Parthian-era tomb. It wasn't a glittering treasure, but something far more enigmatic, a small clay jar about the size of a man's fist. Inside this unassuming ceramic pot was a sealed copper cylinder, and within that cylinder, an iron rod, completely isolated from the copper by a layer of asphalt or bitumen, which acted as a stopper at the top. To the German archaeologist Wilhelm Koenig, who first studied it seriously, the arrangement was strikingly familiar. It looked for all the world like a primitive electric cell. The theory goes like this: if you were to fill this jar with an acidic liquid like vinegar or grape juice, the electrolyte would react with the two different metals. The iron rod would act as the anode, sacrificing itself, and the copper cylinder would become the cathode. A voltage potential would be created between them, and if you connected the two with a wire, a small but measurable electric current would flow. This simple device has since been famously dubbed the Baghdad Battery. The proposed application is as fascinating as the object itself. Some researchers suggest it could have been used for electroplating, perhaps to deposit a thin layer of gold or silver onto other metals, a practice known from the ancient world, but whose method was never fully understood. Imagine an ancient artisan using a dozen of these cells connected together, creating a shimmering, golden surface on a statue through a rudimentary form of electrochemistry. But not everyone is convinced, and the skeptics raise compelling counter-arguments. The primary objection is a simple and profound one: a complete lack of evidence. If these were truly batteries, where are the wires? Where are the electroplated objects that show a clear, definitive signature of this specific process? The objects we have that appear to be gold-plated could have been accomplished through well-known ancient techniques like fire gilding. Furthermore, some argue the asphalt seal is too perfect, suggesting the vessel was meant to hold a sacred scroll, with the iron and copper acting merely as a protective case which has since corroded away. The artifact itself was also found without any connecting wires or electrodes, leaving its intended function entirely in the realm of interpretation. So, what are we to make of this strange part? The debate itself is the point. If the battery theory is correct, its implications are monumental. It would mean that a basic understanding of electrochemical principles, of generating and harnessing a steady electric current, existed nearly 2,000 years before Alessandro Volta officially invented the voltaic pile in the year 1800. It would force us to reconsider the technological landscape of the ancient world, not as a place devoid of electrical knowledge, but as one where its principles might have been discovered, applied in a limited, almost alchemical context, and then lost, just like the knowledge behind the Antikythera Mechanism. The Baghdad Battery stands as a powerful symbol of a tantalizing what if. It may not be definitive proof, but it is a persistent physical question mark that challenges the linear progression of our scientific history, suggesting that the spark of discovery can flicker into existence in the most unexpected times and places, only to be extinguished by the passage of centuries. Now, let's leave the tangible world of gears and batteries behind and step into the realm of pure, unadulterated mystery, a puzzle made of vellum and ink that has defied every attempt at a solution for over a century. Tucked away in the Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library at Yale University is an object that seems to have arrived from another dimension, the Voynich manuscript. Imagine a book carefully handwritten and illustrated, about 240 pages long, its pages filled from edge to edge with a script unlike any ever seen on Earth. The characters are fluid, curling, and entirely unknown. This is not a lost language like Linear B, which was eventually deciphered. This is a writing system with its own unique alphabet, a cipher that has resisted the world's greatest cryptographers, from intelligence agencies to university supercomputers. But the text is only half the enigma. The manuscript is lavishly illustrated with bizarre, otherworldly drawings that only deepen the confusion. There are sections dedicated to plants, but these are no ordinary herbs or flowers. They are fantastical, impossible botany, with leaves that morph into tubes and roots that look like animal organs. Another section depicts astronomy, with circular diagrams of celestial bodies that don't match any known constellations. Then there are the so-called biological sections, which feature intricate drawings of tiny, naked women bathing in or connected by pipes to a strange, green, flowing liquid, a system that looks almost like an anatomical diagram of a physiology we cannot comprehend. The final pages are filled with what appear to be recipes, long blocks of that mysterious text, suggesting this was meant to be a practical guide to something. But to what? This single artifact has consumed the lives of countless researchers and amateur sleuths, each one convinced they are on the verge of a breakthrough. The theories about its origin and purpose are as varied as they are wild. Some believe it to be an elaborate Renaissance-era hoax crafted to fool a wealthy patron, perhaps by a clever forger who invented a fake language and filled a book with nonsense. Yet, statistical analysis of the text reveals patterns consistent with a real, structured language, not random gibberish. The words follow Zipf's law, a linguistic principle seen in all natural languages where the most frequent word occurs roughly twice as often as the second most frequent, and so on. This finding makes a simple hoax seem far less likely. Other theories propose it is a lost pharmacological text, a herbal manual describing New World plants unknown to European scholars, written in a code to protect valuable trade secrets. There are those who argue it represents a unique, undocumented European dialect, or even that it's a treatise on medieval women's health, with the bathing nymphs representing hydrotherapy. More fringe ideas suggest it's the work of an alien visitor or a human who had glimpsed the future. The most recent and highly controversial claim came in 2020 when an academic proposed the text was a mostly phonetic code for abbreviations in Latin, a kind of reference guide for a medieval wellness regimen. This theory, like every one before it, was met with immediate and intense skepticism from the wider research community, failing to produce a convincing, full translation. The profound challenge of the Voynich manuscript is that it forces us to confront the limits of our own knowledge. In an age where we can sequence genomes and send probes to Mars, this book from the 15th century remains stubbornly silent. It challenges our understanding of medieval science by presenting a body of knowledge, whether real or invented, that exists completely outside our historical framework. What scientific or esoteric concepts was its author trying to convey through these peculiar illustrations and this unbreakable code? Its very existence is a testament to the fact that the past is not a fully mapped territory. There are still pockets of profound mystery, artifacts that refuse to be catalogued and explained away. The manuscript doesn't just defy translation, it defies categorization, sitting at the blurry intersection of science, art, magic, and madness, a permanent question mark in the history of human ideas. From the impenetrable code of the Voynich manuscript, we venture into the dusty hills of California, where a discovery was made that seems to belong not just to another time, but to another world entirely. In the winter of 1961, 3 rockhound enthusiasts were searching for geodes near the town of Olancha in the Coso Mountains. They were hoping to find these beautiful, crystal-filled stones to add to their collection. One of them, Mike Mikesell, took a promising-looking specimen back to their shop. When he cut into it with a diamond-tipped saw, he didn't find the sparkling quartz crystals he expected. Instead, he ruined his saw blade on something incredibly hard and metallic embedded deep within the rock. After managing to break it open, they found a truly baffling object. At the center of this solid, ancient geode was what appeared to be a mechanical device. It consisted of a cylindrical metal rod, a ceramic or porcelain collar, and a hexagonal metallic casing, all encased within the rock itself. To anyone with a basic knowledge of 20th century technology, it looked unmistakably like a spark plug from a modern internal combustion engine. The men immediately recognized the strangeness of their find and dubbed it the Coso artifact. The true mystery, however, isn't just the object itself, but the rock that encased it. Geodes are not formed overnight. They are created by geological processes over immense periods. The collectors took their find to a geologist who examined the outer crust. This crust was a hard layer of clay, pebbles, and fossil shells, cemented together by a hard matrix of iron oxide. The geologist estimated that such a concretion would take a very, very long time to form, at a minimum 500,000 years. This is the central, mind-bending paradox of the Coso artifact. If the geological dating is correct, it would mean that a device resembling a 20th century spark plug was sealed inside a stone 500,000 years ago. This was a time when, according to every established model of human evolution, our ancestors were Homo erectus, using simple stone tools and mastering the use of fire, but millions of years away from metallurgy, ceramics, and certainly from internal combustion. The implications are staggering. It would suggest the presence of a sophisticated, technologically advanced culture in prehistoric North America, a civilization that left behind no other trace except for this one impossible object. Of course, the scientific and skeptical communities have a far more grounded explanation, one that doesn't require rewriting the entire timeline of human history. The most widely accepted theory is that the Coso artifact is not a 500,000-year-old geode at all, but a much more recent concretion that formed around a modern object. Concretions can form relatively quickly around a nucleus, especially in conditions with mineral-rich water. The object inside is almost certainly a champion spark plug from the early 20th century, a type commonly used in Ford Model T and Model A engines. These spark plugs featured a central electrode, a porcelain insulator, and a hexagonal metal base for wrenching them into an engine block, a perfect match for the description of the Coso find. Prospectors, miners, and early motorists were active in the Coso Mountains in the 1920s and 30s. It is entirely plausible that a spark plug was discarded or lost on the ground, and over the course of a few decades, mineral deposits accumulated around it, hardening into a rock-like shell that merely mimicked the appearance of an ancient geode. The fossil shells and clay could have been part of the local sediment that cemented around the modern artifact. This case perfectly illustrates the ongoing battle between the allure of a fantastic mystery and the principles of Occam's razor. The idea of a lost advanced civilization is thrilling and captures the imagination in a way an old spark plug never could. Yet the evidence for a modern origin is compelling and fits neatly within our established understanding of the world. The artifact itself has been lost, making further modern analysis impossible. Without the ability to subject the surrounding matrix to rigorous, modern geological dating techniques, the 500,000-year estimate remains a single, uncorroborated claim from the 1960s. The Coso artifact, therefore, stands not as definitive proof of ancient astronauts or forgotten supercultures, but as a powerful cultural symbol. It represents our deep-seated desire to find evidence that our history is grander and more mysterious than we know. It challenges us to question our assumptions, but it also teaches a crucial lesson in scientific rigor. Sometimes, the most extraordinary find has a remarkably ordinary explanation, a reminder that the real story of human history, with its own slow, painstaking climb toward technology, is miraculous enough. Moving from the high-tech mystery of the Coso artifact, we journey next to the serene and timeless landscape of ancient Egypt, to an object that seems to defy its own cultural context, not with complex machinery, but with elegant, minimalist form. In 1898, during an excavation of a tomb in Saqqara dating back to around 200 years before the Common Era, archaeologists uncovered a small, carefully carved wooden object. It was catalogued simply as a bird-shaped artifact, and for decades it was displayed in the Museum of Egyptian Antiquities in Cairo as just that, a ceremonial falcon, perhaps a child's toy or a religious votive. It was a charming but seemingly unremarkable piece. Then, in the 1970s, a physician and avid model plane enthusiast named Dr. Kolul Messiha was examining the collection. His trained eye saw something everyone else had missed. This was not merely a carving of a bird. Its proportions, its angles, its very shape suggested something far more technologically ambitious. This unassuming piece of wood, now known as the Saqqara bird, became the center of a thrilling hypothesis that the ancient Egyptians might have understood the fundamental principles of flight. If you look past the initial label of bird, the design anomalies become strikingly apparent. A real bird's wings for flight are shaped with a curved upper surface and a flatter lower surface, a design called an airfoil that creates lift. The Saqqara bird's wings are perfectly flat, like the wings of a modern glider or early monoplane. Even more telling is the tail. A bird's tail is horizontal, used for steering and balance. The tail of the Saqqara bird is vertical, standing straight up, just like the vertical stabilizer on the tail of every airplane you see in the sky today. This vertical tail is absolutely critical for longitudinal stability in flight. It prevents an aircraft from yawing or swinging side to side uncontrollably. A bird simply does not have this feature. Furthermore, the artifact lacks any carved legs or feet, which would be standard for a bird figurine meant to stand on a shelf or as an ornament. It was clearly designed, it seems, to be supported by its fuselage and wings. Inspired by these observations, researchers and aeronautical engineers have taken the next logical step. They've built scale models. When these balsa wood replicas are fitted with a small horizontal stabilizer, a part that may have been lost from the original artifact or perhaps was never included in the model, something remarkable happens. The Saqqara bird doesn't just fall, it flies. It exhibits excellent gliding properties, capable of soaring for considerable distances when launched by hand. This performance isn't a coincidence. It is the direct result of its sophisticated aerodynamic design. The placement of the wings, the weight distribution along its body, and that crucial vertical tail all work in concert to produce a stable, efficient glider. This isn't the shape of a living creature, it is the blueprint for a machine. This single artifact forces a profound reconsideration of a timeline we thought was set in stone. The history of aviation, as traditionally taught, is a story of gradual, painstaking progress over centuries, culminating in the Wright brothers' first powered, controlled flight in 1903. The Saqqara bird, if the glider hypothesis is correct, suggests that the foundational principles of aerodynamics, lift, stability, and control were not only observed but actively applied in engineering over 2,000 years earlier. It implies a level of empirical scientific investigation that we don't typically associate with ancient Egypt. We know them as master architects and astronomers, but this object hints at a lineage of practical engineers who may have experimented with flight, perhaps constructing large-scale gliders made of papyrus and wood, using the hot desert thermals to achieve brief, majestic flights. Of course, the mainstream archaeological perspective urges caution. The primary counter-argument is one of context and absence. If the ancient Egyptians possessed knowledge of man gliding, where is the evidence? Where are the tomb paintings depicting flight? Where are the written texts describing the principles of lift or the legends of men soaring like birds? Skeptics propose the artifact could simply be a stylized representation of a bird of prey, with its unique vertical tail being merely a stylistic choice or a support for a separate, now missing, piece of regalia. It could have been a weather vane for a nobleman's riverboat, or even just a child's toy that, by sheer, unplanned luck, happens to have an aerodynamic shape. Yet, the absence of corroborating evidence does not completely negate the compelling physical form of the object itself. The Saqqara bird stands as a powerful testament to the idea that human curiosity about flight is not a modern obsession but a timeless one. It challenges the linear narrative of technological progress by presenting an outlier, a spark of genius that may have flickered in a temple workshop long ago. Whether it was a sophisticated model for a working glider, a sacred object symbolizing flight, or merely a toy that accidentally stumbled upon a profound truth, its very existence expands our view of the ancient world. It reminds us that the desire to conquer the skies may have taken wing in human imagination far earlier than we ever dared to dream. Leaving the aerodynamic mystery of the Saqqara bird behind, we now venture into one of the most persistent and controversial legends in the world of alternative archaeology, a story that, from its very inception, seems more like the plot of a science fiction novel than a historical account. Our next artifact is the stuff of pulp magazine dreams, the Dropa stones. The tale begins in 1938, when a Chinese archaeologist named Kai Pu-te is said to have been exploring the remote Bayan Karaula mountains on the border between China and Tibet. There, he and his team allegedly discovered a series of caves, their walls adorned with pictograms of beings with large heads and slender bodies, depictions of the sun, the moon, and stars connected by lines of dots. But the real discovery was inside the caves themselves, neat rows of graves containing the skeletons of small, strangely proportioned beings with oversized skulls and delicate frames. Scattered near these remains were hundreds of stone discs, each roughly 9 inches in diameter, with a perfect hole in the center, making them look like ancient stone records or gramophone discs. The story continues that these stones, eventually numbering 716, were taken back to a university for study. For 2 decades, they supposedly gathered dust in storage, their true secret hidden. Then, in 1962, a professor named Tsum Nui is said to have made a stunning breakthrough. He claimed that each disc had a continuous, tiny hieroglyphic inscription, a spiral groove of written characters etched into its surface. After immense effort, he reportedly succeeded in translating the script. The message was earth-shattering. It told the story of a spacecraft from a distant world that crashed in the mountains 12,000 years ago. The occupants, a people who called themselves the Dropa, were unable to repair their ship and were stranded on Earth. The local Ham tribespeople initially feared them, but over time, the two groups learned to coexist. The stones were their recorded history, a lament left behind by interstellar castaways. To add a tantalizing modern epilogue, the story often includes a claim from a Russian scientist who examined the stones and found that they contained high concentrations of cobalt and other metals, and that when placed on a special turntable, they vibrated as if carrying an electrical charge or an encoded rhythm. It is an absolutely captivating narrative, touching on our deepest fascinations with ancient astronauts and lost civilizations. But when we subject the Dropa stones to the harsh light of scrutiny, the entire edifice begins to crumble. The first and most significant problem is a complete lack of verifiable evidence. Not a single one of these 716 stones has ever been produced for modern analysis. They are not housed in any known museum collection. No photographs of the inscriptions exist. The skeletons have vanished. Furthermore, the key figures in the story are themselves unverifiable. There are no credible records of a Chinese archaeologist named Kai Pu Te working in that region at that time, and the name Tsum Nui does not conform to standard Chinese naming conventions, sounding more like a fabricated or misinterpreted name. The entire story seems to have first appeared in a German magazine dedicated to UFOs and the paranormal, and was then embellished and republished in books by authors like Erich von Däniken, who popularized the ancient astronaut theory. The scientific claims, such as the Russian analysis, have no published papers or credible sources to back them up. In the world of academic archaeology, the Dropa stones are universally dismissed as an elaborate hoax, a 20th century myth without a single physical artifact to support it. So why does this story have such incredible staying power? Why does it continue to be told and retold, finding new life with each generation? The persistence of the Dropa legend speaks less about ancient history and more about powerful, enduring human need. It fulfills a deep-seated desire for a cosmos that is not empty and lonely, but populated with other intelligent beings who have visited us. It offers an alternative, more exciting origin story, one where our past is interwoven with interstellar drama, a narrative far more compelling than the slow, difficult grind of human development. The story also provides a simple, external explanation for mysteries we have yet to solve. Who built this? Who wrote that? The answer, aliens, is a seductive shortcut that bypasses complex archaeological and historical work. In a way, the Dropa stones are a perfect cultural artifact of the 20th century, born in an era of burgeoning space exploration and flying saucer fever. They represent our own technological anxieties and hopes projected onto a mythical past. The Dropa stones, therefore, serve as a crucial case study in differentiating between a historical mystery and a cultural myth. Unlike the Antikythera Mechanism or the Saqqara bird, which are tangible objects that present genuine physical puzzles, the Dropa stones exist entirely in the realm of story. Their power lies not in what they can tell us about antiquity, but in what they reveal about ourselves. They are a mirror reflecting our timeless yearning for connection, for a sense of wonder, and for a history that is grander and more mysterious than the one laid out in our textbooks. While they may not rewrite the history of science, they have undoubtedly written themselves into the history of human imagination, a testament to the fact that sometimes the most enduring artifacts are not made of stone but of story. Our journey now takes us from the high mountains of China to the humble creek beds of Texas, where another object emerged that seems to defy all logic, a discovery that would make even the most skeptical observer do a double take. In the summer of 1936, near the town of London, Texas, a couple walking along Red Creek came across a curious piece of rock that had fallen from an outcrop. It was unusual because protruding from its solid, stony interior was the unmistakable shape of a hammer's head, complete with a portion of its wooden handle. This wasn't a hammer lying on the ground or buried in loose soil. It was fully encased, seemingly formed within the rock itself. The artifact, now famously known as the London Hammer, was donated to the Creation Evidence Museum, and it has been a flashpoint in the debate between mainstream science and alternative history ever since. The central, astonishing claim rests on the age of the rock surrounding the hammer. The rock is a type of sedimentary stone known to form around Cretaceous period rock, which dates back to a time when dinosaurs roamed the Earth between 100 million and 66 million years ago. If the hammer is as old as the rock that encases it, the implications are, to put it mildly, world-shattering. It would mean that a tool made of iron and wood was manufactured and lost at a time when, according to conventional paleontology, the most advanced mammals were small, shrew-like creatures. It would completely rewrite the history of human evolution and technology, suggesting the existence of a technologically advanced civilization in the deep, deep past, millions of years before the first hominids even appeared. This single, small tool would force us to tear up every textbook on human prehistory. However, the scientific explanation for this apparent anomaly is both more mundane and, in its own way, just as fascinating. Geologists point to a common natural process called concretion. Concretions form when mineral cement precipitates and hardens around a nucleus, any nucleus. This nucleus can be a fossil, a pebble, or, in this case, a lost hammer. The process can happen relatively quickly, especially in mineral-rich environments like a creek bed. The specific type of rock encasing the London Hammer is a limestone concretion, which can form in a matter of centuries or even decades, not millions of years. The hammer, likely dropped by a miner or prospector in the late 19th century, simply became the nucleus around which the local minerals accumulated and solidified, creating the illusion that the object is immeasurably ancient. The wooden handle, which shows signs of being partially coalified, a process that can also occur under the right chemical conditions over a much shorter time frame, is often cited as proof of great age, yet this, too, can be explained by the unique geochemical environment inside the concretion. The debate surrounding the London Hammer is a perfect microcosm of the larger conflict between extraordinary claims and established scientific principles. Proponents of its antiquity point to the rock's composition and the hammer's unique design as evidence. They argue that the iron of the hammerhead is unusually pure with a low sulfur content and was forged in a way that suggests a sophisticated, lost metallurgical technique. Skeptics, however, counter that the chemical makeup of the iron is entirely consistent with 19th century American metallurgy, and that the hammer's design is a common type used for rock breaking and quarry work in that very era. The location of the find, in an area known for 19th century mining activity, strongly supports the idea of a modern origin. Without the hammer being found in situ by professional archaeologists and the surrounding rock subjected to modern, rigorous dating methods, the initial Cretaceous dating remains highly speculative. So what does the London Hammer truly represent? For some, it is a literal, physical challenge to the entire geological and anthropological timeline. For mainstream science, it is a powerful lesson in how easily natural processes can create artifacts that look impossibly ancient. But its greatest significance may be symbolic. The London Hammer stands as a permanent monument to our desire to find tangible proof that our understanding of the past is incomplete. It forces us to ask difficult questions about how we date objects, how we interpret context, and how we distinguish between a genuine historical outlier and a clever geological illusion. It reminds us that the Earth itself is an active participant in shaping the relics we find, sometimes wrapping a modern mystery in a stony cloak that makes it appear timeless. Whether an ancient marvel or a modern tool caught in stone, the London hammer continues to challenge us to look closer, think deeper, and remember that the story of our past is often written in layers, both of time and of interpretation. Imagine a map so precise it seems to defy its own era, a document that hints at lost worlds and forgotten voyages. This brings us to our next astonishing artifact, the Piri Reis map of 1513. Drawn on gazelle skin by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, this map is a beautiful and complex work of art, but it's a small section at its southernmost edge that has sparked one of the most enduring debates in the history of cartography. There, below the well-charted coast of South America, lies a landmass that, to many, looks unmistakably like the coastline of Antarctica centuries before the frozen continent was officially discovered, and even more incredibly, depicted without its mile-thick covering of ice. The map itself is not a complete mystery. Piri Reis openly wrote in the margins that he compiled it from numerous source maps, including those from his own voyages, Portuguese charts, and most tantalizingly, what he called very old maps dating back to the time of Alexander the Great. The section that causes all the controversy shows a landmass that curves eastward below South America. Proponents of the ancient civilization theory, like Professor Charles Hapgood, who studied the map extensively in the 1960s, argue that the contours of this coastline align remarkably well with modern seismic surveys of Antarctica's subglacial topography. In other words, it appears to show the actual shape of the continent beneath the ice, a shape that has been invisible to humanity since the last ice age ended over 10,000 years ago. The implication is staggering. It suggests that a sophisticated, seafaring civilization existed in the deep past, a culture with the navigational skill and technology to chart the entire globe, including a continent that has been locked in ice for millennia. Their knowledge, preserved in these very old source maps, was then passed down, copied and recopied, until fragments of it landed in the hands of a 16th century Ottoman admiral. The scholarly and mainstream cartographic view, however, offers a very different, more grounded interpretation. Experts argue that the mysterious landmass is almost certainly a misrepresentation of the southern coast of South America, a common error in early maps. When you look at the Piri Reis map as a whole, the eastern coast of South America is drawn with a pronounced, almost right-angle bend to the east. In reality, the continent continues southward into the narrow, treacherous Strait of Tierra del Fuego. Many historians propose that Piri Reis, or the Portuguese sailors whose charts he used, simply ran out of space on the parchment. Having drawn the continent bending east, they then attached a speculative, imagined coastline to fill the empty space at the bottom of the known world. This terra australis incognita was a theoretical concept dating back to the ancient Greeks, who believed a large southern landmass must exist to balance the northern continents. The shape on the Piri Reis map fits this tradition of cartographic guesswork far better than it matches the precise, subglacial coastline of Antarctica. Furthermore, the map contains known errors like the significant misplacement of the Caribbean islands, which indicates its compiler was working from a blend of accurate and highly inaccurate sources. So how do we reconcile these two wildly different perspectives? The core of the debate hinges on a single, critical point: the intended identity of that southern land. Does it represent a poorly understood South America or a perfectly understood Antarctica? The ancient source map theory is a captivating solution to an incredible puzzle, but it rests on a chain of assumptions without physical evidence. Not a single one of these purported ancient world maps has ever been found. The scholarly explanation, while less romantic, fits neatly within the historical context of early 16th century exploration. a time when the New World was still being pieced together and mapmakers often connected disparate coastlines with speculative geography. The Piri Reis map remains a breathtaking achievement of its time, a snapshot of a world on the cusp of full discovery. It stands at the crossroads of known science and lingering myth, a testament to human curiosity. Whether it contains the ghost of a lost Ice Age civilization or simply reflects the brilliant yet imperfect state of knowledge in the Age of Sail, it challenges us to remember that every map is not just a representation of the world, but also a reflection of the world as the mapmaker believed it to be. Now let's journey to the heart of the ancient Assyrian Empire, inside the Grand Palace at Nimrud, where a British archaeologist named Austin Henry Layard made a remarkable find in 1840. Among the treasures and ivories, he uncovered a small, perfectly polished piece of rock crystal around 3,000 years old. It's a disc roughly the size of a large coin, with one flat face and one slightly convex face that bulges outward. At first glance, it might be mistaken for a piece of decorative inlay, perhaps from a piece of royal furniture or a statue. But when you hold it up to the light, something fascinating happens. This piece of crystal, now known as the Nimrud lens, can actually focus light. It has a focal length of about 4 inches, meaning it can magnify small objects, acting as a rudimentary magnifying glass. The discovery immediately sparked a debate that continues to this day. What was its true purpose? Was this ancient Assyrian artifact one of the earliest known optical lenses? One compelling theory suggests it was a simple burning glass, used by a skilled craftsman or scribe to concentrate the sun's rays onto a tiny point, creating enough heat to start a fire or to solder delicate pieces of gold filigree. This would have been an incredibly valuable tool in an empire renowned for its intricate ivory carvings and detailed metalwork. Another, more radical idea proposed by the Italian scholar Giovanni Pettinato is that the lens could have been part of a composite telescope. He suggested that if the Assyrians were capable of crafting a single lens, they could have combined several to create a primitive optical instrument, perhaps used by their renowned astronomers to observe the heavens with greater clarity. We know the Assyrians were meticulous celestial observers, tracking the movements of planets and stars for both religious and calendrical purposes. The idea that they might have augmented their vision with technology is a thrilling possibility, one that would push back the invention of the telescope by 2.5 millennia, long before its official development in the Netherlands around 1608. Of course, the mainstream archaeological perspective urges caution. The most common alternative explanation is that the object was not a lens at all, but a purely decorative piece. It could have been an inlay for a magnificent piece of jewelry, perhaps set into the eye of a statue of a god or king to catch and reflect the light, with its convex shape chosen for aesthetic reasons rather than optical function. Some have even suggested it was part of a ceremonial object, a kind of ornament meant to be displayed, its slight magnification being nothing more than a coincidental byproduct of its polished, curved shape. After all, it was found in a royal context surrounded by items of luxury and power, not in a workshop filled with tools. Yet, the sheer quality of its craftsmanship makes the coincidence argument feel a little thin. Creating such a perfectly shaped and polished piece of rock crystal, one that happens to possess a consistent focal length, requires a significant understanding of lapidary skills. Even if its primary function was decorative, the artisan who made it would have undoubtedly noticed its magnifying properties. They might have used it themselves to inspect the minute details of their own work. This raises a fascinating middle ground in the debate. Perhaps the Nimrud lens wasn't part of a grand astronomical observatory, but it represents something equally profound, the empirical discovery of a natural principle. A curious artisan polishing a precious stone notices it makes things look larger. They experiment, they refine the shape, and suddenly they have a tool that extends the power of the human eye. This kind of practical, workshop knowledge often precedes formal scientific understanding by centuries. The Nimrod lens, therefore, stands as a quiet but powerful challenge to a linear history of science. It may not prove the existence of Assyrian telescopes, but its very presence suggests that the fundamental principles of optics were not the sole province of the ancient Greeks like Euclid and Ptolemy, who wrote about light centuries later. It hints at a parallel practical discovery in the workshops of Nineveh and Nimrod. This small disk of crystal is a testament to the idea that scientific insight can emerge from the demands of art and craft, and that a single, unassuming object can hold within it the glimmer of a much larger, forgotten world of knowledge. It reminds us that the line between a decorative ornament and a scientific instrument is sometimes only a matter of perspective. From the polished rock crystal of an Assyrian palace, we travel thousands of miles and thousands of years forward to a quiet archaeological dig on the coast of Maine. Here in 1957, at a well-documented Native American settlement site known as the Goddard Site, amateur archaeologists were meticulously sifting through soil, uncovering the everyday debris of a Penobscot village that thrived between the 12th and 15th centuries. They found stone tools, pottery shards, and bone fragments, the expected remains of a rich indigenous culture. But then, amidst these thousands of local artifacts, one small object stood out, gleaming and utterly alien. It was a tiny silver coin. When experts finally identified it, the discovery sent shockwaves through the archaeological community. This was no colonial-era penny. It was a Norse coin minted in Norway between 1065 and 1080, a period when the Vikings were at the height of their power and exploration. Instantly, this single, solitary coin, now known as the Maine penny, became one of the most tantalizing pieces of evidence for pre-Columbian transoceanic contact in North America. The significance of this find cannot be overstated. For centuries, the story of the European discovery of the Americas was centered on Christopher Columbus in 1492. Later, archaeological work at Elance Ox Meadows in Newfoundland in the 1960s provided irrefutable proof that the Norse had established a small settlement there around the year 1000, validating the Viking sagas that spoke of a land they called Vinland. But Elance Ox Meadows is in far northern Canada. The Goddard Site in Maine is nearly 1,000 miles to the south. The Maine penny suggests that Norse exploration, or at the very least Norse trade goods, traveled much, much further down the Atlantic coast than their known settlements would imply. This wasn't just a temporary camp in the frozen north. It was a coin found deep within a thriving, long-term indigenous community, hinting at a network of contact and exchange that could have stretched along the entire eastern seaboard. So how did a Norwegian coin from the 11th century end up in a 12th to 15th century Native American site in Maine? Scholars have proposed several compelling theories. The most direct explanation is that Norse explorers themselves sailed south from their base in Newfoundland, trading with the native peoples they encountered along the way. A small silver coin, perhaps considered a decorative trinket or a raw material for jewelry, could have been part of this exchange. Another plausible theory is that the coin traveled not via direct Norse contact in Maine, but through extensive native trade networks that crisscrossed North America. An object acquired by indigenous peoples in Newfoundland or Labrador could have been passed from hand to hand, village to village over generations, moving steadily southward until it finally came to rest in a shell midden in Maine. This theory is supported by the fact that the Goddard Site was a major trading hub for the Penobscot people, a place where goods from all over the region were exchanged. Naturally, such a revolutionary find has been subjected to intense scrutiny, and skeptics raise important questions. The primary concern is the coin's context. It was found by amateur archaeologists, and while the site itself is professionally recognized, the precise recording of its location within the dig was not as rigorous as modern standards require. This has led some to suggest the coin could be a later intrusion, perhaps dropped by a modern collector and inadvertently mixed in with the ancient material. However, this theory is weakened by the fact that the coin showed clear signs of wear and had a small hole punched through it, indicating it had been used as a pendant for a long time before it was lost, a practice consistent with how native peoples often repurposed European metal objects. Furthermore, no other Norse artifacts have ever been found at the site, making this a true outlier. If the Vikings had established a sustained presence or even regular trade, wouldn't we expect to find more than one single coin, like a nail, a piece of chainmail, or the remains of their distinctive clinker-built boats? Despite these valid questions, the main penny has largely withstood the tests of authenticity. Metallurgical analysis confirms the silver is consistent with Norse minting practices of the era. The style of the coin is definitively Norse, bearing the name of the Norwegian king Olaf Kyrre. For most mainstream archaeologists, the coin is accepted as a genuine 11th century Norse artifact that somehow found its way to the Maine coast long before Columbus. Its power lies not in proving a Norse settlement in Maine, but in illuminating the incredible dynamism and reach of the medieval world. It rewrites the history of exploration by suggesting that the Atlantic was not an impenetrable barrier, but a highway that was crossed and whose influences trickled inland long before the age of Columbus. This one coin transforms the Vikings from figures who merely glimpsed the very edge of the New World into pioneers who may have probed its depths, their presence fleeting, but their legacy embedded in the very soil of a continent they could scarcely have imagined. Our journey now takes us from the world of physical artifacts to one of the most profound and controversial objects in human history, a relic that exists at the explosive intersection of faith, science, and mystery. We're entering the hushed, climate-controlled chamber of the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist in Turin, Italy, to examine the famous shroud. This long piece of linen cloth, measuring over 14 feet in length, bears the faint, straw-colored imprint of a man who appears to have suffered crucifixion. For millions of the faithful, it is the actual burial cloth of Jesus Christ, a sacred textile that captured his image at the moment of resurrection. For skeptics, it is a masterful medieval forgery. But for scientists, it is one of the most stubborn and complex puzzles ever encountered. A mystery that has consumed decades of research and continues to defy a definitive explanation. The central, baffling question is not who the man was, but how this incredibly detailed, photographic-like image was formed on the cloth in the first place. The image itself is unlike any artistic reproduction. It is a perfect negative. When the first photographs were taken of the shroud in 1898, the amateur photographer, Secondo Pia, was stunned to discover that his photographic plates revealed a clear, positive image of a man's face. The shroud itself is the negative, and the photograph becomes the positive. This means the unknown creator, if it was a forger, would have needed to understand the principles of photographic negative imaging over 500 years before the invention of photography. The image is also purely superficial. It only penetrates the very topmost fibers of the linen threads with no capillary action, meaning it was not painted on with any liquid pigment. There's no outline, no directionality. Under magnification, the color change in the individual fibers appears to be the result of a rapid chemical degradation process, as if the linen was aged or scorched but without any signs of charring. Furthermore, the image contains three-dimensional information. When analyzed with sophisticated VP8 image analyzers developed for NASA, the light and dark areas of the shroud correspond to the precise distance between the cloth and the body, creating an accurate three-dimensional relief map of a human form, something no painting or drawing from any era could possibly achieve. For a long time, the mystery only deepened with every new scientific investigation. Pollen samples found on the cloth were identified as coming from plants native to the region around Jerusalem. Microscopic traces of limestone dirt on the feet and nose matched the geology of Jerusalem. Forensic pathology determined that the wounds visible on the image are anatomically perfect, showing scourge marks from a Roman flagrum, a puncture wound in the side, and even evidence of the cap of thorns as a crown, not a circlet. The bloodstains, which are separate from the body image and have been confirmed to be real type AB blood, show a serum halo, a clear forensic sign that the blood clotted and then separated post-mortem. Every piece of evidence seemed to build a case for the shroud's authenticity, pointing to a 1st century Judean origin. Then, in 1988, the Vatican permitted a definitive, high-stakes scientific test. Small samples were cut from a corner of the shroud and sent to 3 independent, world-renowned laboratories at the University of Oxford, the University of Arizona, and the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology. The method was radiocarbon dating, the gold standard for determining the age of organic materials. The results announced to the world were unequivocal. The 3 labs' findings were statistically consistent, dating the linen of the shroud to between 1260 and 1390 with a 95% confidence level. The news was a sensation. For the scientific community, the case was closed. The shroud was a medieval creation, a brilliant, if inexplicable, fake from the Middle Ages. But the story did not end there. Almost immediately, questions emerged about the carbon-14 dating results. Critics pointed to the specific sample location, a corner of the cloth that had been handled, mended, and potentially contaminated for centuries. They argued that a fire in 1532 had nearly destroyed the shroud, exposing it to high heat and smoke, and that the water used to douse the flames could have encouraged microbial growth. Could modern carbon from these contaminating substances, like bioplastic coating from bacteria and fungi, have skewed the results, making the linen appear hundreds of years younger than it actually was? Subsequent research seemed to support this. In 2018, tests using different techniques, including FTIR and Raman spectroscopy, suggested the sampled area had a different chemical composition than the rest of the shroud, and that the carbon dating sample might not have been representative of the whole cloth. Other researchers have since attempted to replicate the shroud's image using various medieval techniques, from rubbing with acid to using a primitive form of photography with a camera obscura and silver compounds. But no method has successfully reproduced all of the shroud's unique characteristics simultaneously: the superficiality, the 3-dimensional encoding, and the perfect negative. The debate is now less about faith versus science and more about one set of scientific data challenging another. This ongoing scientific tug of war over the Shroud of Turin offers a profound lesson about the limits and politics of archaeological science. The 1988 carbon dating was meant to be the final objective word. It was a landmark study published in the world's most prestigious scientific journal, Nature. Yet, its authority has been persistently questioned, not just by believers, but by other scientists re-examining the methodology and assumptions. This reveals that science is not a monolithic entity that delivers absolute truth, but a dynamic, often messy, process of interpretation, challenge, and revision. The shroud shows how the context of a sample, its preservation history, and even the overwhelming pressure for a definitive answer can influence how data is collected and received. It exists in a space where the desire for scientific closure collides with the complexity of a truly unique artifact. Whether it is a divine relic or an unparalleled medieval creation, the Shroud of Turin remains one of history's greatest enigmas, a testament to the fact that some mysteries resist even our most advanced tools, forcing us to remain humble in the face of the unknown. Leaving behind the sacred enigma of the shroud, we arrive at a case that is flamboyant, bizarre, and serves as a masterclass in the powerful allure of the outright fake. Our next stop is the small, dusty town of Ica, Peru. Here, beginning in the 1960s, a local farmer named Basilio Ushuaia began selling thousands of stones to a wealthy Peruvian physician doctor. Javier Cabrera, these were not ordinary river rocks. They were dark, heavy andesite stones meticulously covered in fine line engravings. But these carvings did not depict the geometric patterns or local wildlife one might expect. Instead, they showed scenes so anachronistic, so utterly impossible, that they seemed to tear the history books to shreds. There were human figures riding what could only be described as triceratops-like horses, using them as beasts of burden. Other stones depicted stegosaurs with their iconic back plates, locked in combat with humans armed with spears. Some showed complex astronomical charts with the Earth depicted as a sphere, surrounded by other planets and strange constellations. Perhaps most shocking of all were the stones illustrating what appeared to be advanced medical procedures: open heart surgery, cesarean sections, and even brain transplants, with every detail of the anatomy rendered with startling accuracy. Dr. Cabrera, who eventually amassed a collection of over 15,000 of these stones, became their most fervent evangelist. He built a private museum and developed an elaborate theory to explain their existence. He claimed they were a vast, encoded library left by a superior, ancient civilization that had coexisted with dinosaurs, possessed advanced medical knowledge, and had achieved spaceflight. This civilization, he argued, was wiped out by a global cataclysm, and the stones were their sole surviving record meant to guide a future humanity. For proponents of ancient astronaut theories and lost civilizations, the Ica stones were the ultimate smoking gun. Here was physical, tangible proof, carved in stone, that everything we thought we knew about the timeline of life on Earth was wrong. They seemed to confirm that humans and dinosaurs lived side by side, that surgery was practiced in the deep past, and that ancient peoples possessed knowledge we would not rediscover for millennia. But the scientific and archaeological communities were not convinced, and it didn't take long for the story to unravel spectacularly. The initial and most damning evidence came from the stones themselves. Geologists who examined them pointed out that the engravings were remarkably fresh. The incised lines showed no signs of the natural patina or weathering that should have accumulated over centuries, let alone the millions of years separating humans from dinosaurs. The surfaces of the carved lines were as bright and new-looking as the day they were made, standing in stark contrast to the dark, weathered surface of the stone around them. Then, in 1975, the source of the stones, Basilio Ashuya, confessed in a BBC interview. He admitted that he and his wife, and likely other locals, were the artists. He demonstrated his technique, showing how he used a dental drill to carve the images, and then aged the stones by baking them in donkey dung to give them an ancient appearance. He explained that he created the designs by copying from comic books, school textbooks, and popular magazines. The story of ancient maps and medical procedures wasn't a lost history. It was a cottage industry, a way for poor farmers to make a living by selling fascinating curios to a willing and wealthy buyer. Yet, even with a full confession, the story of the Ica stones did not die. Dr. Cabrera, undeterred, argued that Ashuya had confessed only to avoid prosecution for selling archaeological artifacts, which is illegal in Peru. He insisted that the farmer was protecting the real, secret source of the stones, and that the sheer volume and complexity of the collection made a modern hoax implausible. This is the fascinating second life of a known forgery. The Ica stones continue to be cited in books, documentaries, and online forums as evidence of a suppressed history. True believers argue that the scientific establishment is engaged in a cover-up, unwilling to accept evidence that dismantles its carefully constructed narrative of human evolution. The stones tap into a deep and pervasive cultural current of distrust toward institutional authority and a desire for a more wondrous, mysterious past. The Ica stones, therefore, are far more than just a collection of fakes. They are a perfect case study in the psychology of belief and the powerful relationship between forgeries and the popular imagination. They succeed not because of their authenticity, but because they tell a story people desperately want to believe. the idea of a lost, advanced civilization is inherently more exciting than the slow, incremental progress of human development. The image of a man riding a dinosaur is viscerally compelling in a way that a fossilized bone is not. These stones challenge scientific authority not with facts, but with a compelling narrative that appeals directly to emotion and wonder. They reveal how easily a clever hoax can fill the gaps in our knowledge with fantastical stories, and how difficult it can be to kill a beautiful myth, even with a full confession from its creator. In the end, the Ica stones don't rewrite the history of science, but they do write a crucial chapter in the history of human credulity, reminding us that our desire for mystery can sometimes be stronger than our respect for evidence. Imagine you are a construction worker dredging the banks of the Meuse River in Romania in 1974. Your machinery scoops up sand and gravel from deep beneath the surface, and as you sift through the sediment, you find something unexpected. Nestled among the bones of an extinct mastodon, a creature that hasn't walked the earth for tens of thousands of years, is a strangely shaped, heavy piece of metal. It's covered in a thick, black patina, but its form is unmistakably manufactured. This is the Ayod wedge, an object that has become one of Europe's most perplexing archaeological puzzles. When scientists finally cleaned and analyzed it, they were stunned to discover its composition. The wedge was made of an alloy consisting mostly of aluminum, a metal that tells a story completely at odds with its ancient context. To understand why this is so baffling, we need to consider the history of aluminum. While it is the most abundant metal in the Earth's crust, it is never found in its pure metallic form in nature. It is always locked in chemical compounds, primarily bauxite ore. Liberating pure aluminum requires a complex and energy-intensive industrial process called electrolysis, which wasn't invented until the 1880s. Before that, aluminum was considered a precious metal, more valuable than gold. Napoleon III famously reserved a set of aluminum cutlery for his most honored guests, while others made do with mere gold. So, the central, mind-bending question of the Ayod wedge is this: how could a piece of refined aluminum, a product of 19th century industrial technology, be found buried in a layer of earth alongside the bones of an animal that died over 10,000 years ago during the last ice age? The implication is as stark as it is unbelievable. It suggests that an advanced industrial culture capable of smelting aluminum existed in prehistoric Europe, only to vanish without a trace, leaving behind this one solitary piece of metal as its only legacy. Of course, the mainstream scientific explanation offers a far more grounded, if less spectacular, answer. The most widely accepted theory is that the wedge is not ancient at all, but a much more modern piece of machinery that simply ended up in an old geological layer. The object's shape is highly suggestive. With a central body and two perforated lobes, it looks remarkably similar to a tooth from the bucket of a modern excavator or a piece of heavy mining equipment. The construction and mining industries were active along the Meuse River in the 19th and 20th centuries. It is entirely plausible that a piece of equipment broke off, fell into the river, and over time became buried in the same sedimentary layer that contained the much older mastodon bone. The thick, black patina that coated the wedge is consistent with aluminum oxide, which can form relatively quickly in a wet, mineral-rich river environment, giving the object a false appearance of great age. This explanation fits perfectly within the principles of stratigraphy, which teaches us that objects of different ages can become mixed together in the same deposit through natural processes or human activity. However, proponents of the wedge's antiquity counter this argument with a crucial detail from its discovery. The object was reportedly found at a depth of 35 feet, embedded in a layer of hard, compacted sand alongside two mastodon bones. They argue that for a modern piece of machinery to end up at such a depth, it would have required significant and noticeable ground disturbance, the kind that would have mixed the sediments and been obvious to the excavators. The claim is that the context was pristine, suggesting the wedge and the bones were truly contemporaneous. Furthermore, initial analysis of the patina seemed to indicate it was very old, having formed over a long period. Yet, without the object being excavated by professional archaeologists who could meticulously document its exact stratigraphic context, this claim remains a point of heated contention. The original discovery was made by construction workers, not scientists, so the precise details of its burial are and will always be somewhat uncertain. The Aod wedge, then, stands as a classic example of an out-of-place artifact, an object that challenges our historical timeline but ultimately remains in a frustrating limbo between mystery and misunderstanding. Its story is a powerful lesson in the importance of context in archaeology. A single object, no matter how strange, cannot rewrite history on its own. It requires a pattern, a body of corroborating evidence. For every revolutionary claim about a lost aluminum smelting civilization, the prosaic explanation of a broken excavator tooth offers a simpler and more probable solution. The wedge's enduring appeal lies in its ability to make us question. It forces us to look at a familiar material like aluminum and see it not just as a modern convenience, but as a potential key to a forgotten world. It reminds us that the ground beneath our feet is a vast, layered archive, and sometimes a single misplaced page can make us wonder if we've been reading the entire story wrong all along. Now we turn our attention to an object so small it can fit in the palm of your hand, yet its implications are so vast they span billions of years. Deep within the pyrophyllite mines near Ottosdal, South Africa, miners have been unearthing strange metallic spheres for decades. These are the Klerksdorp spheres, and at first glance they are bizarre in the extreme. They are often perfectly round, some with a grooved seam running around their equator as if they were manufactured in two halves. The most astonishing fact, however, is the rock they are found in. This mineral deposit is part of the Precambrian era, dated to a staggering 2.8 billion to 3 billion years old. This was a time when the only life on Earth was microscopic, simple single-celled organisms floating in a primordial sea. The idea that a manufactured, metallic object could exist from this epoch is, to put it mildly, a complete overturning of everything we understand about the history of life and technology on our planet. Proponents of ancient advanced civilizations or even extraterrestrial visitation point to these spheres as the ultimate evidence. They argue that the perfect spherical shape and the precise equatorial groove are hallmarks of intelligent design, not random natural processes. How could nature, they ask, create something that looks so much like a ball bearing from a machine, from a time before multicellular life even existed? The suggestion is that an intelligent species, either native to Earth or visiting from elsewhere, was present billions of years ago, leaving behind these enigmatic artifacts as the only surviving traces of their existence. It's a theory that captures the imagination, proposing a history for our planet so ancient and so different that it makes the age of the dinosaurs seem like yesterday. But geology, as it so often does, provides a more grounded yet equally fascinating explanation. These spheres are almost certainly the result of a very common and well-understood natural process known as concretion. Concretions form when mineral cement precipitates and hardens around a nucleus in sedimentary rock. Think of it like a pearl forming in an oyster. A grain of sand irritates the mollusk, which then secretes layers of nacre around it. In the case of the Klerksdorp spheres, the nucleus might have been a tiny fragment of volcanic ash or a mineral grain. Over immense periods, the mineral goethite, an iron-bearing compound, slowly accumulated around this nucleus in concentric layers, eventually forming a perfect sphere. The famous grooved line around the equator is also a natural phenomenon. As the concretion formed under pressure deep underground, the crystalline structure of the minerals could have created a plane of weakness, a seam that later became accentuated as the softer surrounding rock weathered away. Some of these spheres have even been cut open, revealing a radial, crystalline internal structure that is completely consistent with a natural, mineralogical origin, not a manufactured one. The real lesson of the Klerksdorp spheres is not about lost civilizations, but about the incredible power of human perception. We are pattern recognition machines. Our brains are hardwired to see faces in clouds, animals in constellations, and design in random shapes. This tendency, called pareidolia, is a survival instinct that helped our ancestors spot predators in the jungle. But it also means that when we encounter a naturally formed, perfectly round object with a line around it, our first, immediate thought is that it was made by someone. It looks intentional, it looks designed. The spheres challenge us to step back from that initial, visceral reaction and apply the tools of science. Geologists can replicate the conditions that create such concretions. They can point to identical formations found all over the world in rocks of various ages. The overwhelming consensus within the field of geology is that these are remarkable examples of natural artistry, not ancient engineering. So, while the Klerksdorp spheres may not be proof of a 3-billion-year-old machinist, their story is still profoundly important. They stand as a beautiful example of how the natural world can produce objects of stunning symmetry and apparent complexity, forms that easily fool our intuitive sense of what is natural and what is artificial. They teach us a crucial lesson in scientific humility, that the universe is often stranger and more creative than our imaginations, and that the true wonder lies not in inventing a fantastical past, but in understanding the magnificent, slow, and powerful processes that have been sculpting our planet since its very beginning. This tiny, grooved sphere is a testament to the fact that nature itself is the greatest artist and engineer of all. Our voyage through these mysterious artifacts now brings us to the banks of the Nile, to a temple complex that holds one of the most visually striking and hotly debated images from the ancient world. Deep within the crypts of the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, there is a stone relief that, to a modern eye, looks astonishingly out of place. Carved into the sandstone wall is a vivid scene that has sparked a radical theory. It appears to show a massive, elongated bulb, inside of which a snake or a serpentine form stretches along its length. This bulb is held aloft by a pillar, with a cable seeming to run from its base and connect to a box upon which an Egyptian god rests his feet. To many who see it for the first time, the interpretation is immediate and electrifying. This looks exactly like a giant, ancient light bulb. The snake represents the glowing filament, the pillar is the stand, the cable is the power cord, and the box is the battery or power source. This interpretation, known as the Dendera light theory, suggests that the ancient Egyptians may have possessed, or at least understood, the principles of electric lighting. Proponents of this view build a compelling case based on the visual evidence and a logical problem. They point out that the interiors of many ancient Egyptian tombs and temples, including the deep, windowless crypts at Dendera itself, are covered in intricate paintings and hieroglyphs. How were these elaborate works of art created in pitch-black darkness? The conventional answer is simple, with mirrors using sunlight reflected down a series of shafts. But skeptics of this method argue that the light would be too dim and diffuse by the time it reached the deepest chambers, and that soot from torches or oil lamps would have left clear residue on the ceilings and walls, residue that is often conspicuously absent. The Dendera light, they argue, offers a more elegant solution. If the Egyptians had access to a form of electric arc lighting, powered by primitive batteries like the hypothesized Baghdad Battery, it would explain how they could illuminate these vast, subterranean spaces with a clean, bright light, allowing their artists to work with the precision we see in their surviving masterpieces. However, when we turn to the Egyptologists, the experts who have dedicated their lives to translating the language and symbolism of this civilization, we get a completely different and deeply contextual interpretation. They explain that the relief is not a technical diagram but a rich mythological scene. The bulb is not a glass enclosure but a lotus flower, a symbol of creation and rebirth in Egyptian mythology. The filament is not a glowing wire but a snake, specifically a serpent deity, emerging from the lotus. This scene represents a foundational creation myth. In one version, the sun god himself is born from a lotus flower that emerged from the primordial waters. The snake is a manifestation of the god Harsomptus, a form of the deity Horus, who represents the power of life and growth springing forth. The entire tableau is a symbolic depiction of the moment of creation, of life bursting into being. The cable is interpreted as a ritual staff or a stylized umbilical cord, and the power box is seen as the Jed pillar, a symbol of stability and the backbone of the god Osiris. Far from being an instruction manual for an electrical device, this is a profound and beautiful religious statement carved in stone. This stark contrast in interpretation highlights a fascinating cultural divide. The light bulb theory is a classic example of presentism, the tendency to interpret the past through the lens of our own modern technology and experiences. We live in a world lit by electricity, so when we see an object that resembles a familiar component of our own world, our brains immediately make that connection. It's a natural, almost instinctive reaction. The Egyptological interpretation, on the other hand, requires us to step into the mind of an ancient Egyptian, to understand their world through their own symbols, their own stories, and their own spiritual framework. It asks us to see not a piece of technology, but a piece of theology. This doesn't make the ancient Egyptians any less brilliant. In fact, the complexity and sophistication of their mythological and artistic language is a testament to a different kind of genius, one focused on understanding the cosmos and humanity's place within it. So, what does the Dendera relief truly represent? Does it rewrite the history of science by revealing a lost electrical technology? Or does it reinforce the established narrative of a culture whose greatest achievements were in art, architecture, and spiritual thought? The answer may lie in acknowledging the power of both perspectives. The mainstream Egyptological view is almost certainly correct in its literal, symbolic reading. The evidence from textual parallels and countless other reliefs is overwhelmingly in its favor. Yet, the Dendera light theory continues to captivate us because it speaks to a deeper truth about how we engage with history. It demonstrates our powerful desire to find connections, to see our own technological journey reflected in the accomplishments of the past. It challenges established narratives not necessarily with hard evidence, but by forcing us to question our assumptions about what ancient people were capable of imagining. Whether it depicts a cosmic snake or a functioning light bulb, the Dendera relief remains a powerful reminder that the past is a foreign country, and sometimes the most incredible thing we can find there is not our own reflection, but a glimpse into a completely different way of seeing the universe. Our journey now takes us from the sun-scorched temples of Egypt to the dense, mosquito-filled forests of Minnesota, where a farmer's chance discovery would ignite a fierce and lasting controversy over who first set foot in the heart of North America. In the autumn of 1898, a Swedish immigrant named Olof Oman was clearing trees on his farm near the village of Kensington. As he and his son worked to uproot a poplar tree, they noticed something astonishing. Clutched in the tree's root system was a large, flat slab of greywacke stone weighing over 200 pounds. Its surface was covered in strange, angular carvings. Oman, believing it to be a piece of old Scandinavian rock, initially thought little of it and used it as a stepping stone in his shed. It was only when a local schoolteacher saw it that the stone's incredible potential was realized. The carvings were runes, a form of ancient Norse writing. When translated, the inscription told a harrowing story of Norse explorers deep in the American interior, far from any known Viking settlement. The message carved onto the stone reads as a gripping tale of survival and tragedy. It states, in part, 8 Goths and 22 Norwegians on an exploration journey from Vinland far to the west. We had camped by 2 skerries 1 day's journey north from this stone. We were out fishing one day. When we came home, we found 10 men red with blood and dead. A VM, save us from evil. We have 10 men by the sea to look after our ships 14 days' journey from this island, year 1362. If this inscription is genuine, it is nothing short of revolutionary. It would mean that nearly 130 years before Columbus sailed, a band of Norse explorers, a mix of Swedes and Norwegians, had ventured from their known coastal settlement in Vinland, now identified as Newfoundland, all the way to the center of the North American continent. They would have had to traverse the Great Lakes, a journey of over 2,000 miles from the Atlantic coast. The date, 1362, places this expedition squarely in a period when the Norse Greenland colonies were still active, suggesting a final, desperate push into the unknown wilderness of the New World before those distant outposts faded into history. The case for the stone's authenticity, championed for decades by scholars like H. Hjalmar Holand, rests on several compelling pillars. Linguistically, defenders argue that the runic alphabet used on the stone contains characters and forms that were unknown to 19th century rhunologists, making it an unlikely forgery. The inscription mixes both Swedish and Norwegian linguistic elements, which would be a sophisticated touch for a hoaxer to include. Furthermore, the text uses a unique dating formula, year 1362, which was a known medieval convention. Proponents also point to the physical context of the find. The tree that had grown over the stone was estimated to be at least 40 years old, meaning the stone had to have been placed there long before Oman arrived, pushing its burial date back to a time when knowledge of runes in the rural Midwest was virtually non-existent. Geologists who have examined the stone note that its weathering and mineral deposits appear consistent with centuries of exposure, not a recent carving. For many, especially within the Scandinavian American community, the Kensington runestone became a powerful symbol of their ancestors' role as the true, first European pioneers of the American heartland. However, the case against the stone's authenticity is equally robust and has convinced the majority of academic rhunologists and historians. The primary objections are linguistic. Critics point out that the runes themselves are a bizarre mix, containing forms from different time periods and regions, some of which would not have been used together in the 14th century. More damningly, many of the words and grammatical constructions in the inscription are not medieval Norse at all, but are lifted directly from 19th century Swedish dialects. The phrase "from Vinland far to the west," for example, uses a modern preposition, not the one that would have been used in the 1300s. The entire text reads less like a genuine medieval message and more like how a 19th century Scandinavian farmer, steeped in stories of Viking glory, might imagine such a message would sound. The story itself also raises logistical questions. A journey of 14 days from the sea to Minnesota would be an incredibly fast pace for an overland trek through unknown, forested terrain, suggesting the writer had a poor grasp of North American geography. This leads to the most plausible explanation for the stone, that it was an honest but clever creation of its finder, Olof Oman. Oman was a literate, well-read man, and he would have had access to books about runes and Norse history. The late 19th century was a period of intense romantic nationalism among Scandinavian immigrants, a time when they were eager to establish their own proud history in their new homeland, distinct from the dominant Anglo-American narrative centered on Columbus and the Pilgrims. Creating a runestone that placed their ancestors at the center of the American story would have been a powerful act of cultural pride. Oman never sought to profit from the stone. In fact, he gave it away to a local museum. This lack of a clear financial motive makes the case for a deliberate, malicious hoax less likely, and points more toward a community-inspired creation, a myth carved in stone to forge a new identity in a new land. The enduring legacy of the Kensington runestone, therefore, is not as a definitive historical document, but as a cultural touchstone. It sits at the fascinating intersection of archaeology, linguistics, and ethnic identity. It challenges the simplistic Columbus-centered narrative of discovery by forcing us to consider the complex and still not fully understood extent of Norse exploration. Even if the stone itself is a 19th century artifact, the story it tells is not entirely impossible. We know the Norse were in Newfoundland around the year 1000. It is within the realm of possibility that later expeditions, perhaps hunting for timber or new fishing grounds, ventured further south and west. The Kensington runestone, real or not, keeps that tantalizing possibility alive. It is a permanent reminder that history is not just a record of what happened, but also a story of what we choose to believe and how our own identities and aspirations can shape the very artifacts we dig out of the ground. From the controversial ruins of Minnesota, we travel to the sun-baked sands of Egypt, to a temple that has become a global icon for the ancient astronaut theory, all because of a single, baffling set of carvings. High on a ceiling beam in the Temple of Seti I at Abydos, there is a panel of hieroglyphs that, to the modern eye, looks like a catalogue of futuristic machinery. Among the traditional symbols of scarabs and gods, you can clearly make out shapes that look astonishingly like a helicopter, a submarine, a hovercraft, and even what some describe as a spaceship or a zeppelin. The images are undeniably there, etched into the stone for anyone to see. When these photographs first spread across the internet, they sparked a firestorm of speculation. The conclusion seemed obvious to many. This was undeniable proof that the ancient Egyptians had seen, or perhaps even possessed, advanced technology. How else could they have carved such precise images of vehicles that wouldn't be invented for another 3,000 years? The allure of this theory is powerful. It offers a simple, thrilling answer to a complex visual puzzle. It suggests that our history is not a linear progression from primitive to advanced, but a cycle of lost knowledge and forgotten civilizations. Proponents point to the crisp, clean lines of the helicopter, complete with what looks like a cockpit and a spinning rotor blade. They highlight the sleek, elongated form of the submarine and the rounded, aerodynamic shape of the hovercraft. In a world fascinated by the possibility of extraterrestrial contact, the Abydos carvings became a cornerstone of the argument that ancient cultures were visited by beings from the stars who shared their technology, and that these encounters were recorded in the only way the Egyptians knew how, by carving them into stone alongside their own gods and pharaohs. But when we bring in the Egyptologists and linguists who specialize in reading these ancient texts, we get a very different and far more nuanced explanation. The secret to the Abydos helicopter isn't alien contact, it's archaeology and the practical realities of stone carving. The phenomenon is known as a palimpsest. In this context, a palimpsest refers to a surface that has been written upon, erased, and written upon again. In the case of the Temple of Seti, the story begins with the original pharaoh, Seti I. His craftsmen carefully carved a set of hieroglyphs into the ceiling to celebrate his reign and his divine lineage. These original inscriptions included titles and names, framed within the distinctive oval shapes known as cartouches. Years later, Seti's son, the great Ramesses II, came to the throne. Following tradition, he began updating temples throughout Egypt to reflect his own, even longer and more glorious reign. This involved going into his father's temple and recarving some of the hieroglyphs. The stoneworkers would plaster over the existing carvings and then chisel new hieroglyphs on top, changing the names and titles from Seti's to those of Ramesses. This was a common practice, a way for a new pharaoh to assert his authority and connect himself to the legacy of his predecessor. The problem is, time is ruthless. Thousands of years later, the plaster filler within the carved-out glyphs has crumbled away. What remains is the original stone, now bearing the overlapping scars of two different sets of inscriptions. The helicopter is not a single, intentional image. It is the beautiful, chaotic accident of two separate cartouches, one carved on top of the other whose lines and curves have merged together. When you know what to look for, the puzzle falls apart into its original, understandable components. The so-called helicopter is a composite of parts of two different royal titles. The rotor blade is likely the overlapping remains of the arms and scepter from a hieroglyph, while the cockpit is a merged section of a cartouche. The submarine is another combination where the recarving has created a long, hole-like shape from what were originally separate symbols for land and authority. This isn't a case of deliberate encryption or a glimpse of the future. It is a testament to the impermanence of materials and the relentless passage of time. The stone, in its own slow way, has revealed the layers of history written upon it, creating a Rorschach test for the modern era. This brings us to the most profound lesson of the Abydos carvings, which has very little to do with Egypt and everything to do with us. The Abydos helicopter is a textbook example of a psychological phenomenon called pareidolia. This is the innate human tendency to see familiar patterns, especially faces and objects, in random or ambiguous stimuli. We see a man in the moon, a face in the front of a car, or the Virgin Mary on a piece of toast. Our brains are hardwired for pattern recognition. It's a survival skill that helped our ancestors spot predators in the dappled light of the forest. When we look at the worn, overlapping hieroglyphs at Abydos, our modern brains, steeped in a world of technology, immediately latch onto the most recognizable shapes: a helicopter, a submarine. We are connecting the dots, but the dots were never meant to form that picture. The enduring power of the Abydos helicopter myth, therefore, lies not in the stone but in the mind of the beholder. It reveals our deep-seated desire for the past to be more mysterious and more wondrous than it appears. It shows how a compelling narrative can override a more complex, less sensational explanation. The palimpsest theory requires an understanding of Egyptian history, linguistics, and archaeology. The ancient astronaut theory requires only a pair of eyes and a sense of wonder. The Abydos carvings challenge us to be critical of our first impressions, to seek out the context before jumping to a conclusion. They stand as a permanent, stone-cut reminder that when we look into the past, we often see a reflection of our own world, our own technology, and our own hopes for a history filled with impossible marvels. It is a humbling lesson in how easily we can project our present onto the past, transforming a simple story of pharaohs and plaster into a legend of helicopters and gods. Now, let's shift our gaze from the intricate carvings on temple ceilings to a canvas of staggering scale, a place where the art is so immense it can only be comprehended from the heavens. We travel to the arid, wind-swept plains of southern Peru, to the Nazca Desert. Here, spread across nearly 250 square miles of dark, stony ground, lies one of the world's most breathtaking and enigmatic archaeological wonders, the Nazca Lines. These are not merely drawings, they are geoglyphs, gigantic designs created by the ancient Nazca people between 500 BC and 500 CE. By simply removing the top layers of reddish-brown, iron oxide-coated pebbles to reveal the lighter-colored sand beneath. This technique created stark, contrasting lines that have been preserved for over 2 millennia by the region's unique climate, one of the driest on Earth, with virtually no rain or wind to erode them. From ground level, the lines are bewildering. They appear as shallow grooves, paths worn into the desert floor, but ascend to the viewpoint of a nearby hill, or better yet, take to the air in a small plain, and the true majesty of this achievement unfolds. The entire desert transforms into a sprawling gallery. You see a hummingbird, its wings outstretched, measuring over 300 feet long. A massive spider, perfectly proportioned, with one leg stretching out in an anatomically correct line. A condor with vast, sweeping wings. A monkey with an elaborately curled tail. There are spirals, triangles, and trapezoids that stretch for miles, so straight and precise they rival modern engineering projects. The sheer scale is humbling, a monumental undertaking that required generations of coordinated labor. This wasn't doodling in the sand. This was a civilization's most ambitious and enduring scientific and artistic statement. For decades, the most popular and sensational explanation for these lines was the work of Erich von Däniken, who famously proposed in the 1960s that they were landing strips or navigation markers for extraterrestrial spacecraft. The logic was seductive in its simplicity. Since the figures can only be seen from the air, they must have been created for the benefit of viewers in the sky. But this theory, while capturing the public imagination, collapses under the weight of archaeological and practical evidence. The Nazca people, brilliant as they were, did not need alien overlords to accomplish this feat. Researchers have demonstrated that they could have created these massive figures using simple surveying techniques. With a series of stakes and ropes, a small team could have scaled up a small sketch into a desert-sized masterpiece. They could have used the surrounding foothills as natural observation platforms to check their progress. The creation of the lines was a massive but entirely human engineering project. So, if they weren't alien runways, what was their purpose? This is where the real scientific mystery deepens, and where the Nazca reveal themselves to be not just artists, but meticulous astronomers and deeply spiritual people. One of the leading theories, championed by the mathematician Maria Reich, who dedicated her life to studying the lines, is that they functioned as a colossal astronomical calendar. She proposed that many of the long, straight lines and geometric shapes align with celestial events, such as the solstice sunrises and sunsets, or the rising points of key stars and constellations. In an agricultural society living in an unforgiving desert, tracking the seasons with precision was a matter of survival. Knowing when the summer rains would arrive in the distant Andes, feeding the rivers that provided their water, was critical. These lines, then, could have been a kind of sacred almanac etched into the landscape itself, used to mark time and coordinate the rituals essential for their survival. Another compelling hypothesis focuses on ritual and religion, specifically the desperate need for water. The Nazca culture thrived in one of the driest places on the planet. Their existence depended on a precarious water supply from underground aquifers and seasonal rivers. Many researchers, including the archaeologist Johann Reinhardt, argue that the lines were ceremonial pathways walked by priests and pilgrims during rituals designed to appease the mountain deities who controlled the flow of water. The animal figures are not random, they are deeply symbolic. The hummingbird, monkey, and orca are creatures associated with water, fertility, and the mountains in Andean cosmology. The spider, in local beliefs, is a symbol of rain. The very act of walking these lines, a form of ritual procession, may have been a powerful plea for life-giving water, a way to connect the human world with the spiritual forces governing their harsh environment. The geoglyphs were not meant to be seen by gods in the sky, but to be traversed by people on the ground as part of a sacred dialogue with the elements. The ultimate significance of the Nazca lines, therefore, lies in what they represent as a coordinated scientific and social endeavor. Creating and maintaining these designs required a sophisticated understanding of geometry, surveying, and project management. It implies a centralized authority, or at least a shared cultural purpose, that could organize thousands of people over centuries. They had to plan, execute, and preserve these vast earthworks, passing the knowledge and the tradition down through generations. The lines are a testament to human cooperation on a staggering scale. They challenge the simplistic notion that ancient peoples were primitive or incapable of complex long-term projects. The Nazca transformed their entire landscape into a sacred space, an interface between their daily lives, their scientific observations of the heavens, and their spiritual beliefs. They are a permanent monument to humanity's drive to find order and meaning in the universe, to mark our place in the world not with fleeting monuments, but with lines drawn on the very face of the earth, a message to the ages written in the language of stone and sand. We now travel to the banks of the Indus River in modern-day Pakistan, to the ruins of one of the world's earliest and most sophisticated urban centers. This is Mohenjo-Daro, the Mound of the Dead, a city that thrived over 4,000 years ago as a jewel of the remarkable Indus Valley civilization. Its excavated streets reveal a society of astonishing planning with standardized bricks, a complex water and drainage system, and multi-story buildings. But scattered among these signs of an orderly, advanced society are clues to its mysterious and sudden decline. For some researchers, these clues point to a catastrophe so extreme, so unimaginably violent, that it has spawned one of archaeology's most persistent and controversial theories, the possibility of an ancient nuclear explosion. The evidence put forward by proponents of this theory is certainly dramatic. They point first to the discovery of dozens of skeletons seemingly scattered in the streets, some found in positions that suggest a sudden, violent death. This has been framed as a massacre, a population cut down where they stood. More compelling, however, are the mysterious physical conditions of the site itself. Some of the bricks and stone fragments at Mohenjo-Daro appear to be vitrified, meaning they have been fused into a glassy state. This process typically requires immense, concentrated heat temperatures in the range of several thousand degrees, similar to what is observed at sites of lightning strikes or, tellingly, at nuclear test grounds like the Trinity site in New Mexico. Furthermore, some reports from the mid-20th century claimed that radiation levels in the area were unusually high, and that surveys with Geiger counters showed elevated readings near the skeletons. The narrative that emerges from these pieces is both terrifying and compelling. It suggests that the city was destroyed in a single cataclysmic event, a flash of heat and energy so intense it literally melted the stone, poisoning the land with radiation and instantly killing the inhabitants. This theory taps into a deep well of fascination with lost advanced civilizations and even ancient warfare among gods or extraterrestrials as described in texts like the Hindu epic, the Mahabharata, which contains passages describing weapons that sound eerily similar to modern atomic explosions. The idea that our own technological apex is not the first, but merely the latest in a long cycle of rise and catastrophic fall, is a powerful and haunting concept. It rewrites human history not as a steady upward climb, but as a series of peaks and troughs, with previous ages achieving technological wonders that were ultimately used to destroy themselves, leaving behind only enigmatic clues like the vitrified stones of Mohenjo-Daro. When we turn to the mainstream archaeological and scientific community, however, we find a very different and far more gradual explanation for Mohenjo-Daro's end. The scattered skeletons are not necessarily evidence of a single massacre. Over the centuries, the city was rebuilt many times. The skeletons found in the upper, later layers could be the result of a raid by Indo-European invaders, bandit attacks during the city's final, weakened days, or even victims of a plague who were buried hastily as the social order collapsed. The city's decline was likely not a single event, but a slow-motion failure caused by a combination of factors, including climate change, the shifting course of the Indus River which devastated its agricultural base, and the collapse of the vast trade networks that had sustained its prosperity. As for the vitrified stone, geologists offer a much more commonplace cause. Mohenjo-Daro was a city built largely of mud, brick, and wood. Over its long history, it experienced numerous fires, some of them devastating. When a very hot, intense fire burns in a confined space with limited oxygen, like a building storage room containing oils, grains, or other combustible materials, it can create a localized, superheated environment. In such conditions, certain types of sand and clay-rich bricks can indeed vitrify. This phenomenon, known as clinker, is well documented in the remains of ancient kilns and even in modern house fires. The vitrification at Mohenjo-Daro is sporadic and localized, perfectly consistent with the aftermath of a massive, city-wide conflagration, not the uniform, all-consuming heat wave of a nuclear blast. The claims of high radiation levels are perhaps the most easily debunked part of the nuclear theory. The initial reports of Geiger counter readings have never been substantiated by subsequent rigorous scientific surveys. The background radiation levels at Mohenjo-Daro are entirely normal for the region. Any minor fluctuations can be explained by the natural presence of radioactive minerals in the local granite and other stones used in the city's construction. There is no evidence of the specific radioactive isotopes like cesium-137 or strontium-90 that are the unmistakable fingerprint of a nuclear fission event. The enduring power of the Mohenjo-Daro nuclear theory, therefore, lies not in its scientific credibility, but in its masterful use of scientific-sounding language to construct a compelling narrative. Words like vitrified and radiation carry immense weight. They sound precise, technical, and authoritative. When these terms are detached from their full geological context and paired with a dramatic, unexplained archaeological site, they create a powerful illusion of proof. The theory succeeds by taking real, observable phenomena and offering an extraordinary explanation for them, bypassing the more complex, less spectacular truths of environmental collapse and urban decay. It transforms a sobering story of a civilization succumbing to the slow pressures of a changing world into a spectacular, instant apocalypse, a warning from the past that feels ripped from the headlines of our own nuclear age. The mystery of Mohenjo-Daro's end is a real one, but its solution is likely found not in the ashes of an atomic war, but in the silent, patient work of archaeologists sifting through the layers of time, uncovering the slow and intricate story of how even the greatest of cities can fall. Just when you think the map of ancient human contact is settled, another artifact surfaces that seems to redraw the entire thing in one bold stroke. Our next discovery transports us to the high plains of Bolivia near the shores of the Great Lake Titicaca. Sometime in the 1950s, a farmer was working his land near the ancient Tiwanaku site when his tools struck something hard and round. What he unearthed was a large, beautifully crafted ceramic bowl, now known as the Fuente Magna. For years, it sat in obscurity, a curious local relic. Then, researchers took a closer look at its interior. The smooth surface of the bowl was covered in intricate, deeply carved inscriptions. To the astonishment of everyone who saw them, the symbols were not anything native to the Andes. They bore a striking, almost unbelievable resemblance to one of the oldest writing systems in the world, Sumerian cuneiform. Let that sink in for a moment. Sumerian cuneiform, the wedge-shaped script invented in the Fertile Crescent of Mesopotamia, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers over 5,000 years ago. And here it was, carved into a bowl found on the Altiplano of South America, nearly 8,000 miles away. The implications are so staggering they seem to belong in a work of fiction. If the inscriptions are genuine, they suggest direct, face-to-face contact between two of the world's great cradle of civilization cultures, connecting the Middle East and South America at a time when, according to conventional history, such a voyage was considered impossible. The theory proposes that Sumerian explorers, known to be skilled seafarers who traded across the Persian Gulf and into the Indus Valley, embarked on an epic transoceanic journey, rounding the southern tip of Africa or traversing the Pacific and eventually making landfall in Bolivia. They would have then interacted with the local population, perhaps even establishing a small, temporary presence, leaving behind this single, ceremonial bowl as a permanent record of their incredible journey. The initial analysis of the script seemed to support this radical idea. Researchers, including the Bolivian archaeologist Bernardo Baiados and others, have put forth translations of the cuneiform. They suggest the text is a dedication to a Sumerian fertility goddess, possibly Nia or Ninti, and includes Proto-Sumerian terms. The bowl itself, they argue, was likely a libation vessel used for pouring offerings of water or chicha, a local fermented corn beer, in a religious ritual. This interpretation paints a vivid picture: Sumerian priests or nobles far from home, performing ancient rites using a sacred object they brought with them or had crafted locally, inscribing it with prayers to their gods in a land they could never have imagined. The Fuente Magna, in this view, becomes a kind of ancient logbook, a testament to human courage and the vast, unknown networks of the ancient world. However, as with any claim that challenges the foundations of archaeology, the Fuente Magna has been met with intense and often dismissive skepticism from the academic mainstream. The objections are numerous and weighty. The first and most glaring issue is the bowl's provenance. It was not discovered during a controlled scientific excavation. It was a chance find by a farmer, and its exact archaeological context, the layer of earth it came from, what other objects were found with it, was never formally documented. This lack of a clear, datable context makes it incredibly difficult to verify its age or confirm it wasn't a more recent object that simply ended up in an old location. Without this crucial information, the bowl exists in an archaeological limbo. The second major area of skepticism focuses on the script itself. While some epigraphers see clear parallels with early Mesopotamian cuneiform, many other experts in the field argue that the symbols are a clumsy imitation. They point out inconsistencies in the sign forms and the overall composition, suggesting they may not be authentic cuneiform at all, but rather a form of pseudo-writing or a local artistic design that coincidentally resembles the Middle Eastern script. Some have even proposed that the markings could be a modern forgery crafted in the 20th century, perhaps to create a sensational artifact. The idea of pre-Columbian transoceanic contact, while tantalizing, has very little supporting evidence in the Americas. Outside of this one bowl, there are no Sumerian artifacts, no Mesopotamian-style architecture, no traces of their distinct material culture anywhere in South America. If there was sustained contact, wouldn't we expect to find more than a single piece of pottery? This debate between the bold theory and the rigid standards of proof places the Fuente Magna bowl at the heart of a classic archaeological conflict. It represents the clash between the tantalizing "what if" and the demanding "show me more." For those who believe in a more interconnected ancient world, the bowl is a revolutionary key, a piece of evidence so powerful it forces us to reconsider the capabilities of ancient sailors and the true extent of their horizons. For mainstream scholars, it is an anomaly that fails to meet the burden of proof, an outlier that cannot be accepted without a body of corroborating evidence that simply does not exist. The bowl's true story may never be fully known, but its very existence serves as a permanent, provocative question mark. It challenges the neat, separated boxes we put ancient civilizations in, and dares us to consider that the oceans were not barriers but highways for those with the skill and the courage to sail them. Deep within a coal mine in Wolfsegg, Austria, in the year 1885, miners splitting open a freshly excavated block of tertiary-era coal made a discovery that would baffle generations. Inside the solid coal seam, which dated back millions of years, was a perfectly formed cube of iron. It was roughly 2 inches on each side, with a deep groove running around its center and rounded edges, giving it a distinctly manufactured appearance. The miners, stunned by this impossible object embedded in a stratum from a time before humans, passed it on to the mine's owner, who in turn donated it to the Heimathaus Museum in Austria. This small, heavy block of metal, now known as the Wolfsegg iron, presents a paradox as stubborn as the material from which it's made. A seemingly worked piece of iron from an era when, according to all established science, no smelting technology, no industrial processes, and indeed, no human being should have existed to create it. The initial theories were as dramatic as the find itself. If the object was truly as old as the coal that encased it, its implications were staggering. It would suggest the presence of an industrial civilization in the deep, deep past, a culture that mastered metallurgy millions of years before our own genus, Homo, even appeared. This narrative taps directly into the compelling, if fringe, concept of hyperdiffusionism, or even a cyclical view of human history, where civilizations rise to technological prowess, collapse, and are utterly erased by geological time, leaving behind only the rarest, most durable of artifacts as cryptic clues. The object's neat geometric shape and the precise groove seem to defy any natural explanation, pointing instead to a deliberate, intelligent design from an unfathomably ancient epoch. However, when scientists finally had the chance to properly analyze the cube in the 1960s, a more grounded, though no less fascinating, explanation began to emerge. Using modern techniques like electron beam microanalysis, researchers determined that the cube was not pure iron, but a type of cast iron. More importantly, its specific composition and structure were found to be inconsistent with ancient, primitive smelting. Instead, the analysis revealed that the object's nickel content was far too low for it to be a common meteorite, while its internal structure and traces of other elements pointed toward a more modern industrial origin. The leading theory today is that the wolf's egg iron is not a product of a lost civilization, but a piece of mining equipment from the 19th century itself. It closely resembles a type of cast iron pig or a counterweight used in mining machinery of the era. The deep groove around its center would be a perfect spot to attach a rope or cable for lifting. So how did a modern industrial object become sealed inside ancient coal? The answer lies in the dynamic and often messy reality of a working mine. Coal seams are not static, undisturbed layers. They are fractured by geological pressures and penetrated by fissures. It is entirely plausible that this heavy piece of machinery was accidentally dropped down a crevasse or an abandoned mine shaft in the 19th century. Over time, through a combination of water, pressure, and the peculiar cementing properties of coal dust and minerals, the object could have become firmly embedded and encased in what appeared to be a solid block of coal. The miners who discovered it, splitting the coal along a natural fracture plane, would have had no reason to suspect it was a recent intrusion, creating the powerful illusion that it had been formed alongside the coal itself millions of years earlier. The true challenge of the wolf's egg iron, therefore, is not to the timeline of human ironworking, but to our interpretation of context. This artifact serves as a masterclass in the principle of Occam's razor. While the idea of a million-year-old foundry is thrilling, the evidence for a modern, mundane origin is far more consistent with everything else we know about human and geological history. The object lacks the patina and corrosion one would expect from such immense age, and its composition is a perfect match for 19th century metallurgy. Its story teaches a crucial lesson in archaeology and paleontology. An object is only as old as the layer it is found in if that layer is sealed and undisturbed. The wolf's egg iron almost certainly fell into a crack and was naturally re-cemented into position, a geological sleight of hand that created one of the 19th century's most enduring mysteries. It stands not as proof of a forgotten world, but as a permanent reminder that the past often presents us with puzzles, and the simplest solution is usually the one that fits the entire picture, not just the most exciting part of it. But the story of curious spheres from South Africa does not end with the Klerksdorp examples. There is another set, far more geometrically precise and far more baffling, that pushes the mystery to an entirely new level. Discovered in mineral deposits in South Africa, these objects are known as the grooved spheres, and they are unlike anything found naturally on Earth. The most famous of these were reported by miners in the 1980s working in Precambrian strata, rock layers that are an almost incomprehensible 2.8 billion years old. What makes these spheres so extraordinary are their three perfectly parallel grooves running around their equator, grooves that are so straight, so precise, and so consistently spaced that they look as if they were machined by a lathe. The spheres themselves are composed of a steel blue, incredibly hard metal, identified as an alloy of nickel and steel. And just like their Klerksdorp cousins, they are found in rock that dates back to a time when the only life on our entire planet was simple, single-celled organisms floating in a primordial ocean. The case for these objects being manufactured is incredibly strong, based purely on their physical attributes. Nature is a master of beautiful, flowing forms, the spiral of a shell, the branching of a tree, the curve of a river. But nature almost never produces sharp, straight lines and perfect parallel grooves. The three grooves on these spheres are geometric, machined, and intentional in appearance. Furthermore, the material itself is an anomaly. The nickel-steel alloy is not a common natural metal formation. It is a material that requires a sophisticated smelting and alloying process, the kind we associate with modern industry. When you combine this unnatural material with the unnatural geometry, the argument that these are simply random mineral formations begins to strain under the weight of the evidence. If these spheres are genuine artifacts, their implications are more than just revolutionary, they are paradigm-shattering. It would mean that 2.8 billion years ago, a technologically advanced civilization existed on Earth. This wasn't just before the dinosaurs, this was before multicellular life itself. It suggests a cycle of life and civilization on our planet so ancient that all evidence of it, save for these indestructible metal spheres, has been utterly erased by billions of years of geological upheaval, subduction, and mountain building. It forces us to confront the possibility that we are not the first, but merely the latest to walk this Earth. Of course, the mainstream geological explanation offers a very different perspective, one that seeks to explain these wonders through known, albeit rare, natural processes. The primary theory is that these grooved spheres are a type of concretion known as pyrite concretions. Pyrite, or fool's gold, can form in spherical shapes as it crystallizes in sedimentary rock. The grooves, geologists argue, could be the result of a process called conchoidal fracturing. As the sphere formed under immense pressure, internal crystalline stresses could have caused the outer shell to crack in a series of parallel, linear fractures. Over eons, weathering could have widened these cracks into the grooves we see today. Another possibility is that the spheres formed around a nucleus with a different crystalline structure, and the grooves represent the boundaries between different growth zones as the mineral slowly accreted layer upon layer. While these processes can create spheres and even lines, the astonishing precision and parallelism of the grooves remain a significant challenge for these naturalistic explanations. It is one thing for nature to create a crack, it is another for it to create three perfectly equidistant, machine-tooled grooves around a perfect sphere. This debate places the grooved spheres at the very frontier of our understanding, a place where extraordinary evidence is met with extraordinary skepticism, as it rightly should be. The scientific principle of Occam's razor suggests that the simplest explanation in this case, a rare but natural geological formation, is usually the correct one. Yet the spheres themselves seem to defy simplicity. They are a classic example of an out-of-place artifact, an object that so thoroughly contradicts our established timelines that it is easier to dismiss than to integrate. Their story is a powerful reminder of the limits of our knowledge. We have a very clear, linear narrative for the history of life and technology on Earth, but that narrative is built on the evidence we have been able to find. The grooved spheres represent a piece of evidence that doesn't fit, a data point that whispers of a history we have not yet begun to write. They challenge us to remain humble, to acknowledge that the billions of years of Earth's past may hold secrets far stranger and more wonderful than our current science can comfortably contain. Nestled in the dense river deltas and jungles of Costa Rica, far from the deserts of Nazca, lies a different kind of geometric wonder that trades vast lines for perfect volumes. Here, across the Diquis Delta, hundreds of stone spheres dot the landscape, some resting in village squares, others half buried in banana plantations, and a few still standing guard in their original mysterious alignments. Ranging from the size of a bowling ball to colossal orbs over 6 feet in diameter and weighing several tons, these spheres are carved from a hard granitic rock called gabbro. Their near-flawless roundness is so precise that when archaeologists first measured them with modern tools, they found the diameters varied by less than a centimeter. This isn't the work of a culture that simply appreciated round stones. This is the signature of a masterclass in precision stoneworking, a technological achievement that seems to materialize out of the jungle with no clear blueprint or explanation. The method of their construction remains a subject of intense study and admiration. The pre-Columbian people of the Diquis culture, who are credited with creating the spheres between the years 800 and 1500, left no written records. We must reverse engineer their process from the stones themselves and the remnants of their workshops. The prevailing theory is a multi-stage marathon of skill and patience. First, large boulders were selected from riverbeds where natural erosion had already begun to shape them. Then, the real work began. Using tools made of other, harder stones, artisans would have painstakingly pecked and hammered the rough boulder into a crude spherical shape. The final stage, the one that achieved the breathtaking precision, likely involved a combination of heating and cooling. They may have built fires against the stone, then rapidly cooled specific areas with water, causing thin layers to flake off in a controlled manner. Finally, they would have polished the sphere to a smooth finish using sand and leather, a process that could have taken generations for the largest examples. This wasn't brute force, it was a sophisticated application of thermal dynamics and persistent abrasion, a form of applied science passed down through families of specialist craftsmen. But the most tantalizing question, of course, is why? Why would a society dedicate such immense resources and generations of labor to creating these perfect forms? The theories are as varied as the spheres themselves, reflecting our own deep desire to assign meaning to such a grand and enigmatic project. One of the most compelling ideas positions them as astronomical markers. Some of the larger spheres were found arranged in straight lines and triangles, alignments that some researchers believe correspond to the rising and setting of the sun during solstices or equinoxes, or perhaps to significant stars. In this view, the spheres were a colossal, three-dimensional calendar carved in stone, a way for a complex agricultural society to anchor its rituals and planting cycles to the reliable movements of the heavens. They were not just art, they were a functional, scientific instrument on a landscape scale. Another prominent theory argues for a deeply social purpose, seeing the spheres as powerful symbols of status and authority. In many ancient societies, the ability to command vast labor for non-utilitarian projects was the ultimate expression of power. A chieftain who could commission and display these colossal orbs was demonstrating control over both resources and specialized knowledge. The size and perfection of a sphere and its placement near a leader's residence or a communal gathering place would have been a constant physical reminder of their influence and the social hierarchy. They might have marked territorial boundaries, sacred spaces, or the graves of important ancestors. The spheres, in this interpretation, are less about science and more about sociology, the stone equivalents of a crown or a scepter, solidifying the power structures of a developing civilization. There are, of course, more speculative ideas that capture the imagination. Some suggest the spheres represent celestial bodies, the sun, the moon, planets, and that their arrangements are a model of a cosmic order, a physical manifestation of a creation myth. Others, inevitably, have proposed a connection to lost civilizations like Atlantis or even extraterrestrial visitors. though these theories are firmly in the realm of speculation without any archaeological support. The most profound reality, however, may be that their true purpose was multifaceted. A single sphere could have served all these roles simultaneously: an astronomical marker for the priest, a status symbol for the chief, and a sacred object representing the sun for the entire community. Their meaning was likely as layered as the society that created them. The ultimate tragedy of the Dikwi spheres is not just that their makers left no written explanation, but that their context has been so brutally disrupted. Many of the spheres were moved by landowners in the 20th century to decorate their gardens and courtyards, completely destroying their original alignments. This has made it incredibly difficult for modern archaeologists to test the astronomical and geographical theories with certainty. We are left with the spheres themselves, silent and magnificent, but severed from the conversations they were meant to have with each other and with the landscape. They stand as a monumental testament to a universal human drive, the urge to impose perfect geometric order onto a chaotic natural world, to create a legacy in stone that would outlast empires and languages. They challenge our modern arrogance by proving that a society we might label as pre-technological possessed a profound scientific understanding of geology, geometry, and astronomy, an understanding they wielded to shape the very earth into forms of enduring mystery and beauty. But perhaps the most intimate and biologically specific mystery comes not from a temple wall or a metal sphere, but from a small, dark disk that fits comfortably in the palm of your hand. Discovered in Colombia, this object is known as the genetic disk, and it is carved from a remarkably hard black stone called lyddite. At first glance, its two faces are covered in a series of intricate, seemingly scientific illustrations. One side clearly shows a male and a female human figure, along with what appears to be a developing human fetus in several stages, connected by a spiral cord that looks unmistakably like an umbilical cord. But the imagery gets even more precise. There are detailed carvings of cells in various phases of division, some showing the chromosomes pulling apart in a perfect depiction of mitosis and meiosis. There are images of sperm fertilizing an egg, and even what some interpret as genetic mutations, showing malformed heads and other abnormalities. To a modern biologist, it looks like a rudimentary textbook illustration of human reproduction and embryology. The profound mystery here is one of timing. If this disk is a genuine pre-Columbian artifact, as its proponents claim, it would mean that an ancient culture in the Americas possessed a sophisticated, microscopic understanding of human genetics and cellular biology thousands of years before the invention of the microscope. This knowledge would predate Gregor Mendel's foundational work on heredity in the 1800s by millennia, and the discovery of the double helix structure of DNA by Watson and Crick in the 1950s by an even greater margin. The implication is staggering: a lost civilization with a scientific grasp of life's building blocks, knowledge that was then completely lost, only to be painstakingly rediscovered in our own modern era. It suggests a parallel thread of biological science, a forgotten lineage of intellectual inquiry that understood the very blueprints of life in a way that seems to defy the technological capabilities of the ancient world. However, when we apply the tools of archaeology and anthropology, a very different and far more plausible interpretation emerges, one that places the disk not in the realm of science, but in the rich and symbolic world of mythology and spiritual belief. The most likely explanation is that the carvings are not literal scientific diagrams, but powerful symbolic representations of creation, fertility, and the cycle of life. The cell division could be abstract artistic patterns representing growth and multiplication. The images of the fetus and the connected figures are almost certainly a symbolic depiction of the connection between parents, ancestors, and the new life they create. In many ancient cultures, the process of birth and the mystery of where life comes from were central to their cosmology, expressed through art that was deeply spiritual, not clinical. The disc may have been a sacred object used by shamans or elders in rituals related to fertility, childbirth, or initiation, a tangible representation of the community's beliefs about their own origins and continuity. The material of the disc itself also raises significant questions. Lyddite is an extremely hard stone, ranking just below diamond on the Mohs scale of mineral hardness. Working it with the tools typically available to pre-Columbian cultures would have been an immense challenge, requiring exceptional skill and patience. Furthermore, the precise provenance of the disc is, like so many of these controversial artifacts, cloudy. It was not uncovered in a controlled archaeological dig, but was allegedly found by a farmer, and its exact original context is unknown. This lack of a secure archaeological pedigree makes it difficult to date the object with certainty and to understand the culture that produced it. Without finding similar objects in a clear, datable strata, the genetic disk remains an isolated anomaly, a single data point in a sea of unanswered questions. Ultimately, the genetic disk presents us with a classic choice between two ways of seeing the past. One view sees a precise biological textbook, a relic of impossibly advanced knowledge. The other sees a profound and beautiful spiritual artifact, a symbolic map of life's greatest mysteries. The scientific interpretation challenges our entire timeline of discovery, while the symbolic interpretation fits comfortably within our understanding of ancient human creativity and its focus on the cycles of birth, life, and death. The disk's true power may lie in its ability to make us wonder not just about ancient knowledge, but about our own assumptions. It forces us to ask whether our modern, scientific lens is the only way to view a profound understanding of life, or if the symbolic and the spiritual can represent a different but equally valid form of truth about the human experience. Now, let's turn our attention to a small, enigmatic stone disk that has become a modern icon, an object that perfectly encapsulates the blurry line between a tantalizing mystery and an outright hoax. Discovered, or perhaps created, in the early 20th century, the Lolodov plate is a stone disk roughly a foot in diameter, said to have been found in a remote part of Nepal. Its surface is covered in a spiral groove, and carved within that groove is a scene that will be instantly familiar to anyone with a passing interest in UFO lore. It depicts a large, disc-shaped object, a classic flying saucer, hovering in the sky. Below it, standing on the ground, is a small, hairless humanoid figure with an oversized, bulbous head, large, slanted eyes, and a slender body, the spitting image of what popular culture today calls a gray alien. The resemblance is so precise, so uncanny, that it feels less like an ancient artifact and more like a page from a contemporary UFO magazine. The story attached to the plate is as compelling as the image itself. It's said that a Polish professor named Lolodov, fleeing the aftermath of World War II, acquired the plate from a mysterious man in Nepal who claimed it was thousands of years old, a relic of the Dropa people, a name that deliberately echoes the legend of the Dropa stones we discussed earlier. This narrative connection to another famous and widely debunked mystery is the first major red flag. The image on the plate taps directly into a very specific 20th century aesthetic of extraterrestrials. The gray alien archetype, while seemingly timeless now, was largely popularized in the 1950s and 60s through accounts like the Betty and Barney Hill abduction case and countless science fiction films. For an ancient artifact to so perfectly mirror a modern cultural construct is highly suspicious. It suggests the creator was not carving a being they had seen, but was instead replicating an image they had absorbed from their own contemporary media. The doubts surrounding the Lolodov plate are significant and well-founded. The primary issue, once again, is provenance. There are no credible records of its archaeological discovery. It seemingly appeared out of nowhere, with its history tied to a shadowy figure and a professor whose own background is difficult to verify. The object itself has never been subjected to rigorous scientific analysis to determine the age of the stone or the carving. The style of the depiction is another glaring problem. The clean, almost cartoonish lines of the flying saucer and the alien figure lack the stylistic elements of any known ancient Nepalese or Tibetan art. Instead, it looks exactly like what it is often accused of being, a piece of modern folk art created for the burgeoning tourist market or as a deliberate forgery intended to capitalize on the flying saucer fever of the mid-20th century. Many experts and skeptics confidently label it a modern creation, a clever but ultimately fake artifact designed to tell a story people were eager to believe. So why does the Lolodov plate continue to fascinate, even when the evidence for its authenticity is so thin? Its power lies in its perfect symbolism. This object is not just a potential fake, it is a mirror reflecting the very process of modern myth-making. In an age before the internet, a compelling image like this could travel the world in books and magazines, gaining an aura of mystery with each retelling. The plate represents our deep, psychological need to find validation for our beliefs in the physical world. We want tangible proof that our modern myths about visitors from other stars are not new, but are part of an ancient, hidden history. The Lolodov plate offers that proof in a simple, visually striking form. It bridges the gap between our technological present and a romanticized, mysterious past, creating a narrative that feels complete and satisfying, even if it is built on a foundation of sand. The story of the Lolodov plate, therefore, is a crucial lesson in discernment. It teaches us to be wary of artifacts that fit a little too perfectly into our pre-existing beliefs, especially when they lack a clear and documented history. It highlights the difference between a genuine archaeological puzzle, like the Antikythera Mechanism, which challenges our understanding of known technology, and a cultural artifact like this, which seems designed to confirm a specific modern speculation. The plate doesn't challenge the history of science as much as it challenges our own critical thinking. It asks us to consider whether we are uncovering truth or merely finding what we want to see, a beautifully carved stone reminding us that the most compelling mysteries are sometimes the ones we create for ourselves. Now, let's return to the Piri Rise map and its most tantalizing feature, that controversial southern landmass. To properly assess whether it truly represents Antarctica, we need to move beyond a general resemblance and examine the specific coastal details. Proponents of the ancient source map theory, like Professor Charles Hapgood, conducted a meticulous comparison in the 1960s. They overlaid the section of the Piri Rise map with modern seismic surveys of the subglacial bedrock of Antarctica, the continent's actual shape, which has been hidden under a mile of ice for at least 12,000 years. The alignment they reported was startling. The map's coastline appeared to show the Queen Maud Land region, with specific features like the Weddell Sea's indentation and the Palmer Peninsula's distinctive curve, matching the sub-ice topography with a degree of accuracy that seems far beyond coincidence for a 16th century cartographer simply guessing. This is the core of the argument, that Piri Rise had access to charts drawn by a seafaring culture that had mapped Antarctica during a prehistoric warm period, when its coasts were ice-free and navigable. The implication is that a global civilization, now lost to time, possessed the knowledge and skill to chart the entire world, and fragments of their work survived long enough to be copied and incorporated into this Ottoman admiral's compilation. However, to fully understand the map, we must place it firmly within its historical context, the Portolan chart tradition. Portolan charts, which originated in the Mediterranean around the 13th century, were practical navigation aids for sailors. They are characterized by their striking visual style, carefully drawn coastlines crisscrossed by a web of rune lines radiating from compass roses, which helped mariners plot courses across the open sea. These charts were renowned for their remarkable accuracy concerning well-traveled areas like the Mediterranean and the coasts of Europe and Africa. Their precision was born from cumulative empirical experience. Each voyage added new details, corrected errors, and slowly built up a reliable picture of the known world. Piri Reis was working squarely within this tradition. He states in his own marginal notes that he used multiple source maps, including contemporary Portuguese charts, Arab maps, and what he called very old maps from the time of Alexander the Great. The key question is whether the Portolan tradition alone, with its focus on empirically gathered coastal data, can account for the depiction of an unknown continent without resorting to a lost ancient civilization. When we analyze the specific features of the southern land on the Piri Reis map through the lens of Portolan cartography, a different picture emerges. Critics argue that the landmass is far more likely a distorted and conflated representation of the South American coastline, a common problem in early 16th century mapmaking. The eastern coast of South America on the map makes a sharp, almost 90-degree turn to the right. Many historians propose that the landmass below this bend is simply the same coast continued, but drawn with a severe eastward orientation due to a lack of space on the parchment or a misunderstanding of the reports from early Portuguese explorers. The shapes we see could easily be a blend of the coast of Brazil, the Rio de la Plata estuary, and the speculative Terra Australis Incognita, a theoretical great southern continent that geographers had believed must exist since ancient Greek times to balance the landmasses of the north. The famous accuracy when compared to Antarctica, then, could be a case of selective interpretation, where certain curves and indentations appear to match simply because we are looking for a match, while ignoring the many areas that do not align at all. Furthermore, the map contains significant known errors that reveal the limitations of its source material. The Caribbean islands are notably misplaced, and the representation of Central America is highly speculative. This demonstrates that Piri Reis was working with a mixture of excellent, good, and frankly poor information. If he had possessed a single, perfect ancient source map of the entire world, these glaring mistakes in other well-traveled areas would be difficult to explain. It is more logical to conclude that his southern landmass was a composite, a best guess based on sailors' tales, misunderstood reports of Patagonia and Tierra del Fuego, and the powerful influence of classical geographical theory. The Portolan tradition was brilliant for compiling known coasts, but it was not infallible, and when it ventured into the truly unknown, it often resorted to conjecture, connecting disparate pieces of information with imagined geography. The Piri Reis map remains a breathtaking masterpiece of its era, a snapshot of a world poised between discovery and myth. It challenges us not with definitive proof of an Ice Age cartographer, but with the enduring power of a mystery that forces us to carefully weigh the compelling allure of a lost world against the more complex, yet still wondrous, reality of how our own world was slowly, painstakingly pieced together. Returning now to where our journey began, let's dive back into the astonishing inner world of the Antikythera Mechanism. We've already marveled at its existence as an ancient Greek computer, but to truly grasp its revolutionary nature, we need to look closer at the engineering genius packed inside that corroded box. Advanced imaging has revealed a labyrinth of at least 30 interlocking bronze gears, each meticulously cut by hand. These weren't simple clockwork gears that move hands at a steady pace. They were mathematical models in metal designed to replicate the complex and sometimes irregular dance of the heavens. The brilliance of its design lies in its simulation of celestial mechanics. The Greeks knew from centuries of observation that the moon does not orbit the Earth in a simple, perfect circle. Its speed varies and its path wobbles slightly, a phenomenon called lunar anomaly. A simple gear train could never account for this. To model this variable motion required a level of mechanical sophistication that would not be seen again for over a millennium. The key to this achievement was one specific component, a piece of engineering magic that stands as the mechanism's crowning glory, the differential gear. In its most basic form, a differential is a special arrangement of gears that calculates a combined output from two different input speeds. In the Antikythera Mechanism, this ingenious assembly was used to precisely model the moon's changing velocity as it travels around the Earth. One input into this differential gear came from a main drive shaft representing the moon's average motion. The other input came from a separate, intricately linked set of gears that introduced a small, periodic variation, a wobble, to account for the anomaly. The differential gear then meshed these two inputs together, and its output drove a pointer that showed the moon's true, observed position in the sky, not just its average position, but its actual location at any given time, with all its subtle speeding up and slowing down perfectly calculated by this 2,000-year-old machine. To put this in a modern context, the differential gear is the very same fundamental principle used in the axle of every automobile today, allowing the wheels to rotate at different speeds when you turn a corner. It's also the heart of complex machinery in modern engineering and computing. The profound shock for historians of technology was the realization that this concept was not invented in the workshops of the European Renaissance or the Industrial Revolution, as was long believed. Its first known appearance was here, in this device crafted in the 2nd century before the Common Era. This single gear assembly rewrites a crucial chapter in the history of engineering, proving that the abstract mathematical concepts of epicyclic motion, the idea of a circle rolling upon another circle, were not just philosophical ideas for the ancient Greeks, but were physically implemented with breathtaking precision in brass and bronze. The implications for the history of precision instrument making are just as staggering. Creating these gears required more than just a skilled blacksmith. It demanded the birth of an entire craft of micro-engineering. Each gear tooth had to be individually filed and shaped to ensure smooth meshing with minimal friction. The axes had to be perfectly aligned. The tolerances, while not up to modern micrometer standards, were incredibly fine for the time, achieved with hand tools and an artisan's unwavering patience. The very existence of the Antikythera mechanism implies a previously unknown tradition of high-precision metalworking in the Hellenistic world. This was not a one-off prototype, but a refined, complex device. It suggests a lineage of craftsmanship, a school of thought where mathematicians, astronomers, and master metalworkers collaborated to turn theory into tangible, functioning reality. These anonymous engineers were the direct intellectual ancestors of the clockmakers who would eventually drive the scientific revolution in Europe. But their legacy was seemingly lost, swallowed by the collapse of their civilization and the long, intervening centuries. The Antikythera mechanism, therefore, is more than a relic. It is a ghost from a lost timeline of technological progress, a brilliant path that was opened, explored, and then tragically overgrown, waiting at the bottom of the sea for 2,000 years to remind us of the dizzying heights our ingenuity can reach. The profound frustration of the Voynich manuscript isn't just that the code hasn't been broken, but that every method we use to analyze it seems to pull us in two different directions at once, promising a solution and then snatching it away. On one hand, the text possesses statistical properties that are the hallmark of a genuine, structured language, not random gibberish. This is what makes it so uniquely maddening for cryptographers. The text obeys Zipf's law, a fundamental principle in linguistics. In any natural language, the most frequent word will appear roughly twice as often as the second most frequent word, 3 times as often as the third, and so on. The Voynich text follows this pattern beautifully. Its word entropy, a measure of the randomness or predictability in the order of words, also falls squarely within the range of known human languages like English or Latin. These properties strongly suggest that there is a meaningful message encoded here, a system with its own internal grammar and logic. It behaves like a language, it flows like a language, and it taunts us by refusing to be read as a language. This linguistic verisimilitude has made the manuscript a siren song for the world's top codebreakers. During the Second World War, a team of brilliant cryptanalysts from the United States and British intelligence services fresh from their success in cracking the Nazi Enigma and Japanese purple codes, turned their collective genius to the Voynich. These were the best in the world, the men and women who had shortened the war and saved countless lives with their intellectual prowess. They applied every tool in their arsenal, from frequency analysis to looking for cribs or known plaintext words, and they failed utterly. The manuscript resisted the very techniques that had unraveled the most sophisticated military ciphers of the 20th century. This wasn't a simple substitution cipher where one letter stands for another. It was something else entirely, a system so alien or so cleverly constructed that it defeated the greatest minds of the cryptographic age, a humbling reminder that a Renaissance mystery could be more stubborn than a wartime encryption. In more recent years, the baton has been passed from human intuition to artificial intelligence, with results that are as controversial as they are fascinating. In 2018, a team of researchers from the University of Alberta used artificial intelligence, specifically algorithms designed for language translation and pattern recognition, to tackle the puzzle. Their AI, after being trained on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in hundreds of languages to learn how linguistic structures map across different systems, analyzed the Voynich's strange script. The algorithm's conclusion was that the underlying language was most likely Hebrew. More specifically, it proposed that the manuscript was created using alphagrams, where the letters of each word are first alphabetized, and then a substitution cipher is applied. According to the AI, the opening phrase of the manuscript, which most researchers call Kokti Kokti Dal, actually translates to, "She made recommendations to the priest, man of the house, and me and people." Another group has since used a different AI approach to suggest the text is a mostly phonetic code for a form of abbreviated Latin related to medieval medical recipes. These AI-assisted breakthroughs made headlines around the world, but they were met with immediate and profound skepticism from the wider research community. A primary criticism is that the translations produced, while grammatically possible, are largely nonsensical and lack any coherent thematic connection to the bizarre illustrations. If the text is about herbal medicine, why does the translation read like a stilted, fragmented conversation? Furthermore, other researchers attempting to replicate the AI's methods with the same data have failed to arrive at the same conclusions, suggesting the results may be a product of the specific parameters and training data fed into the algorithm, a high-tech version of seeing shapes in the clouds. The AI found statistical patterns, but whether those patterns correspond to a meaningful, human-readable translation remains deeply uncertain. It's a classic case of the black box problem in artificial intelligence. We can see the output, but we don't truly understand the reasoning behind it, leaving us with another potential decipherment that feels more like an unverifiable hypothesis than a definitive solution. This relentless cycle of attempted decipherment and subsequent debunking is what solidifies the Voynich manuscript status as the holy grail of historical cryptography. It is the ultimate puzzle, a locked room at the heart of the library of human knowledge. Its power over us lies in this perfect balance of possibility and impossibility. The statistical evidence screams that it must be real, while every practical attempt to read it falls short. It challenges our modern arrogance, our belief that with enough computing power and intellectual firepower, every secret will eventually yield. The Voynich stands as a silent, stubborn monument to the idea that some mysteries are woven so deeply into the fabric of history that they may never be fully unraveled. A beautiful, illustrated enigma that continues to guard its secrets from all who dare to look. But the story of the Baghdad Battery doesn't end with its discovery in a museum case. It truly comes to life in the hands of modern experimenters. The field of experimental archaeology exists to test hypotheses about the past by physically recreating artifacts and putting them to work. For the Baghdad Battery, this has meant building dozens of replicas to see if this enigmatic clay pot could truly function as an electrical cell. the results of these experiments are both illuminating and central to the debate. Researchers, including the late German Egyptologist Arne Egerbrecht, constructed precise copies of the jar, filling them with an acidic electrolyte like vinegar or grape juice, substances readily available in the ancient world. When wires were connected to the copper cylinder and the iron rod, these replicas consistently generated a measurable voltage, typically between 0.8 and 2 volts. While this is a modest amount of power, it's important to remember that electricity isn't just about raw voltage. It's about what you can do with the current it produces. The crucial breakthrough came when experimenters connected several of these replica cells together in a series, creating what's known as a battery in the modern sense. A bank of 10 or so jars connected with wires could produce a combined voltage sufficient for a tangible, practical application. The most dramatic demonstration involved using this primitive battery pack to electroplate a small object. In one famous experiment, a thin layer of gold was successfully transferred from a source and deposited onto a silver statue, creating a permanent gilded surface through electrolysis. This wasn't just a theoretical exercise, it was a physical, repeatable process that showed the Baghdad Battery could have been used for exactly the kind of delicate, decorative metalwork for which the Parthian and Sasanian empires were known. The device works, and it works for a purpose that aligns perfectly with the technological and artistic achievements of its time. However, this compelling experimental evidence runs directly into the most significant and frequently cited counter-argument from mainstream archaeology: the complete absence of corroborating physical evidence. If the Baghdad Battery was a commonly used tool for electroplating, even within a specialized guild of artisans, then where are the electroplated objects? The argument from silence is a powerful one in archaeology. We have a wealth of metal artifacts from the region and era, and they showcase a variety of sophisticated finishing techniques. We see objects that are gold-leafed, where a thin sheet of gold is hammered onto a base metal. We find items that are fire-gilded, a process where gold is mixed with mercury and applied, then heated to vaporize the mercury, leaving a gold coating. What we do not find are objects that show the distinctive microscopic signature of electroplating, a process that bonds the metals at an atomic level in a way that is detectably different from these other methods. For skeptics, this absence is definitive. They argue that if this technology was known and utilized, it would have been a revolutionary advancement, and its products would have been highly valued and preserved. The fact that not a single, verifiably electroplated artifact has ever been found in a Mesopotamian context suggests that the technique simply wasn't part of their metallurgical repertoire. The experimental reenactments, while fascinating, may simply be demonstrating a clever modern application for an ancient object that was designed for an entirely different purpose. This stark disagreement forces us to confront the very nature of evidence and interpretation. Proponents of the battery theory offer several potential explanations for the lack of electroplated finds. Perhaps the knowledge was a closely guarded secret of a small, elite group of artisans, used so sparingly that its products are exceptionally rare. It's also possible that the electroplated layer on any surviving objects is simply too thin to have withstood centuries of corrosion, leaving no trace for modern analysis. Some have even suggested a more ritualistic or medicinal purpose. Could the mild electric current have been used for a form of electrotherapy, a concept hinted at in some ancient texts regarding the use of electric fish to numb pain? The tingling sensation produced by the battery would have been mysterious and potentially powerful in a pre-scientific context. This line of thinking expands the possibilities beyond electroplating, suggesting its use could have been for experiences rather than physical production, an application that would leave no tangible evidence behind. The very fact that we can propose multiple plausible uses for the device highlights its inherent ambiguity. It is a tool whose function is not self-evident from its form alone. Ultimately, the Baghdad Battery remains in a state of elegant suspension, a perfectly balanced scale of evidence. On one side, we have the powerful, visceral proof of experimental archaeology, the glowing wires, the bubbling electrolyte, the shimmering result of a successful electroplating demonstration. This shows us what the artifact could have done. On the other side, we have the quiet yet immense weight of archaeological context, the thousands of excavated objects that show no sign of this technology, the historical records that make no mention of it, and the simpler, more documented explanations for the artifact's form. This tells us what the artifact likely was not used for. It does not provide a definitive answer, but instead serves as a permanent invitation to keep questioning. The battery challenges the linearity of scientific progress by presenting us with a tantalizing, what if, a spark of potential that flickered in the ancient world, a technology that was within their grasp whether they fully understood it or not. Its legacy is not a rewritten chapter in a textbook, but a lingering question that ensures we never become too complacent in our assumptions about the ingenuity of the past. The allure of the Saqqara bird as a proto-glider is so compelling that it demanded more than just visual analysis. It called for hard data, for the kind of empirical testing that separates speculation from science. This is where the story takes a fascinating turn into the modern world of aeronautical engineering. Intrigued by the artifact's unusual form, a team of researchers decided to put the hypothesis to the ultimate test. They didn't just build a balsa wood model to throw by hand. They constructed precise replicas and subjected them to the rigorous, controlled environment of a wind tunnel. This is the same technology used to design and refine modern aircraft, a tool that measures lift, drag, and stability with unforgiving accuracy. The results, however, were not the clear-cut confirmation many had hoped for. While the basic wing shape did generate some lift, the tests revealed a critical flaw. Without a horizontal stabilizer, that small, wing-like part at the tail of every airplane, the Saqqara bird replica was fundamentally unstable. It would pitch and yaw unpredictably, tumbling out of control rather than executing a smooth, stable glide. The wind tunnel didn't just question the bird's effectiveness as a glider, it seemed to refute the idea outright, demonstrating that the artifact, as discovered, lacked the essential component for longitudinal stability in flight. This scientific verdict forces a major reevaluation and deepens the debate significantly. Proponents of the aerodynamic theory, however, were not ready to concede. They proposed a clever and entirely plausible counter-argument. What if the horizontal stabilizer was a separate piece, made from a different, more perishable material like wood or thin papyrus, that simply did not survive the millennia? The artifact itself shows a clean, flat surface at the rear where such a piece could have been attached. If a craftsman had fitted a small, flat tailplane to that spot, the entire aerodynamic equation changes. When researchers modified their replicas with this addition, the behavior of the model transformed. The instability vanished, replaced by the graceful, stable glide of a well-designed aircraft. This missing piece theory is powerful because it accounts for both the wind tunnel data and the artifact's unusual form. It suggests the Egyptians weren't just carving a bird, they were modeling a specific, functional configuration, a design where the vertical tail and the horizontal stabilizer worked in concert. In this view, the Saqqara bird isn't a failed glider. It's an incomplete model, a puzzle missing one crucial part that would unlock its true purpose. Of course, the mainstream archaeological perspective offers a much simpler interpretation, one that requires no missing parts or lost knowledge of flight. Skeptics argue that we are, once again, guilty of presentism, viewing the past through the lens of our own technological obsessions. They see the Saqqara bird not as an aircraft but as a ceremonial falcon, a stylized representation of a bird of prey. The vertical tail, in this view, is not a stabilizer but a stylized bird's tail, perhaps even a support for a separate ornament or a symbolic feather. The fact that it doesn't fly well in a wind tunnel is irrelevant because it was never meant to fly at all. It was meant to sit on a shelf or be held in a ceremony or serve as a child's toy. Its shape is the result of artistic convention and symbolic representation, not aerodynamic calculation. The stability issues revealed by the wind tunnel are, for this camp, the final nail in the coffin, proving that the artifact's form was dictated by aesthetics and culture, not by a hidden understanding of the principles of flight. So where does this leave us, caught between the wind tunnel's cold data and the warmth of a tantalizing what if? The true significance of the Saqqara bird may lie not in proving one side of the argument definitively right, but in what the argument itself represents. This small wooden artifact has become a nexus where the disciplines of archaeology and aeronautical engineering collide. It challenges archaeologists to consider that an object's function might be more technologically sophisticated than its cultural context initially suggests. Simultaneously, it challenges engineers to remember that not every elegantly shaped object is a blueprint for a machine. The Saqqara bird forces a dialogue between these two worlds, a conversation about the nature of evidence, the limits of interpretation, and the subtle line between a brilliant, intuitive design and a simple, beautiful coincidence. It stands as a permanent invitation to wonder, a reminder that the seeds of great ideas, whether in art, religion, or science, can be found in the most unexpected places, leaving us to ponder whether we are looking at a child's toy, a god's symbol, or the fragmented dream of an ancient engineer who looked at a bird and dared to imagine joining it in the sky. And so our journey brings us to a small, private collection in Colombia, where a set of dazzling gold objects seems to catapult us from the ancient world straight into the age of aerospace engineering. These are the Quimbaya artifacts, a collection of hundreds of small, intricate pendants and figures crafted by the Quimbaya civilization, which flourished between the 4th and 7th centuries. Most depict animals, frogs, fish, lizards, but a handful of these golden figures are strikingly, bafflingly different. They possess a form that is utterly anachronistic, a streamlined tubular fuselage, a pair of delta-shaped wings swept back at a sharp angle, and a distinct vertical tail fin. To any modern observer, the resemblance is immediate and electrifying. These don't look like the creatures of the jungle, they look like jet aircraft. Proponents of the ancient airplane theory, led by figures like Ivan Sanderson and Dr. Algund Einboom, have conducted detailed analyses that go far beyond a casual resemblance. They argue that the proportions and features of these objects are not just visually similar to modern aircraft, but are functionally aerodynamic. They point to the precise placement of the wings, which are located exactly where an aerospace engineer would position them for center of gravity stability. They highlight the vertical tail fin, a feature utterly useless on a bird or insect, but absolutely critical for an aircraft to prevent yawing or swinging side to side in flight. Some of the figures even appear to show what could be interpreted as a cockpit canopy or a jet intake. To test the hypothesis, enthusiasts have built precise, scaled-up models of these golden figures, fitted them with propellers, and launched them. The results are startling. These models don't just fall, they fly. They demonstrate stable, smooth gliding capabilities, proving that the shape encoded in the gold is, whether by design or incredible chance, a functional aerodynamic form. This suggests the impossible, that a pre-Columbian culture in South America possessed a fundamental understanding of principles of flight that wouldn't be rediscovered for over 1,000 years. The mainstream archaeological and anthropological perspective, however, offers a much more grounded and deeply contextual explanation. Experts universally identify these figures as highly stylized representations of local fauna. The most common interpretation is that they are zoomorphic effigies of birds, insects, or even seed pods. The fuselage is the creature's body, the wings are its stylized wings, and the tail fin is its tail. The Quimbaya were master goldsmiths renowned for their abstract and symbolic artistic style. They didn't seek to create photorealistic replicas of animals, but rather to capture their essence in a symbolic form, often merging features of different creatures into a single, powerful amulet. A bird's wings might be exaggerated and geometric, a fish's body might be made more tubular, all filtered through a cultural lens that valued symbolism over strict realism. The aerodynamic performance of the models, while intriguing, can be explained by the simple fact that many natural forms are inherently aerodynamic. A maple seed, for instance, spins and glides beautifully, but that doesn't mean the tree designed it for flight in the engineering sense. The Quimbaya may have simply been replicating forms they observed in nature, which, through the sheer happenstance of evolution, also happened to be efficient in the air. This stark disagreement brings us back to a powerful psychological principle we've encountered before: pareidolia. This is the innate human tendency to see familiar patterns, especially faces and objects, in random or ambiguous stimuli. Our modern brains are saturated with images of technology, with the sleek silhouettes of fighter jets and commercial airliners. When we look at an abstract Quimbaya artifact, our minds instantly, subconsciously, connect the dots to form the most familiar pattern we know. We see an airplane because we are creatures of the 21st century, and our perception is irresistibly drawn to what is most relevant in our own world. The original artist, however, lived in a world of jaguars, hummingbirds, and sacred plants. They almost certainly saw a stylized animal, a symbol of power, fertility, or a connection to the spirit world. The Quimbaya airplanes, therefore, stand as a perfect case study in the gap between ancient intention and modern interpretation. They challenge us to recognize the filter of our own culture through which we view all artifacts from the past. Are we discovering evidence of lost technology? Or are we simply projecting our own technological identity onto the beautiful, enigmatic creations of a people whose worldview and symbolic language are forever lost to time? These small gold figures hold no gears, no inscriptions, no blueprints. They hold only a shape, and in that shape we see a reflection of our own desire to find the seeds of our modern world hidden in the glimmering treasures of the ancient one. High in the Andes, overlooking the ancient Inca capital of Cusco, stands a fortress that defies not just invaders, but the very logic of construction itself. This is Sacsayhuaman, and its walls are a geological and engineering marvel that has humbled visitors for centuries. You are confronted not by simple, rectangular blocks, but by a monumental, three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle carved from the living rock of the mountains. Enormous stones, some weighing over 100 tons, are locked together in a sprawling, zigzagging pattern. Their shapes are wildly irregular, a chaotic assortment of angles, curves, and protrusions. Yet, where these behemoths meet, the fit is so flawless that you cannot slip a single piece of paper between them. This isn't just masonry. It is a form of stone tailoring, where each massive block was seemingly sculpted to embrace its neighbors with an intimacy that modern engineering would struggle to replicate, all achieved without a single drop of mortar to bind them. The process of creating these walls represents a logistical nightmare that the Inca transformed into a breathtaking reality. It began in the quarries, where workers had to identify and extract these colossal limestone and diorite blocks. They likely used a combination of thermal shock and precise percussive force. By building fires against the natural fracture lines in the bedrock and then rapidly cooling the heated stone with water, they could induce controlled cracking, splitting the giant stones from the mountain face. Then came the Herculean task of transportation. Without the wheel, without draft animals stronger than the llama, the Inca moved these 100-ton stones across miles of rugged, mountainous terrain. The prevailing theory is that they used a system of earthen ramps, rollers made from felled trees, and an immense amount of coordinated human labor, pulling the stones with massive fiber ropes. Imagine thousands of workers chanting in unison, inching a single block up a mountainside. a testament to social organization so powerful it could make the very earth move. But the true, enduring mystery of Sacsayhuaman is not how they moved the stones, but how they shaped and fitted them with such impossible precision. How do you get a multi-angled 20-ton stone to fit perfectly against its equally complex neighbor? The mainstream archaeological view holds that the Inca were master stonemasons who used a sophisticated process of trial and error. They would have shaped a block roughly at the quarry, transported it to the wall, and then meticulously fine-tuned its shape. This final fitting likely involved using smaller, harder stones as pounding and grinding tools. A mason would have held a stone against the partially shaped block and repeatedly pounded the contact point, slowly abrading the surface and creating a perfect negative impression of the neighboring stone. This method, while incredibly time-consuming, is physically plausible and leaves telltale marks that can be seen on some of the stones. It suggests a culture with a profound understanding of geometry and an almost limitless reserve of patience, where a single wall could take generations to complete, with knowledge passed from father to son in an unbroken chain of craftsmanship. However, this established explanation is challenged by the sheer scale and perfection of the largest walls. The trial and error method seems almost comically inadequate when applied to stones so massive that they cannot be easily shifted or adjusted. This has led to more speculative yet fascinating alternative theories. Some researchers propose that the Inca possessed a lost technique for somehow softening the stone. The idea is that they used a plant-based chemical compound, a secret geopolymer slurry, that could temporarily make the surface of the hard rock malleable, allowing them to mold it like clay against its neighbors before it rehardened. While there is no direct archaeological evidence for such a compound, proponents point to the unique, almost melted appearance of some joints and the legendary accounts of plants with special properties known to the Inca. Another, more controversial idea suggests the use of advanced sonic or vibrational technology. Could the Inca have discovered a specific resonant frequency that caused the stone to become plastic or at least easier to work? These theories venture into the realm of the speculative, but they are born from a genuine struggle to explain a feat that seems to border on the superhuman. Ultimately, the walls of Sacsayhuaman stand as a monumental testament to the Incas' deep, symbiotic relationship with their environment. They didn't conquer the stone, they conversed with it. Their engineering was an extension of their worldview, where the mountain itself was a living deity and a poo. By fitting the stones so perfectly without mortar, they created structures that were not rigid but dynamic. During the frequent earthquakes that shake the Andes, a modern brick and mortar wall would crack and collapse, but the Sacsayhuaman walls dance. The interlocking stones, with their complex joints, absorb and redistribute the seismic energy, allowing the entire structure to shift and settle during a tremor, and then settle back into place perfectly intact. This is not just engineering, it is geological wisdom. The Inca understood the land they built upon, and their walls were designed to move with the earth, not against it. They are a permanent lesson in resilience, a reminder that true strength lies not in rigid opposition, but in flexible, intelligent adaptation. Standing in the courtyard of the Qutb Minar complex in Delhi, India, is a column of iron that utterly defies the normal passage of time. This is the Iron Pillar of Delhi, a towering 23-foot testament to a forgotten scientific genius. Forged in the 4th or 5th century, this pillar has withstood over 1,600 years of scorching sun, drenching monsoon rains, and the polluted air of a modern metropolis. And yet, despite being made of 98% pure wrought iron, it shows almost no signs of the rust that should have consumed it centuries ago. It's not just old, it's pristine, a silent, stoic marvel that has left generations of scientists and metallurgists in awe, trying to unlock the secret of its seemingly magical resistance to decay. The mystery isn't simply that the pillar is old, but that it possesses a specific, sophisticated form of protection that we would recognize today as a passive protective layer. For a long time, many believed its resilience was due to the sheer purity of the iron or the dry climate, but these theories couldn't fully explain its survival through the intensely humid monsoon seasons. The real secret was uncovered in the 20th century through advanced scientific analysis. Researchers discovered that the ancient ironsmiths who crafted the pillar had, either through brilliant insight or a happy accident, incorporated a high percentage of phosphorus into the metal. This was a critical ingredient they couldn't have known about in the way a modern chemist would. The process they used involved a unique method of smelting iron ore with a high phosphorus content and charcoal without using limestone as a flux. This unconventional technique resulted in a slag that was rich in phosphorus, which became part of the final iron mass. Here is where the ancient magic becomes modern science. Over time, this phosphorus-rich iron reacts with the oxygen and moisture in the air, but instead of forming the loose, flaky, destructive rust we see on modern iron, it forms an incredibly thin, continuous, and protective film. This film, only a few hundredths of a millimeter thick, is a complex mix of iron, oxygen, hydrogen, and phosphorus. It's called a mesowite layer, and it acts as a perfect barrier. It adheres tightly to the underlying metal, preventing oxygen and water from penetrating further and halting the corrosion process in its tracks. This is a form of self-healing, ancient anti-corrosion technology. The pillar essentially created its own perfect, invisible shield, a feat of passive protection that modern industry strives to replicate with paints, galvanization, and complex alloys. This single artifact forces a dramatic re-evaluation of the history of metallurgy. For centuries, the narrative placed the pinnacle of ancient metalworking in the steel of Damascus or the weapons of the Romans. The Iron Pillar of Delhi stands as a colossal rebuttal to that limited view. It reveals that ancient Indian metalworkers, likely working under the patronage of the Gupta Empire, had achieved a level of empirical metallurgical science that was not just advanced, but in this specific aspect, unparalleled. They understood the properties of their raw materials and their processing techniques so intimately that they could produce a result that Western science would not systematically understand or replicate until the advent of modern stainless steel in the 20th century. This wasn't a theoretical understanding of chemistry. It was a profound, practical mastery over the very nature of a material, a knowledge so deep it was literally baked into the metal itself. The story of the pillar is also a story of context and lost knowledge. It's crucial to note that this rust-resistant quality is not a feature of the iron itself, but of the specific protective environment that has developed on its surface over centuries. This leads to a fascinating and cautionary tale. When a small, identical iron disc was taken from the pillar for study and then polished to a mirror shine, it began to rust almost immediately in a laboratory. The act of polishing had destroyed the delicate, ancient protective film. Furthermore, when modern engineers attempted to recreate the pillar's composition for new installations, they found that while the phosphorus-rich iron was rust-resistant, it was also more brittle and difficult to weld on an industrial scale. This suggests that the ancient technique, while brilliant for a single, massive, ceremonial object, may not have been suited for the mass production of tools or weapons, which could explain why the knowledge behind it appears to have been a specialized and ultimately lost art. The Iron Pillar, therefore, is more than just a scientific marvel. It is a unique cultural artifact, a product of a specific time, place, and intention, whose silent endurance continues to challenge our assumptions about the progress of technology and the sophisticated, nuanced wisdom of the ancient world. Now, let's turn our attention from solid stone and resilient metal to a weapon of liquid fire, a terrifying force that once decided the fate of empires on the high seas. Imagine you are a sailor on an Arab warship in the 7th century, part of a fleet besieging the great city of Constantinople. You see the smaller Byzantine dromon galleys approaching, and you feel confident in your numerical advantage. But then you notice something strange. A strange tube like a bronze dragon's head emerges from the enemy ship's hull. A hiss follows, and then a stream of liquid fire erupts, arcing through the air. It is not like any flame you have ever seen. This fire does not simply burn, it clings. It sticks to the wooden hull of your ship, it sticks to the sails, and horrifyingly, it sticks to the men clinging to their skin and clothes. Even when they leap into the water, the fire continues to burn on the surface of the sea, creating an inferno from which there is no escape. This was the legendary Greek fire, the ultimate weapon of the Byzantine Empire, and its secret was so closely guarded that its precise formula remains one of history's most tantalizing lost secrets. The power of Greek fire, or sea fire as the Byzantines called it, wasn't just its ferocity, but its unique and terrifying properties that defied all conventional firefighting methods of the age. Historical accounts, particularly from Byzantine and Arab chroniclers, describe a substance that was nearly impossible to extinguish. Water seemed to feed the flames, a property that must have seemed like pure sorcery to those who faced it. It was reportedly sticky, like a modern napalm, adhering to whatever it touched and ensuring complete destruction. It could be projected over significant distances, either through siphons or in clay grenades, and it created a thick, choking smoke. Its deployment was a psychological weapon as much as a physical one, breaking enemy morale and creating an aura of invincibility around the Byzantine navy for centuries. For an empire constantly under threat from all sides, Greek fire was more than a weapon. It was a strategic asset that ensured its survival, a technological edge so critical that its composition was known only to a select few, perhaps even only the reigning emperor and one specific family of alchemists. The secret was considered a matter of national security, and revealing it was punishable by death. So, what was in this incredible concoction? While the full, exact recipe died with the Byzantine Empire, modern chemists and historians have developed several compelling hypotheses by piecing together clues from historical texts and understanding the available materials. The primary ingredient was almost certainly a form of crude oil or naphtha, a light, flammable petroleum derivative readily available in the region around the Black Sea. This provided the combustible base, but the true genius of Greek fire likely lay in its additives. To explain its water-resistant and incendiary nature, many experts point to quicklime or calcium oxide. Quicklime has a fascinating chemical property. When it comes into contact with water, it undergoes a violent exothermic reaction, generating intense heat. If a mixture of naphtha and quicklime was projected onto the sea, the water itself would trigger a reaction, simultaneously igniting the petroleum and creating the illusion that the water was burning. Other proposed additives include pine resin or tar to give it its sticky, adhesive quality, and saltpeter or potassium nitrate, which could have acted as an oxidizer, helping the fire sustain itself even in challenging conditions. Some theories even suggest the inclusion of sulfur to create toxic fumes, adding a chemical warfare component to the already horrifying spectacle. The deployment system for Greek fire was as innovative as the substance itself, representing a significant leap in naval engineering. It wasn't simply poured from buckets, it was a pressurized delivery system. The Byzantines used a device called a siphon, a bronze tube mounted on the prows of their ships. Behind this tube was a heated, pressurized tank, likely made of bronze. An operator would use a pump to build pressure and then open a valve, projecting the liquid mixture through the siphon. In some descriptions, a portable flame was held at the tip of the siphon to ignite the stream as it emerged, creating the iconic jet of fire. This system turned a warship into a floating flamethrower, a concept so advanced it would not be seen again until the 20th century. The engineering required to create a sealed, pressurized tank that could withstand the heat and pressure of this volatile mixture, and to devise a reliable pumping and ignition mechanism, speaks to a highly sophisticated understanding of mechanics and chemistry. It rewrites our perception of medieval technology, revealing a lineage of practical engineering that was far ahead of its time, focused on solving a very direct and existential problem: survival. The legacy of Greek fire, therefore, is multifaceted. It rewrites the history of chemical warfare by showing that the use of complex, engineered incendiaries dates back over 1,000 years, long before the horrors of the modern battlefield. It rewrites the history of naval combat, proving that technological superiority could decisively shape the outcome of sea battles, establishing a principle that still governs naval strategy today. But perhaps its most profound impact is as a symbol of the power and peril of lost knowledge. The Byzantine Empire guarded its secrets so effectively that when the empire finally fell, the knowledge vanished completely. Countless attempts to recreate it have been only partially successful. We can make things that burn on water, but we have never perfectly replicated the specific, terrifying combination of adhesive, water-igniting, and persistent properties described by the terrified witnesses who faced it. Greek fire stands as a permanent testament to a pinnacle of ancient science, a brilliant fusion of chemistry and engineering that flickered brightly in the darkness of a turbulent age, only to be extinguished by the passage of time, leaving behind only the ghost of its terrifying flame. While the Byzantines were harnessing the raw power of fire on the other side of the world, in 2nd century Han Dynasty China, a brilliant scholar named Zhang Heng was listening to the very earth itself, seeking to understand its deepest tremors. His creation, presented to the imperial court in the year 132, was a masterpiece of both art and science that would not be rivaled for over 1,500 years. It was the world's first seismoscope, an object so ahead of its time it seems to defy its own era. Imagine a large, ornate bronze vessel, perhaps 6 feet in diameter, resplendent with decorative patterns. Encircling its top were 8 dragons, each one poised with a bronze ball held delicately in its jaws. Crouched directly below each dragon, with mouths wide open, sat 8 corresponding bronze toads. This was not a sterile scientific instrument. It was a mythological tableau, a cosmic balance of celestial dragons and earthly toads. Yet within this beautiful sculpture lay a mechanical mystery of stunning sophistication. A device that could, according to historical records, detect the direction of an earthquake from hundreds of miles away. The historical accounts of its operation read like magic, but they describe a consistent, repeatable phenomenon. When an earthquake struck, even a distant tremor too faint for people to feel, one of the 8 dragons would be triggered. Its jaw would snap open, and the bronze ball held within would drop, clattering directly into the mouth of the toad waiting below. The specific dragon that released its ball indicated the compass direction from which the seismic waves had originated. One famous story recounts a day when the dragon facing west released its ball. Even though no one in the capital had felt the slightest shake, skeptical officials dismissed it as a malfunction until days later, a messenger arrived from a commandery far to the west, reporting a major earthquake that had occurred at the exact moment the dragon had dropped its ball. This was no party trick. It was a functional early warning system, allowing the imperial government to send aid and assess damage in remote provinces long before official reports could travel by horseback. The central, enduring mystery is not whether it worked. The historical records strongly suggest it did, but how. Zhang Heng took the secret of its internal mechanism to his grave, and the original device was lost to history, leaving modern engineers and scientists to engage in a fascinating game of reverse engineering. The most widely accepted theory, proposed by the pioneering seismologist John Milne in the 19th century and refined over decades, involves a simple but brilliant principle of inertia. Inside the bronze vessel, it is believed, stood a heavy, inverted pendulum, a large mass, suspended from the top like a giant clapper in a bell. This pendulum was delicately balanced and free to swing in any direction. Arranged around the base of this pendulum, connected by levers or cranks, were 8 mechanisms, each one linked to a dragon's head on the outside. When seismic waves from a distant earthquake arrived, they would cause the body of the vessel to shift slightly. But the suspended mass, due to its inertia, would tend to stay in place. This relative motion between the moving vessel and the stationary mass would cause the pendulum to swing, tilting toward the direction of the incoming waves. As it tilted, it would engage the specific lever mechanism on that side, which would in turn trigger a release mechanism, perhaps a pin or a latch, causing only the dragon facing the epicenter to open its jaw and release the ball. This principle is the very foundation of modern seismology. All seismographs today rely on the same basic concept of a mass that remains relatively stationary while the ground and the instrument's frame move around it. Zhang Heng's genius was in mechanizing this detection and translating it into an immediate, unambiguous directional reading. The sophistication lies in the sensitivity. To detect waves from hundreds of miles away, the pendulum and its triggering mechanism had to be exquisitely balanced, capable of responding to the faintest of ground motions while resisting false triggers from wind, nearby footsteps, or other local disturbances. He may have used a system of springs or a carefully calculated suspension to give the pendulum just the right amount of stability and freedom, a feat of intuitive physics that would not be formally understood for centuries. The significance of the seismoscope in the history of geophysics cannot be overstated. For over a millennium and a half, the Western world believed earthquakes were the wrath of gods or the rumblings of mythical creatures. Zhang Heng's device stands as a monumental declaration that these phenomena were not supernatural, but natural events that could be measured, analyzed, and understood through mechanical means. It represents one of the very first applications of physics to the study of the solid Earth, a field that would not be formally established until the 19th century. It rewrites the timeline of scientific instrumentation, proving that the empirical, experimental spirit of science was alive and thriving in ancient China. The seismoscope was not an isolated marvel. It was part of a broader worldview that sought rational explanations for natural phenomena. Zhang Heng, who was also a renowned astronomer, cartographer, and poet, embodied this holistic approach to knowledge. His dragon and towed vessel is more than just a clever machine. It is a powerful symbol of that pivotal moment in human history when we began to use the tools of engineering to listen to the hidden language of our planet, transforming the terrifying rumble of an earthquake from an act of God into a problem of physics. Now, let's turn our gaze from massive earthworks and resilient iron to an object of breathtaking delicacy and color-shifting magic. Imagine yourself in a wealthy Roman villa in the 4th century. You are handed a beautiful glass drinking cup, intricately carved with a scene from the myth of King Lycurgus, entangled by the vine god Dionysus. In the soft, diffused light of the room, the cup appears a milky, opaque jade green. But then, you lift it to offer a toast, and as a beam of direct sunlight passes through it from a window, the entire vessel undergoes a miraculous transformation. The green vanishes, and in its place the cup glows with a vibrant, translucent ruby red. This is the Lycurgus cup, and for nearly 2,000 years, the secret behind its color-changing trick was one of the most enchanting mysteries of the ancient world. It wasn't just beautiful art, it was a piece of alchemy frozen in glass, a miracle that would only be explained by the most advanced science of our own time. The key to this incredible phenomenon lies not in dyes or pigments, but in something far more extraordinary: ancient, accidental nanotechnology. For centuries, scholars and chemists were baffled. How could a single piece of glass display two completely different colors? The breakthrough came in the 1990s, when researchers were finally able to analyze tiny fragments of the glass under powerful electron microscopes. What they discovered was nothing short of revolutionary. Embedded within the glass matrix were billions upon billions of minuscule metal particles, each one measuring between 50 and 100 nanometers in diameter. To put that in perspective, a nanometer is 1 billionth of a meter. You could line up 1,000 of these particles across the width of a single human hair. These were not random impurities. They were carefully engineered particles of gold and silver, suspended in a precise colloidal state within the glass. The Romans, whether they knew it or not, had become the world's first nanotechnologists. The science behind the color change is a phenomenon known as dichroism, and it works through the interaction of light with these tiny metal particles. When light hits the cup, these nanoparticles scatter and absorb the light in very specific ways, depending on the light's direction and the viewer's perspective. In reflected light, which is when light bounces off the surface of the cup towards your eye, the silver-rich particles are dominant. They scatter the green and blue wavelengths of light, allowing the red to be absorbed, which gives the cup its characteristic opaque jade-green appearance when viewed from the outside. However, in transmitted light, which is when light passes through the glass to your eye, the gold nanoparticles take over. They scatter the red wavelengths of light while allowing the green to pass through, creating that stunning, glowing ruby red effect when the cup is lit from behind. The Romans had stumbled upon, or perhaps deliberately discovered, the principles of plasmon resonance, where the cloud of electrons on the surface of a metal nanoparticle oscillates and interacts with light in a way that creates these intense, specific colors. This leads to the million-dollar question: was this a lucky accident or a deliberate technological achievement? The creation of such a cup was phenomenally complex. It wasn't made by simply mixing gold dust into molten glass. The process would have involved adding a very specific mixture of gold and silver salts, perhaps in the form of aurum potabile or drinkable gold, a substance known to Roman alchemists, to a batch of molten glass. The glass then had to be cooled and reheated in a very controlled process called annealing. It was during this precise thermal treatment that the metal ions would nucleate and form the perfectly sized nanoparticles. Get the temperature or the timing even slightly wrong, and the particles would either be too small to have any effect or would clump together into larger, useless specks, ruining the dichroic effect entirely. The existence of the Lycurgus cup suggests this was not a one-time fluke. The technique was sophisticated enough to be replicated, as a few other, smaller dichroic glass fragments from the same period have also been found. This points toward a workshop with a guarded, secret formula, a master glassmaker who understood, at least on an empirical level, that adding a pinch of this specific golden powder under a very specific set of conditions would yield a material of magical, changing colors. The implications of this single drinking vessel are staggering for the history of science. It rewrites our understanding of ancient material science, pushing the manipulation of matter down to the nanoscale back over 1,600 years. We used to believe that such control over nanoparticles was a purely modern achievement, a product of 20th century laboratories. The Lycurgus cup stands as a brilliant, shimmering rebuttal to that timeline. It proves that the Romans were not just master engineers of the macroscopic world with their aqueducts and roads. They were also pioneering experimenters at the very frontiers of the microscopic. They may not have understood the quantum mechanical principles of plasmon resonance, but through meticulous observation and relentless experimentation, they mastered the recipe to make it happen. This cup is more than an artifact. It is a bridge between ancient craft and modern physics, a silent testament to a level of chemical intuition that we are only now, with all our advanced tools, beginning to fully appreciate. It challenges us to look at the glories of the ancient world with fresh eyes, to see not just the grandeur of their monuments, but the invisible, nanoscale genius embedded in their most precious and beautiful objects. Leaving behind the shimmering nanoglass of Rome, we travel back further in time, to the very heart of the Aegean Bronze Age, and to an object that is, in its own way, just as enigmatic as the Lycurgus cup, but for a completely different reason. In the ancient palace of Phaistos on the Greek island of Crete, in the year 1908, Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernia was excavating a basement chamber when he unearthed a small, fired clay disc about 6 inches in diameter. It was not particularly ornate or made of precious material, but as he brushed away the millennia of dirt, he saw that its entire surface, front and back, was covered in a breathtakingly precise spiral of stamped symbols. This was the Phaistos disc, and from the moment of its discovery, it has stood as one of the world's most stubborn and perfect archaeological puzzles, a locked book with no key, written in a language we cannot read and a script that appears nowhere else on Earth. The physical object itself is a marvel of early bureaucratic or ritual technology. Someone, around 1700 years before the Common Era, took a lump of soft clay and carefully pressed 45 distinct seal-like stamps into it, creating 241 individual impressions arranged in a tight, winding spiral. The symbols are a fascinating menagerie of pictograms. There are human figures walking and heads with feathered headdresses. There are animals, birds, fish, insects, and a distinctive cat-like head. There are tools and weapons, shields, axes, and what looks like a carpenter's saw. There are plants and abstract shapes. After stamping these symbols, the disc was fired, baking the message into permanence. The most astonishing fact, the one that elevates this from a mere curiosity to a profound mystery, is that this script is utterly unique. Not a single other example of this specific writing system has ever been found, not in Crete, not in Greece, not anywhere in the Mediterranean world. It is a solitary, linguistic island, a message that appears to have been sent from a culture with no other surviving literature. This uniqueness is the core of the enigma and the source of intense debate. Why would a civilization develop such a complex, standardized system of stamped symbols, a system that implies the existence of a whole set of physical seals, a kind of primitive printing press, and then use it only once? The theories about its origin are as varied as the symbols themselves. Some scholars argue it must be an import, a sacred object or a diplomatic message carried from a distant land, perhaps Anatolia or the Balkans, whose writing system simply didn't survive elsewhere. Others propose it was a local Minoan creation, but for a purpose so specialized, perhaps a single, elaborate religious hymn, a royal proclamation, or a complex calendar, that it never entered common usage. Then there are the more speculative ideas that it's a board game, a geometric theorem, or even a story about the lost continent of Atlantis. Without a second example, a Rosetta Stone with a parallel text, every attempted decipherment is built on a foundation of guesswork. Over 100 different decipherments have been proposed, each one claiming to translate the disc into anything from an ancient form of Greek to a pre-Indo-European language, from a narrative of a naval battle to a prayer to a mother goddess. The problem is they can't all be right, and in the eyes of most mainstream linguists, they are all almost certainly wrong. So, what would it truly mean if we could, one day, crack the code of the Phaistos disc? The implications for our understanding of Bronze Age science and communication would be revolutionary. First, it would grant us a direct, unmediated voice from the Minoan world. We know them through their archaeology, their beautiful frescoes, their intricate pottery, their sprawling palace complexes. But their primary scripts, Linear A and the later Greek Linear B, are only partially understood. Linear B was deciphered and found to be an early form of Greek used for bureaucratic lists. Linear A remains undeciphered. The Phaistos disc represents a third, completely independent system. Unlocking it could open a window into Minoan thought that is currently shuttered tight. We might learn about their scientific classifications of the natural world, seeing how they categorized animals and plants. We might understand their technological capabilities, gaining insight into the tools and weapons they considered important enough to encode as symbols. Furthermore, the very method of its creation speaks to a sophisticated concept of information technology. Stamping symbols is fundamentally different from writing them by hand. It implies a desire for standardization, for reproducibility. This wasn't a scribe's unique handwriting. This was a system of pre-formed ideas, almost like a primitive version of movable type, predating Gutenberg's press by over 3,000 years. If this technology was more widespread than this single disk suggests, it would force a complete reassessment of the spread of innovation in the ancient world. Were the Minoans on the cusp of a communication revolution that was somehow aborted? Did a palace fire or an invasion wipe out the knowledge before it could spread? The disk stands as a silent, stubborn monument to a path not taken, a glimpse of a potential parallel history of information science that flickered into existence and then vanished, leaving behind this one perfect circular enigma. It challenges our linear narratives of progress by presenting a brilliant, isolated flash of ingenuity, a message from the past that reminds us how much of human history is written not in stone, but in fragile, fleeting ideas, most of which are lost to us forever. But our exploration of the ancient world's mysteries isn't confined to high-tech devices and complex maps. Sometimes the most unsettling questions come from the simplest of forms. Deep in the soil of Mesopotamia, the very cradle of civilization, archaeologists excavating Ubaid culture sites dating back 7,000 years uncovered a collection of terracotta figurines that are profoundly different. These statuettes, known as the Ubaid lizardmen, depict humanoid bodies in various poses, some standing, some nursing infants, but it is their heads that seize your attention and refuse to let go. They are elongated with pronounced reptilian features, slanted, almond-shaped eyes that seem to peer from another world, and faces that taper to a point, lacking any human nose or mouth. Some figures hold scepters, suggesting authority, while others are captured in the intimate act of breastfeeding, a strangely domestic scene rendered alien by their unsettling features. The immediate, visceral reaction to these figures, especially in our modern era saturated with science fiction, is to see something other than human. The alternative theory is as compelling as it is controversial, that these are not artistic interpretations but literal representations. Could they be evidence of a forgotten race of reptilian humanoids that once coexisted with early humanity? Or, taking the idea even further, do they depict ancient astronauts, visitors from the stars whose unusual appearance was recorded by an awestruck populace who saw them as gods? This interpretation taps into a powerful undercurrent of belief that our past is far stranger than the history books allow, suggesting that these clay figures are our earliest family photos with a species not of this earth. The nursing mother lizardmen, in particular, are cited as evidence of a biological, living presence, not just a mythological concept. When we turn to the anthropologists and archaeologists who specialize in this period, however, we find a vastly different, yet equally fascinating, explanation rooted in the spiritual world of the Ubaid people. The mainstream interpretation sees these figurines not as portraits of aliens, but as powerful shamanistic deities. In the worldview of early agricultural societies, the boundary between the human, animal, and spiritual realms was fluid and permeable. Animals possessed strengths and abilities that humans lacked: the snake's ability to shed its skin and be reborn, the lizard's survival in harsh environments, the crocodile's armored power. A shaman, or a community's concept of a god, would often be depicted as a hybrid being, combining human understanding with animal power. The elongated head and reptilian features likely symbolize wisdom, regeneration, and a connection to the primordial forces of nature. These weren't meant to be photographs, they were symbolic vessels of power. The concept of ritual masks further deepens this anthropological view. It is entirely plausible that these figurines do not represent the faces of the deities themselves, but instead depict powerful priests or shamans wearing ceremonial masks and costumes during sacred rituals. The act of putting on an animal mask was a way of literally embodying the spirit of that creature, channeling its power for the benefit of the community, perhaps to ensure a successful hunt, a fertile harvest, or protection from evil. The scepters held by some of the figures then become the regalia of their religious office, and the nurturing mother figures could represent a goddess of fertility and protection. Her reptilian form a guarantee of her ancient primordial power over life itself. This interpretation grounds the figures firmly in a human context, reflecting the universal human practice of using art and ritual to engage with the unseen forces that govern our world. So, what are we to make of these eerie, long-faced figures? The Ubaid lizardmen present a classic conflict between literal and symbolic interpretation. One view looks at the figurines and sees a forgotten chapter in our biological history, a truth so startling it has been suppressed. The other looks at the same clay and sees the profound inner world of our ancestors, their fears, their hopes, and their attempts to make sense of a mysterious universe through the language of art and symbol. This debate is about more than just statues. It's about how we choose to see the past. Do we project our own modern fantasies and fears onto it, searching for evidence of extraterrestrials and lost races? Or do we strive to understand it on its own terms, to hear the echoes of its rituals and beliefs? The Ubaid lizardmen don't give us easy answers. Instead, they sit silently in their museum cases, their slanted eyes holding a challenge, a reminder that the human imagination has always been a place where the real and the mythical intertwine, creating artifacts that continue to haunt and intrigue us millennia after their creation. Now, let's journey from the symbolic clay of Mesopotamia to the legendary forges of medieval Syria, where blacksmiths created blades of such mythic quality that their fame has never been dimmed by time. Imagine a Crusader knight, his European longsword shattered against the curved blade of a Saracen warrior. The weapon that defeated him was no ordinary sword. In the light, its surface seemed to flow with a shimmering, watery pattern, a mesmerizing dance of light and dark metal. It was incredibly sharp, capable of splitting a silk scarf dropped onto its edge, yet it was also famously resilient, bending without breaking and holding an edge that other swords lost in the heat of battle. This was a sword of Damascus steel, and for centuries, its secret was one of the most coveted and closely guarded in the world of metallurgy. The story of Damascus steel actually begins not in Syria, but in the distant east with a unique type of high-purity iron ore mined in India. This ore was used to create ingots of a material known as wootz steel. Wootz was a form of ultra-high carbon steel with a carbon content between 1.5 and 2%, far higher than most modern steels. These ingots were then traded across the world, making their way to the master smiths of Damascus, who became renowned for their skill in transforming these raw, lumpy cakes of metal into the finest weapons the world had ever seen. The process was a closely held secret passed from master to apprentice, and it involved a breathtakingly delicate and counterintuitive series of heating and cooling cycles. The smith would seal the wootz ingot in a clay crucible and heat it in a charcoal forge until it reached a very specific bright yellow heat, a state where the steel was not fully liquid but had a sort of crystalline, semi-solid, spongy consistency. It was then hammered and forged at this precise temperature, a window of opportunity that was incredibly narrow. Heat it too much and the high carbon content would make the steel brittle and useless. Not enough heat and the unique internal structure wouldn't form. This is where the true magic happened, at a level invisible to the naked eye. The secret of the Damascus blade wasn't just in its chemistry, but in its nanostructure. Inside that glowing ingot of wootz steel, as it was carefully heated and forged, an incredible transformation took place. The high carbon content under these specific thermal conditions precipitated out of the iron matrix and formed microscopic structures called cementite nanowires. These are incredibly hard, needle-like crystals of iron carbide. They arranged themselves in complex branching patterns, forming a composite material where a hard, brittle phase, the cementite, was perfectly embedded within a softer, more flexible phase, the iron. This is the source of the legendary watery pattern. It is a direct physical map of this internal crystalline architecture, revealed when the smith would etch the finished blade with acid. The acid would eat away the softer iron more quickly, leaving the hard carbide nanowires standing in relief, creating the light and dark bands that seem to flow across the metal. This structure gave the blade its paradoxical properties. The hard carbides gave it its incredible sharpness and edge retention, while the softer, flexible iron matrix allowed it to absorb immense shock without shattering. It was a perfect, natural composite material, a form of nanotechnology achieved over 1,000 years ago. The great tragedy and the enduring mystery is that the art of making true Damascus steel from Wootz ingots was completely lost by the mid-18th century. The reasons are still debated. The most common theory points to the disruption of trade routes. The specific mines in India that produced the unique ore needed for Wootz steel were eventually depleted, or the supply chains were broken by war and political upheaval. Without the raw material, the smiths could no longer practice their craft. Another theory suggests that the knowledge itself was simply too fragile. It was an art passed down through oral tradition and years of hands-on apprenticeship. A single generation of masters failing to find worthy students or a workshop being destroyed in a conflict could have been enough to sever the chain of knowledge forever. The secret died with the last of the great smiths, and for over 200 years, the legendary blades existed only as museum pieces and the stuff of fable, their method of manufacture a ghost in the annals of technology. The quest to resurrect this lost art has become a grand challenge for modern metallurgy, a puzzle that scientists are still piecing together with the most advanced tools at their disposal. Using electron microscopes and chemical analysis, researchers have been able to reverse engineer the internal structure of antique blades, confirming the presence of the cementite nanowires and carbon nanotubes that gave the steel its unique properties. The challenge isn't just in recreating the chemistry, it's in replicating the entire thermal process, the precise dance of heat that the medieval smiths understood on an intuitive, empirical level. Modern blacksmiths and materials scientists have had some success creating pattern-welded steel that mimics the look of Damascus by forge welding alternating layers of high and low carbon steel. But this is a different process, creating a visual imitation rather than the genuine internal crystalline structure of Wootz. True replication remains elusive. The ancient smiths were working with raw materials that contained trace impurities, elements like vanadium, molybdenum, and chromium that may have acted as catalysts, guiding the formation of the carbide structures in a way that pure, modern iron and carbon cannot easily replicate. The story of Damascus steel, therefore, is a profound lesson in the nature of knowledge itself. It shows that a technology can be a perfect fusion of material, process, and human intuition, a synthesis so delicate that when one part is lost, the entire edifice can collapse, leaving behind only the shimmering, beautiful, and silent evidence of what was once achieved. Our journey now takes us to one of the most remote inhabited places on Earth, a tiny volcanic speck in the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Easter Island, or Rapa Nui, is a name synonymous with the enigmatic, towering moai statues that stare silently inland. But there is another, perhaps even more profound mystery carved not in stone but in wood. Scattered across the island are 24 surviving wooden objects, mostly tablets and staffs covered in tiny, intricate glyphs. This is the Rongorongo script, and it is the only indigenous writing system ever discovered in the entire Pacific region. Its existence is a historical anomaly of the highest order, a sophisticated script that flowered in complete isolation, thousands of miles from the nearest continent, and then fell silent, its meaning lost to the very people who created it. The glyphs themselves are a beautiful and baffling visual language. They are largely pictographic, depicting stylized human forms, birds, fish, plants, and geometric shapes. But they are arranged in a highly structured way, carved in alternating directions using a system called reverse boustrophedon. This means you read the first line from left to right, then turn the tablet upside down to read the next line, also from left to right, creating a continuous, snaking path of information. This complex layout alone suggests the script was not a series of simple pictures, but a true writing system capable of recording complex information, perhaps genealogies, creation myths, or navigational lore. The sheer fact of its development in such extreme isolation is what stuns historians. How did the Polynesian settlers of Rapa Nui, who arrived around 1200, develop a full writing system independently? Did the idea diffuse from a chance pre-colonial contact with South America, a theory supported by the presence of the sweet potato? Or is Rongo Rongo a stunning example of parallel intellectual evolution, proving that the human drive to record language in a permanent form can ignite anywhere, even on the most isolated island on the planet? The tragic context of Rongo Rongo's discovery makes its mystery all the more poignant. The script was first noticed by outsiders in the 1860s, after the island's society had already been devastated by slave raids, introduced diseases, and civil collapse. By then, there was no one left who could read it. The knowledge had died with the last priests or chiefs. According to some accounts, the few remaining islanders told European missionaries that the tablets were sacred, that only a select elite class of elders ever knew how to carve and interpret them. This positions Rongo Rongo not as a common language, but as a specialized, esoteric knowledge system, the intellectual property of a ruling or religious class. Its loss was not an accident. It was the direct result of the catastrophic shattering of Rapa Nui's social structure, a cultural apocalypse that erased the key to its own written history. This connection to the island's famous collapse is the heart of the Rongo Rongo enigma. The prevailing narrative of Easter Island is an ecological cautionary tale, a society that grew too large, cut down all its trees, and collapsed into warfare and cannibalism. But what if the Rongo Rongo tablets hold a more nuanced story? If they contain genealogical records, they could tell us exactly how the society was organized, the lineages of the chiefs who commissioned the moe. If they are ritual texts, they could reveal the spiritual beliefs that both drove the statue construction and perhaps offered a path to peace when resources grew scarce. The script might not just be a victim of the collapse, it could be a record of it. Imagine a final, desperate set of tablets carved as the last trees fell, a lament for a world that was ending, written in a code we can almost but not quite understand. The inability to read Rongo Rongo means we are missing the island's own voice, its internal dialogue about its rise, its glory, and its tragic fall. Deciphering Rongo Rongo has proven to be as difficult as any code in history, in part because there are so few examples to work with. Without a Rosetta Stone, a parallel text in a known language, cryptographers are left with statistical analysis and guesswork. Some researchers have tried to link the glyphs to the island's unique Tangata Monu or Birdman cult, suggesting the symbols represent a ritual calendar. Others have proposed connections to other Polynesian art forms or even to the Indus Valley script, a wildly speculative but fascinating idea of a global prehistoric writing system. The most promising modern approaches use computers to analyze the frequency and order of the glyphs, searching for the linguistic patterns that underpin all human language. Yet, despite these efforts, Rongo Rongo remains stubbornly silent. It is a library with all its books locked shut, a testament to a sophisticated mind that we can see but cannot hear. This script challenges our understanding of intellectual history by presenting us with a brilliant, isolated flame of literacy that burned brightly in the Pacific darkness, only to be extinguished by the very forces that make its survival so miraculous, leaving behind a beautiful wooden whisper from a lost world. Now let's set our sights on a different kind of marvel, one not made of metal or clay, but carved directly into the living rock of the Scottish landscape. Nestled near the town of Clydebank, just outside Glasgow, lies the Cochno Stone, a massive sandstone slab dating back an incredible 5,000 years to the Neolithic period. This isn't a small artifact you can hold. It's a sprawling canvas over 40 feet across, and its entire surface is a breathtaking tapestry of intricate, swirling art. The stone is covered in what archaeologists call cup and ring marks, deep, hemispherical hollows, many of them surrounded by concentric circles that ripple outward, often connected by meandering, gutted channels that snake across the rock face. There are over 90 of these carved indentations, some simple cups, others complex systems of rings, creating a pattern of such density and sophistication that it feels less like primitive graffiti and more like a complex diagram, a message from the depths of prehistory that we are still struggling to interpret. The immediate question this stone poses is one of purpose. What drove a Neolithic community to invest what must have been generations of painstaking labor into decorating this single, enormous rock? The theories are as varied as the marks themselves, each one offering a window into the mind of our ancient ancestors. One compelling idea positions the Cochno Stone as a colossal astronomical map. The complex arrangements of cups and rings with their interconnecting lines could represent constellations, the paths of celestial bodies, or even a sophisticated calendar system for tracking the solstices and equinoxes. The precision of the patterns suggests a society that was not just aware of the heavens, but was meticulously recording their movements, using the stone as a permanent, earthly mirror of the cosmos above. In this view, the stone was a sacred observatory, a place where priests or elders could read the sky and mark the passage of time, essential for organizing their agricultural and ritual cycles. Another prominent theory sees the stone as a powerful statement of territory and identity. In a landscape without fences or written deeds, such a monumental piece of art could have served as a boundary marker, delineating the lands of a specific tribe or clan. The sheer effort required to create it would have been a clear demonstration of that group's strength, cohesion, and claim to the area. The act of carving itself, passed down through generations, would have reinforced social bonds and a shared connection to the land. Alternatively, the marks may have had a deeply ritualistic or spiritual function. They could represent portals to the underworld, symbols of a mother goddess, or a map of the spirit realm. The cups might have been used to hold offerings of blood, grain, or sacred water during ceremonies. The interconnected channels could symbolize the flow of life force or the pathways of ancestral spirits. The stone, in this interpretation, was not a map of the sky or the earth, but of the human soul's relationship with the divine. What makes the Cochno Stone truly remarkable, beyond the mystery of its meaning, is the sheer intellectual and geometric sophistication required to create it. This was not random chiseling. The artisans who worked on this stone possessed an advanced understanding of spatial reasoning and geometry. To carve perfect concentric circles and flowing, continuous lines across such a vast, uneven surface required careful planning and a mastery of proportion. They were thinking in 3 dimensions, understanding how the patterns would interact with the contours of the rock itself. This demonstrates a level of abstract thought and design capability that we don't often attribute to societies from 5 millennia ago. They were not just surviving, they were engaging in complex symbolic communication, encoding their worldview into the very bedrock beneath their feet. The modern history of the Cochno Stone adds another layer to its enigmatic story. After its initial excavation in the 1880s, it became a target for vandalism and public wear. To protect it, in 1965, archaeologists made the difficult decision to rebury it, hiding it beneath the earth for its own preservation. It lay hidden for over half a century, a sleeping giant of prehistoric art, until it was partially re-excavated in 2015 for a detailed laser scanning survey. This act of burying and re-revealing the stone feels deeply symbolic. It is a physical manifestation of our relationship with these ancient mysteries. Sometimes the best way to preserve a question is to protect it from our own era, allowing future generations with new technologies and fresh perspectives to attempt an answer. The Kochno stone, therefore, stands not just as a puzzle from the past, but as a promise to the future, a challenge carved in stone that reminds us of the vast, untapped depths of human history still waiting to be understood. The story of the main penny takes a fascinating turn when we move from the object itself to the critical details of its discovery at the Baghdad site. This wasn't a random find on a beach. It was unearthed from a well-defined shell midden, a prehistoric trash heap that also contained thousands of typical Native American artifacts like stone tools and pottery shards, all dated to between the 12th and 15th centuries. The coin was found alongside these local items, suggesting it was deposited at the same time. This context is crucial as it anchors the coin firmly within the archaeological layer of a thriving Wabanaki trading hub, a place where goods from across the region were exchanged. The argument for its authenticity rests heavily on this undisturbed context. The site was meticulously excavated, albeit by amateur archaeologists, and the coin's placement deep within the midden makes a compelling case that it arrived there through indigenous trade networks, not by being dropped by a modern collector. The coin itself showed significant wear and had a small hole drilled through it, indicating it had been repurposed as a pendant, a common practice for native peoples who valued European metal more for its decorative and symbolic properties than its monetary worth. This level of wear and modification suggests it circulated for a long time before being lost, fitting perfectly into the model of an object passed from hand to hand over generations. This seemingly solid evidence, however, collides head-on with a fundamental principle in archaeology: the importance of professional excavation standards. The primary weakness in the case for the main penny is that it was uncovered in 1957 by a group of dedicated amateurs, not by a trained archaeologist using modern, rigorous methods. While their work was careful for its time, it lacked the precise, three-dimensional mapping and meticulous screening that a professional dig would employ today. This has allowed skeptics to raise the persistent possibility of intrusion, the idea that the coin, a genuine Norse artifact, could have been accidentally introduced into the site much later. Perhaps it was part of a 19th century collector's cabinet that was broken up and scattered, or maybe it was dropped by a visitor to the site in the early 20th century, only to be worked down into the older layers by natural processes or subsequent digging. In the complex, often mixed stratigraphy of a heavily used site, such accidental inclusions are not just possible, they are a constant concern for archaeologists trying to interpret the past. The fact that no other Norse artifacts, not a single nail, piece of woven cloth, or distinctive ship fragment, have ever been found at the Baghdad site amplifies this skepticism. If the Norse were trading directly with the people of Maine, wouldn't we expect more than one solitary coin? A single data point is tantalizing, but it is not a pattern. This debate forces us to confront a much larger question about historical evidence. What can a single artifact truly prove? The main penny on its own cannot prove that Viking longships regularly sailed into Penobscot Bay or that a Norse settlement existed there. It cannot rewrite the history books to place Leif Erikson's base camp in New England. What it can do, and what makes it so profoundly important, is illuminate the incredible dynamism and reach of pre-Columbian trade. Think of it not as a receipt from a direct sale, but as a single piece of confetti that has drifted far from a distant party. The most widely accepted theory among archaeologists who deem the coin authentic is that it traveled not via a Norse nor sailing south from Newfoundland, but through the vast, intricate, and incredibly efficient indigenous trade routes that crisscrossed North America. An object acquired by the Dorset people in Labrador or by the Thule in Newfoundland could have been traded south to the Beothuk, then to the Micmac, and finally to the Penobscot at the Goddard site, moving from community to community over a century or more. In this scenario, the Maine penny is not proof of a Norse presence in Maine, but stunning evidence of a Norse influence that rippled outward. Its material traces carried along channels of exchange that were far more extensive and interconnected than we previously imagined. Ultimately, the Maine penny's legacy is not about providing a definitive, simple answer. Instead, it serves as a permanent and powerful symbol of the limits and possibilities of archaeological interpretation. It sits at the uncomfortable but productive intersection where a compelling artifact meets incomplete context. It challenges the simplistic story of a Columbus-discovered continent by presenting a messier, more complex reality of sporadic, indirect, and far-reaching contact. Whether it fell from a Norse trader's pouch or arrived after a long journey hand to hand from the Great White North, its very existence in a pre-Columbian Maine shell heap forces our historical narrative to expand. It reminds us that the past is not a collection of isolated cultures in neat boxes, but a web of connections, some strong and direct, others faint and almost invisible, where a single, small, silver coin can carry the weight of an entire ocean crossing and whisper of a world that was connected long before we ever thought it was. To understand what the Egyptologists are telling us, we need to rewind the tape and look at the entire scene in the crypt at Dendera, not just the isolated bulb. First, you have to recognize the key players. The central figure is the god Osiris, resurrected and encased in a shrine, from which a massive lotus stalk is growing. At the very top of this stalk is the object of all the controversy, and emerging from it is the large serpent. Nearby stands a kneeling figure holding a knife, often identified as the god Her, the personification of eternity, and another deity supports the entire arrangement. Now let's break down that bulb piece by piece. What looks to us like a glass enclosure is, to an Egyptologist, a highly stylized lotus flower. The lotus was one of the most potent symbols in the entire Egyptian spiritual lexicon. It represented creation, rebirth, and the sun itself. Each night, the lotus flower closes and sinks beneath the water, and each morning it re-emerges and blooms again. Because of this daily cycle, it became a perfect symbol for the rising sun and the concept of regeneration. In one of the primary Egyptian creation myths, the very first sun god is said to have emerged from a primordial lotus flower that blossomed on a mound from the watery chaos at the dawn of time. So the scene at Dendera isn't depicting a technological workshop. It is illustrating a foundational moment of cosmic origin and the snake inside the flower. That is not a glowing filament. It is a specific deity, most commonly interpreted as the god Harsomptus, a form of Horus. Harsomptus symbolizes the culmination of a process, the final, triumphant result of a divine act. He is the fully formed sun, born from the lotus, representing the power of life springing into existence. The entire image is a visual representation of this life force emerging, a snapshot of a mythological event where divine energy bursts forth into the world. The Egyptians were masters of symbolic language, and this is a classic example of their art conveying a deep theological idea, not a technical schematic. Next, let's examine the so-called cable and the box that the light bulb rests upon. The wavy line descending from the base of the lotus is not an electrical cord. It is far more likely a ritual staff, a symbol of power and authority, or perhaps even a stylized umbilical cord, reinforcing the theme of birth and creation that permeates the entire scene. It connects the miraculous event above to the earthly plane below, and that box upon which the god rests his feet, that is not a battery or a power generator. It bears a striking resemblance to the Djed pillar, one of the most important and recurring symbols in all of ancient Egypt. The Djed pillar represented stability, endurance, and the backbone of the god Osiris. Its presence here grounds the entire scene in the mythology of death and resurrection, connecting the birth of the sun to the resurrection of Osiris, the king of the afterlife. Every single element in this relief has a well-documented parallel representation in hundreds of other Egyptian temples and tombs. They are all pieces of a coherent symbolic puzzle that we have learned to read over 2 centuries of Egyptology. The fundamental disagreement here comes down to a clash of perspectives, a concept known as presentism. This is the tendency to interpret the past through the lens of our own modern experiences and technologies. We live in a world lit by electricity, powered by machines, and filled with complex devices. So when our modern brains, conditioned by decades of science fiction and technological advancement, encounter an ancient, unfamiliar image that even vaguely resembles something we know, we immediately make that connection. We see a light bulb because our minds are primed to see a light bulb. We are essentially projecting our own world onto theirs. The ancient Egyptian artisan who carved this relief lived in a world where the greatest powers were the sun, the Nile, and the gods. His mind was primed to think in terms of mythology, fertility, cosmic order, and the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. He was not an electrical engineer, he was a theologian working in stone. This isn't to say the ancient Egyptians weren't brilliant engineers and problem solvers. Their achievements in architecture, astronomy, and mathematics are undeniable. But their solutions to practical problems, like lighting dark tombs, are also well documented and far more mundane. Archaeologists have found vast quantities of simple oil lamps, and they have identified the soot residue from torches in many tombs. The idea of using a series of mirrors to reflect sunlight deep into structures is also physically plausible and would not leave the kind of residue that torches do. The absence of soot in some chambers can be explained by better ventilation, the use of cleaner burning fuels, or simply the fact that the chambers were cleaned after their decoration was complete. The Dendera light theory, while thrilling, solves a problem for which we already have simpler, evidence-based solutions, and it does so by ignoring the rich and complex symbolic language that the Egyptians themselves left behind as their true instruction manual. While the idea of an Assyrian telescope captures our imagination, the most plausible and practical application for the Nimrod lens lies not in the heavens, but in the hands of a master craftsman. Imagine the palace workshops of Nineveh or Nimrod, buzzing with artisans creating the intricate gold jewelry, detailed cylinder seals, and delicate ivory carvings for which the Assyrian Empire was so renowned. In such a setting, a small piece of polished rock crystal capable of magnifying tiny details would have been an invaluable tool. A jeweler struggling to set minuscule gemstones into a gold filigree could use the lens to inspect his work, ensuring every tiny claw was perfectly bent and every stone securely set. An engraver carving the complex scenes of gods and kings onto a cylinder seal no larger than your thumb could use its magnifying power to check the depth and clarity of his lines, ensuring that when rolled into clay, the impression would be sharp and legible. This transforms the lens from a potential astronomical instrument into a vital piece of workshop equipment, a tool that extended the limits of human dexterity and eyesight, allowing for the creation of the very luxury goods that proclaimed the empire's wealth and sophistication. Another immensely practical use, perfectly suited to the needs of the ancient world, would be as a burning glass. The ability to reliably create fire was a cornerstone of civilization, and a lens that could concentrate the powerful Mesopotamian sun into a searing point of heat would have been a technological marvel. A priest could use it to light sacred altar fires with a beam of pure sunlight, an act imbued with divine significance. A metal worker needing to solder a delicate joint on a piece of gold or silver artwork could use the focused heat for a clean, controlled application without the soot and smoke of an open flame. Even for a scribe or a wax tablet, the ability to generate a small, precise flame could have been useful. This application doesn't require a complex theory of optics, it simply requires observation. Any child playing with a drop of water on a leaf knows it can scorch, and a skilled artisan would have quickly realized the potential of a carefully shaped and polished crystal. The lens in this context becomes an elegant and reliable tool, harnessing the power of the sun itself for both sacred and profane tasks. To truly appreciate the Nimrod lens, we must place it within the broader context of Assyrian technological prowess, which was formidable and often overlooked. This was not a primitive culture, it was a highly organized militaristic empire that mastered logistics, engineering, and administration on a massive scale. They built vast networks of canals and aqueducts to water their cities and fields. Their palaces were engineering marvels with complex drainage systems and towering, columned halls. They were experts in metallurgy, producing vast quantities of iron for weapons and tools that gave their armies a decisive edge. The creation of the lens fits neatly into this landscape of practical innovation. It represents a mastery of materials, an understanding of how to work one of the hardest substances available, rock crystal, into a precise and functional form. This level of lapidary skill is entirely consistent with a culture that produced exquisitely carved seals and inlaid furniture. The lens wasn't an anomalous, inexplicable object. It was a product of its environment, a logical extension of the Assyrian drive to control and manipulate their world through technology, whether that technology was a siege engine to breach a city wall or a small crystal to magnify a craftsman's vision. Ultimately, the power of the Nimrod lens lies in its ambiguity. It challenges us to move beyond our own technological biases and consider the practical realities of the ancient world. Whether it was used to inspect the gleam of a perfectly set gem, to ignite a flame with a ray of the sun god Shamash, or simply to marvel at the world in closer detail, its existence proves that the quest to extend human perception is a timeless one. It may not have been part of a telescope, but it was undoubtedly a tool of science, an applied science of the workshop, the temple, and the palace. This small disk of crystal reminds us that scientific discovery isn't always about grand theories of the cosmos. Sometimes it's about the quiet, focused act of seeing the world more clearly, one tiny, magnified detail at a time. Returning to the puzzling case of the Koso artifact allows us to witness a classic showdown between a sensational mystery and the careful, methodical power of geological science. The initial excitement was entirely understandable, a mechanical-looking object sealed inside what appeared to be a solid geode, a formation that traditionally takes hundreds of thousands of years to develop. This visual was the entire foundation of the mystery, but geology provides a far more nuanced and fascinating explanation, one that doesn't require lost civilizations but instead reveals the clever tricks that natural processes can play. The key to unraveling this enigma lies in understanding the difference between a true geode and a concretion, two formations that can look remarkably similar to the untrained eye but are born from completely different processes. A true geode forms when a cavity in sedimentary or volcanic rock becomes lined with crystals. Think of a hollow space in a layer of rock created by a gas bubble or a burrow left by an animal. Over immense spans of time, mineral-rich water percolates through the rock and into this cavity. Slowly, molecule by molecule, crystals begin to grow inward from the walls, often creating a dazzling internal cavity of quartz or calcite. This process is indeed slow, often taking hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. A concretion, on the other hand, is a very different kind of rock formation. It occurs when mineral cement precipitates and hardens around a nucleus within the sediment. This nucleus can be anything, a fossil, a pebble, or, crucially, a human-made object. The mineral matter, often a hard form of iron oxide or calcium carbonate, binds the surrounding sediment together into a hard, rock-like mass. Unlike the slow, crystalline growth of a geode, concretions can form relatively quickly, especially in environments with mineral-saturated water. In the right conditions, a concretion robust enough to mimic a geode can form in decades or a few centuries, not millennia. This is precisely what likely happened with the Koso artifact. The object wasn't found inside a crystal-lined cavity. It was found at the heart of a hard, iron-rich concretion. The region where it was discovered is known for its mineral activity. Imagine a champion spark plug from a 1920s Ford Model T engine being dropped or discarded on the ground by a prospector or miner. Over the years, that spark plug acted as a perfect nucleus. Rainwater, rich with dissolved minerals from the local soil and rock, percolated around it. The iron from the spark plug itself may have even contributed to the process. Layer upon layer of mineral cement precipitated out of the water, binding the surrounding clay, pebbles, and even fossil shells, remnants of a much older geological era, into a solid, stony shell around the modern object. When the collectors split this concretion open, they saw what looked like an ancient rock with a mysterious core, but they were actually looking at a geological clock that had been reset, a modern object wrapped in a stony package that incorporated much older materials. The definitive evidence, however, came not from geology alone, but from technology that could see through the stone. When the artifact was eventually subjected to X-ray analysis, the ghost within the machine was finally revealed. The imaging clearly showed the internal structure of the object, and it was unmistakable. There was the central electrode, the ceramic insulator, and the familiar hexagonal base designed for a wrench. It was a perfect match for a champion spark plug, a common automobile part from the early 20th century. This wasn't a vague, unidentifiable lump of metal. It was a specific, mass-produced component from the dawn of the automotive age. The X-ray didn't just suggest a modern origin. It provided a positive identification, tying the object directly to a known technology from the very same era when mining and prospecting were active in the Koso Mountains. The so-called artifact was, in fact, a piece of 20th century industrial debris that nature had artfully disguised, creating an illusion of immense antiquity that was compelling enough to capture the world's imagination for decades. When we shift our focus from the legend itself to the actual evidence for the Dropa stones, the entire narrative begins to dissolve into the thin air of the Tibetan plateau. The single most damning reality is the complete and utter absence of the physical objects. Despite decades of searching and inquiry, not one of the alleged 716 stone discs has ever been produced. They are not housed in the Beijing Museum, the University of Nanking, or any other credible institution. The skeletons of the strange beings have likewise vanished. In the world of archaeology, an artifact without provenance is an object without a story, and an object that cannot be examined is functionally no different than a ghost. This foundational lack of physical evidence is the first and most critical red flag, a void at the center of the tale that no amount of storytelling can fill. The investigation into the Dropa stones leads not to a remote Himalayan cave, but to the pages of a specific German publication. The story appears to have its earliest known origin in a 1962 article in the magazine Das Vegetarische Universum, a periodical dedicated to UFOs and the paranormal. The key figures in the story are themselves as elusive as the stones. There are no credible, independent records of a Chinese archaeologist named Kai Pu-te leading an expedition to the Bayan Karula Mountains in 1938. The name Tsum Am Nui, the professor who supposedly translated the discs, does not conform to standard Chinese naming conventions and appears nowhere else in academic literature. When researchers and journalists have attempted to track down the original sources, they have consistently hit a dead end. The cave cannot be located, the university departments do not exist, and the people are untraceable. This is the hallmark of a narrative created for popular consumption, designed to be thrilling rather than to withstand scholarly scrutiny. This case study is a perfect textbook example of the hallmarks of a successful archaeological forgery or hoax. The first hallmark is the creation of a fantastical narrative that taps directly into contemporary cultural anxieties and fascinations. The Dropa stones emerged in the early 1960s at the very peak of global flying saucer fever, and just as the ancient astronaut theory was being popularized by authors like Erich von Däniken. The story provided a physical, tangible backstory for these modern myths, offering a smoking gun that seemed to prove extraterrestrials had not only visited but had crashed and left a recorded history. It was a story perfectly tailored for its time, feeding a public hunger for evidence of a cosmos teeming with life. The second hallmark is the use of the friend of a friend structure and the claim of suppressed knowledge. The story is always told second or third hand. A mysterious man gives the discs to a professor who then vanishes. This structure creates layers of insulation that protect the hoax from direct inquiry. Furthermore, the claim that the Chinese government or the scientific establishment suppressed the find is a common trope in pseudo-history. It provides a convenient excuse for the lack of evidence. The artifacts aren't missing, they're being hidden, and it frames the hoaxers as brave truth-tellers battling a powerful, secretive elite. This narrative is incredibly resilient because any attempt to debunk it can be dismissed as part of the cover-up. Ultimately, the true power and legacy of the Dropa stones lie not in what they tell us about ancient aliens, but in what they reveal about ourselves and the nature of belief. They are a cultural artifact, a modern myth born from our deep-seated desire to not be alone in the universe and our longing for a past that is more dramatic and wondrous than the archaeological record suggests. They persist because the story is emotionally satisfying. It offers a simple, external explanation for human origins, bypassing the complex, slow, and often messy reality of our own biological and cultural evolution. The Dropa stones serve as a permanent reminder that the line between history and myth is often drawn not by the evidence we find, but by the stories we are desperate to believe. Now let's journey to the forests of Germany, where a discovery on a quiet agricultural plain has completely reshaped our understanding of just how early in human history we began to conduct precise, large-scale scientific observations. This is the Goseck Circle, a mysterious ring of earth and timber unearthed not by archaeologists but by aerial photographers. In the 1990s, a plane flying over the state of Saxony-Anhalt captured images of a peculiar circular pattern imprinted on a field of wheat. These crop marks revealed the ghost of a structure hidden just beneath the soil, a structure that, when excavated, proved to be the oldest known solar observatory in the world, dating back an astonishing 7,000 years to 4,900 BC. This was not the work of the Romans or the Greeks, but of Europe's very first farmers, a Neolithic people from the stroked pottery culture, who built this sophisticated scientific instrument millennia before Stonehenge's famous stones were raised. The site itself is deceptively simple in its construction, yet breathtaking in its precision. Imagine 4 concentric circles, the outermost one spanning over 200 feet across. They were defined by a low, circular embankment and a deep interior ditch. But the most crucial elements were a double wooden palisade, 2 rings of tall, closely set wooden stakes, and 3 sets of gates positioned at specific points around the circle. Researchers noticed something remarkable about the alignment of these gates. One gate opened directly to the southeast, another to the southwest, and a third, narrower one pointed due south. It was the southeastern and southwestern gates that held the key to the entire site's function. On the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, an observer standing at the center of the circle would see the sun rise directly through the southeastern gate. Then, as the day progressed, they could turn and watch the very same sun set in perfect alignment with the southwestern gate. This was not a lucky guess. It was a deliberate, engineered alignment designed to capture the sun's journey on the most pivotal day of the year. This single, elegant alignment forces a dramatic re-evaluation of the Neolithic mind. We often picture Europe's first farmers as simple agriculturalists, concerned solely with the brute struggle for survival, planting crops, tending animals, and building basic shelters. The Gosek circle shatters that simplistic image. To build such a structure required a deep, generational understanding of the solar cycle. Someone had to observe the sky year after year, noting the slow, creeping path of the sunrise and sunset along the horizon. They had to recognize that these points reached a southernmost limit before turning back, and they had to mark that limit with unerring accuracy. This was more than just noting the changing seasons. It was a form of empirical, applied astronomy. It demonstrates that these early Europeans were not just passive inhabitants of their world, but active investigators, meticulously collecting data about the cosmos and using that data to impose a profound order on their landscape. The Gosek circle also rewrites the established timeline for the origins of scientific observation in Europe. Before its discovery, such complex and precise astronomical knowledge was not thought to have emerged until the Bronze Age, thousands of years later. This circle proves that the scientific impulse, the drive to measure, to predict, and to understand the rhythms of nature, was alive and well in the very dawn of European farming society. The implications of this are staggering. It suggests that the shift from a hunter-gatherer lifestyle to a settled agricultural one may have been fueled not just by the domestication of plants and animals, but by the domestication of time itself. By creating a reliable, fixed calendar in the landscape, these farmers could predict the optimal times for planting and harvesting, coordinate communal rituals, and solidify social cohesion around a shared, observable cosmic event. The circle was likely more than just an observatory. It was a temple, a calendar, and a social anchor all in one. When we place the Gosek circle within the context of other European Neolithic sites, its significance multiplies. It is the best preserved example of a much wider phenomenon of circular enclosures, often called rondels, found across Central Europe. This indicates that the knowledge required to build such structures was not isolated to a single genius or a lone village. It was a widespread cultural tradition, a shared scientific and spiritual understanding that connected communities across vast distances. The Gosek circle stands as a silent, powerful monument to a lost age of inquiry. It challenges our modern arrogance, reminding us that the roots of science are not found in textbooks or laboratories, but in the human need to find our place in the grand, cyclical dance of the earth and the sun. These early farmers looked to the sky, saw a pattern, and carved that pattern into the earth, creating a legacy of knowledge that would lie dormant for millennia, waiting for a passing airplane to reveal its secrets once more. High in the desolate mountains of Qinghai province in China, a discovery was made that seemed to belong more to the blueprint of a forgotten industrial complex than to the rugged natural landscape. Near the top of Mount Beigong, local hikers reported finding a mysterious triangular cave, and inside, protruding from the walls and floor, were rusted iron pipes of varying diameters. The strangeness didn't end there. More pipes were found emerging from the rocky shore of a nearby saltwater lake, and others were discovered buried in the earth, all seemingly connected in a complex, purposeless network. The most extraordinary claim put forward by enthusiasts and some local reporters was that these pipes were a staggering 150,000 years old. If true, this would place their creation in a time when Homo sapiens were just beginning their migratory journey out of Africa. A full 140,000 years before humanity is believed to have mastered iron smelting. The implication was as sensational as it was simple. This was the work of a lost, technologically advanced civilization, perhaps even an extraterrestrial one, leaving behind the skeletal remains of a massive, ancient machine. The allure of this narrative is powerful, painting a picture of a prehistoric power plant or a sophisticated water system, its purpose lost to the ages. Proponents point to the straight lines, the uniform cylindrical shapes, and the sheer volume of the pipe-like structures as evidence that defies natural explanation. How could nature, they argue, produce such geometrically precise hollow tubes, some as thin as a toothpick and others as wide as a plate, all seemingly interconnected and embedded deep within solid rock? The idea taps directly into our fascination with ancient astronauts and lost civilizations, offering a tangible, if rusted, piece of evidence that our timeline of human achievement is profoundly wrong. It suggests that the echoes of a forgotten industrial age are literally written into the stone of this remote Chinese mountain, a silent, metallic testament to a history we have not yet dared to write. However, when geologists and other scientists examined the site and the so-called Bagong pipes, they found a very different, yet equally fascinating story written not in iron, but in the slow, patient language of geology. The primary and most widely accepted explanation is that these pipes are not manufactured artifacts at all, but incredibly well-preserved examples of fossilized tree roots. This natural process, known as permineralization, occurs when mineral-rich water seeps into the porous tissues of a buried organism like a fallen tree. Over millions of years, the original organic material, the cellulose and lignin of the roots, is slowly replaced molecule by molecule with minerals, most commonly silica or calcite, which harden into a perfect stone cast of the original structure. This process perfectly accounts for the pipe's appearance. The hollow centers are the casts of the root's central vascular channels, which transported water and nutrients when the tree was alive. The branching, interconnected patterns mimic a root system spreading through the soil. The varying diameters, from thick trunks to fine, hair-like filaments, are exactly what you would expect from a complex root network. The rust-colored coating is simply iron oxide, a common mineral that stained the stone casts over time, giving them the deceptive appearance of corroded metal. Another compelling geological explanation points to the nature of the rock itself. The mountain is composed of sandstone, a sedimentary rock known for its ability to form concretions and other diagenetic structures. Under specific conditions of pressure, temperature, and mineral saturation, sandstone can form tubular concretions, long, cylindrical, and sometimes hollow formations that can closely resemble pipes or tubes. These form as minerals precipitate along a fracture or a more porous pathway in the rock, creating a harder, more resistant structure. When the surrounding, softer sandstone erodes away over eons due to wind and rain, these harder, pipe-like concretions are left standing in relief, protruding from the walls and ground exactly as described at Mount Bagong. This process can create remarkably straight and uniform formations that, to an untrained eye looking for signs of intelligence, appear unmistakably artificial. The true power of the Bagong pipe's mystery, therefore, lies not in proving the existence of ancient aliens, but in revealing a fundamental quirk of human psychology, our powerful, innate tendency toward pareidolia and agent detection. Pareidolia is the phenomenon of seeing familiar patterns or objects in random or ambiguous stimuli, like seeing a face in the clouds or the silhouette of a rabbit on the moon. Agent detection is a related, hardwired cognitive bias that predisposes us to interpret events and shapes as the deliberate work of a conscious agent. For our ancient ancestors on the savannah, it was a crucial survival skill. Assuming that a rustle in the grass was a leopard, even if it was just the wind, was a safe bet. The cost of being wrong was low, while the cost of ignoring a real threat was fatal. This instinct served us well for millennia, but it has a fascinating side effect in the modern world. When we encounter strange, complex natural formations like the Bagong pipes, our brains instantly, subconsciously, default to the most cognitively available explanation: someone must have made this. This is the core of the appeal behind so many of these mysterious artifacts. The perfectly straight lines of the Piri Rise map, the grooved spheres of South Africa, and the pipe-like structures of Mount Bagong all trigger this same cognitive response. We are a species of tool makers and builders, living in a world saturated with manufactured objects. Our intuition is built to recognize design, and when we see straight lines, right angles, and symmetrical forms, our first conclusion is intelligence. It requires a conscious, learned effort to override this instinct and consider the alternative, that the slow, patient, and immensely creative forces of geology and biology can, given enough time, produce shapes and patterns of stunning complexity and regularity that merely mimic design. The Bagong pipes challenge us to make that leap. They ask us to appreciate the natural world not as a passive backdrop, but as an active sculptor, capable of creating its own wonders without a blueprint, a purpose, or a maker. Our journey now dives into the deep blue waters off the coast of Japan's westernmost island, to a site that feels less like a geological feature and more like a sunken city from a forgotten age. In 1986, a local diver exploring the clear currents near Yonaguni stumbled upon something that would ignite one of the most passionate debates in modern archaeology. He found a massive, singular rock formation sprawling across an area the size of a stadium, lying just below the surface, but this was no ordinary reef. Its surfaces were sharp, its angles precise. There were what appeared to be vast, flat terraces descending like giant steps, wide platforms, and perfectly straight, vertical walls that dropped into the abyss. There were features that looked like carved staircases, wide plazas, and even a triangular tunnel piercing the rock. To many who have seen it, both in person and in photographs, the Yonaguni Monument, as it's now known, looks unmistakably like the ruins of a vast megalithic complex, a pyramid or a temple that sank beneath the waves thousands of years ago. The case for the Yonaguni structure being a man-made creation rests on a powerful collection of visual anomalies that seem to defy natural explanation. Proponents, led by the charismatic and controversial researcher Professor Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus, point to a series of specific architectural-looking features. They highlight two massive, rectangular pillars standing side by side. They point to a perfectly circular depression in the stone that looks like it was designed to hold a large column. There is a relief carving that some interpret as a stylized human face, and another section that resembles a crude rendering of an animal. Perhaps the most compelling argument is the prevalence of sharp, 90-degree angles and perfectly straight, meter-long edges. In nature, erosion, even powerful underwater currents, typically creates rounded, irregular shapes. The sheer abundance of these clean, geometric forms concentrated in one place feels, to many observers, like the signature of intelligent design. Professor Kimura has proposed an elaborate theory that Yonaguni is the remains of a lost Pacific civilization, perhaps the mythical land of Mu, a structure that was above water during the last ice age when sea levels were hundreds of feet lower, over 10,000 years ago. If he is correct, this would push back the timeline for complex monumental architecture in Japan by thousands of years, rewriting the entire prehistory of the region. However, the mainstream geological perspective offers a very different and scientifically robust explanation for this underwater wonder. The primary argument is that the Yonaguni Monument is a spectacular but entirely natural formation of sandstone. This specific type of rock, known as the Iyama group, is heavily bedded with horizontal and vertical planes of weakness, like the natural grain in a piece of wood. Over millions of years, the powerful currents and relentless wave action in this region have exploited these weaknesses, eroding the stone along its natural joints and fractures. This process, called shore platform erosion, can create remarkably flat surfaces and sharp angles. The famous steps and terraces are simply different layers of the sandstone eroding at different rates. The straight walls are the result of the rock shearing off along its vertical fracture lines. The carvings and pillars are selective interpretations of shapes created by random scour marks, potholes, and the collapse of weaker sections of rock. Geologists who have studied the site, like Robert Skock of Boston University, who is famous for his work on redating the Great Sphinx, argue that while the formation is breathtaking, every single feature can be explained through known, well-understood geological processes without requiring the intervention of a lost civilization. This debate is further complicated by the immense challenges of underwater archaeology itself. Proving human involvement at a site like Yonaguni is not as simple as finding a pottery shard or a stone tool. The ocean floor is a dynamic, destructive environment. Sediment shifts, currents scour surfaces clean, and marine life encrusts every stone, obscuring potential tool marks. The sheer physical difficulty and expense of working at depth limits the time researchers can spend on site. It is incredibly difficult to conduct the kind of meticulous, square-by-square excavation that would be standard on land. Furthermore, if the structure is indeed 10,000 years old, any organic materials that could be carbon-dated wooden posts, woven ropes, food remains would have long since dissolved in the saltwater. The evidence would have to be found in the stone itself, in the form of unambiguous tool marks or quarried blocks that were moved and placed in a way that nature simply could not replicate. To date, no such smoking gun has been conclusively documented and accepted by the wider archaeological community. So, where does this leave us, caught between the compelling vision of a sunken city and the powerful explanations of geology? The true significance of Yonaguni may lie not in proving one side definitively right, but in what the debate itself represents. It is a perfect case study in human perception and the stories we tell about the past. Our brains are wired to see patterns and intention, especially in grand, awe-inspiring natural formations. We look at Yonaguni and we see architecture because our own history is written in stone and mortar. The geologists look at Yonaguni and see the magnificent, patient hand of natural forces, a sculpture garden carved by the ocean over eons. Both perspectives offer a kind of wonder. The monument challenges us to hold two possibilities in our minds at once. It could be a ghost from a civilization swallowed by the rising seas, a silent witness to a chapter of human history that was erased by a changing climate. Or it could be one of the planet's most stunning natural sculptures, a testament to the fact that the Earth itself is the greatest artist, capable of creating forms so perfect they trick us into seeing our own reflection in the stone. Until a diver's trowel uncovers an undeniable human signature, the Yonaguni monument will remain suspended in this beautiful ambiguity, a riddle at the bottom of the sea that continues to captivate and divide all who explore its mysterious terraces. And so we arrive at our final artifact, a piece that brings us to the very edge of historical record and modern myth. The story begins with a document said to be as ephemeral as the phenomenon it describes, the Tully Papyrus. According to the tale, in the 1930s, the former director of the Egyptian Vatican Museum, Alberto Tully, allegedly came across a fascinating papyrus while browsing an antique shop in Cairo. The price was too high for him to purchase, so the story goes that he made a copy of the text, and the original was then lost. The translated text, attributed to the reign of the great pharaoh Thutmose III in approximately 1480 before the Common Era, describes an astonishing celestial event. It tells of circles of fire appearing in the sky, a silent, luminous spectacle that eventually left the royal scribes and the population of Egypt in a state of awe and terror. The description, with its silent, maneuvering fiery disks, reads to a modern audience like a classic UFO sighting, a fleet of unexplained aerial phenomena witnessed and recorded by one of the most powerful civilizations of the ancient world. The translated text itself is powerfully evocative. It states in one commonly circulated version, "In the year 22 of the 3rd month of winter, 6th hour of the day." The scribes of the House of Life found it was a circle of fire that was coming in the sky. It had no head. The breath of its mouth emitted a foul odor. Its body was 1 rod long and 1 rod wide. It had no voice. Their hearts became confused through it, and they laid themselves on their bellies. They went to the pharaoh to report it. His Majesty ordered, and he was meditating on what had happened, that it was recorded in the scrolls of the House of Life. The imagery is undeniably compelling. The lack of a head or voice, the precise dimensions, and the sheer strangeness of the event seem to transcend typical descriptions of comets or meteors, which were well documented by Egyptian astronomers in more familiar terms. For proponents of the ancient astronaut theory, the Tully Papyrus is a cornerstone piece of evidence, a seemingly official state record that confirms unidentified flying objects have been visiting our planet for millennia, witnessed at the highest levels of society. However, when we subject the Tully Papyrus to the same rigorous scrutiny we've applied to our other artifacts, its entire foundation begins to crumble. The most significant problem is the one we encountered with the Dropa stones, the complete and utter lack of a physical object. Not a single Egyptologist has ever seen this papyrus. It is not housed in any museum, university, or private collection. The original has never been photographed, carbon dated, or analyzed for its ink composition. The story relies entirely on a supposed copy of a text that was itself never verified. The chain of evidence is broken at the very first link, resting on an unverifiable anecdote about a man in a shop and a transcription that cannot be checked against an original. In the world of archaeology, this is a fatal flaw. An artifact without provenance is like a quote without a source. It might be interesting, but it cannot be considered reliable evidence. The doubts only deepen when we examine the text's linguistic and historical context. The first published mention of the Tully Papyrus did not appear until 1953 in a fringe magazine called Doubts. The man who published it was not an Egyptologist but a paranormal researcher. Furthermore, the language of the most popular translation is a major red flag. It is filled with phrases and concepts that are completely anachronistic to genuine Egyptian documents of the New Kingdom period. The term House of Life was a real institution, a sort of library and scriptorium, but the dramatic, almost novelistic description of the scribe's fear and the pharaoh's meditation does not match the dry, bureaucratic tone of authentic Egyptian records. The specific linear measurements of 1 rod are also suspect. The most damning criticism, however, comes from the structure of the text itself. Several prominent Egyptologists have pointed out that the text reads less like a genuine hieratic inscription and more like a clumsy pastiche of different, well-known Egyptian phrases, stitched together by someone with a passing but imperfect knowledge of the language and its stylistic conventions. This leads to the most plausible conclusion: the Tully Papyrus is almost certainly a 20th century fabrication. It was likely created during the peak of the flying saucer craze of the 1940s and 50s, a period when public fascination with UFOs was at an all-time high and the market for sensational proof was ripe. The story of the impoverished antique dealer and the lost original is a classic trope of forgery, designed to explain why the object can never be produced for examination. It is a narrative built for a specific cultural moment, intended to provide ancient validation for a modern obsession. The papyrus doesn't challenge history. It holds a mirror to our own desires, showing how easily we can project our contemporary anxieties and fascinations onto the blank slate of the ancient past. Therefore, the ultimate value of the Tully Papyrus lies not in what it tells us about Thutmose III, but in the powerful lesson it teaches about the concept of provenance. Provenance is the lifeblood of archaeology and history. It is the documented history of an object, where it was found, by whom, and in what context. A solid provenance is an unbroken chain of custody that links the artifact directly to its archaeological source. For an object to be accepted as genuine, it must be able to withstand questions about its origin. Where is it now? Who excavated it? What other objects were found with it? The Tully Papyrus fails every single one of these tests. Its story is a cautionary tale about the difference between a good story and good history. It reminds us that in our search for wonder, we must not abandon our critical faculties. The allure of a mystery can be so strong that we want to believe, but belief must be tempered by evidence. As we conclude our journey through these 50 artifacts, the Tully Papyrus stands as a final, symbolic guardian at the gate of historical inquiry. It challenges us to be diligent, to demand evidence, and to remember that the real wonder of the past is not found in fabricated tales of fire circles in the sky, but in the tangible, verifiable achievements of the human spirit, the intricate gears of the Antikythera Mechanism, the silent endurance of the Iron Pillar of Delhi, and the monumental questions posed by the silent Moai of Easter Island. The true history of science is a story written not in elusive forgeries, but in the stubborn, physical evidence left behind by the relentless, brilliant, and endlessly curious human mind. As we stand back from this incredible gallery of mysteries, from the celestial gears of the Antikythera Mechanism to the silent, sunken terraces of Yonaguni, a fascinating pattern begins to emerge, one that transcends any single artifact. We've journeyed through 50 potential anomalies, and what becomes clear is that they don't just challenge history, they challenge our very perception of the past. The sheer volume of these reported, out-of-place artifacts suggests we are dealing with more than just a few scattered mistakes or lucky finds. We are witnessing a fundamental tension between the established, often painstakingly built narrative of human history and our deep-seated desire for that narrative to be more wondrous, more mysterious, and perhaps even more profound. The reasons these objects capture our collective imagination and why they continue to surface form a story in themselves, a story about human psychology, the limits of science, and the powerful allure of the unknown. First, we must acknowledge the powerful role of genuine, honest misinterpretation. Our brains are incredible pattern recognition machines, hardwired by evolution to see faces in the clouds and intention in the rustle of leaves. This tendency, known as pareidolia, is a survival skill that helped our ancestors spot predators. But in the modern world, it profoundly shapes how we interact with artifacts. When we look at the weathered, overlapping hieroglyphs at Abydos, our minds, steeped in the imagery of helicopters and jets, instantly connect the dots to form the most familiar pattern. We aren't trying to deceive, we are literally seeing the world through a filter of our own experiences. Similarly, a geologist looks at the grooved spheres of South Africa and sees the beautiful, symmetrical result of natural mineral concretion. An enthusiast looks at the same perfect sphere and sees a manufactured ball bearing. Both are using their cognitive tools to make sense of the world, but one is applying the principles of geology, while the other is applying the logic of human engineering. This isn't a failure of intelligence, it's a feature of human cognition. We are a species of toolmakers, so when we encounter a straight line, a right angle, or a symmetrical form in nature, our default, almost instinctive conclusion is that an intelligent mind must have been at work. This natural tendency is often amplified by the genuine complexities of archaeology and geology. The Earth is not a neat, layered cake where objects are perfectly preserved in chronological order. It is a dynamic, turbulent system. Concretions can form around modern objects, making them appear ancient. Geological formations like the Yonaguni Monument can mimic architecture with stunning precision through entirely natural processes of erosion along fracture lines. An object like the main penny can become buried in an older layer through countless natural or human disturbances, creating a tantalizing yet false association. These aren't conspiracies or cover-ups, they are the challenging realities of interpreting a messy, complicated past. Without a secure, professionally documented context, the precise location, soil layer, and associated objects found alongside an artifact, it becomes incredibly difficult to separate a genuine historical anomaly from a simple case of geological or archaeological confusion. The line between a world-changing discovery and a fascinating natural formation is often vanishingly thin, drawn not by the object itself but by the story of its discovery. Then, of course, there is the deliberate fabrication. The world of anomalous artifacts has a long and colorful history of hoaxes, from the confessed creators of the Ica stones to the unverifiable myths of the Dropa stones. These forgeries succeed not because people are gullible, but because they fulfill a deep-seated psychological need. They provide a simple, exciting answer to complex questions. The idea of a lost civilization with advanced technology or extraterrestrial visitors is a seductive shortcut that bypasses the slow, difficult, and often ambiguous work of mainstream archaeology. It offers a more thrilling origin story, one where our past is filled with cosmic drama and impossible marvels. Forgers understand this desire intuitively. They craft narratives that tap directly into contemporary anxieties and fascinations. The Dropa stones emerging during the flying saucer fever of the 1960s, or the Lolodov plate perfectly mirroring the grey alien archetype popularized in the 20th century. A successful hoax is more than a fake object. It is a compelling story that tells us what we want to believe about ourselves and our place in the universe. This leads us to the profound cultural and psychological reasons we are so drawn to these narratives. At their core, stories of out-of-place artifacts are stories of rebellion. They are a challenge to institutional authority, a pushback against the sometimes rigid and seemingly arrogant establishment of mainstream science. They empower the amateur, the outsider, and the independent thinker. There is a powerful, visceral satisfaction in believing that a lone researcher in a museum basement or a farmer in a remote field can uncover a truth Chinese letter S the entire academic world. This taps into a pervasive cultural current of distrust toward large institutions and a longing for a more democratic form of knowledge, where wonder and intuition are valued as highly as peer-reviewed papers. These artifacts become symbols of a more mysterious and unscripted world, a refuge from the notion that everything has been discovered, catalogued, and explained away. Ultimately, the enduring power of these 50 artifacts, whether they are genuine mysteries, natural wonders, or clever fakes, lies in what they reveal about the human spirit. They are testament to our insatiable curiosity and our refusal to accept that the story is complete. They represent the what if that drives all scientific and philosophical inquiry. The Antikythera Mechanism forces us to ask, what other technologies were lost? The Iron Pillar of Delhi prompts the question, what other scientific insights were achieved outside the Western canon? Even the debunked artifacts ask us, why do we want this to be true so badly? This constant questioning is not a weakness, it is the engine of discovery. It keeps history from becoming a stale, closed book and ensures that our understanding of the past remains a living, breathing, and endlessly debated conversation. These artifacts, in all their confounding glory, ensure that the past remains a frontier, a place not just for answers, but for beautiful, tantalizing, and transformative questions. And so we reach the end of our grand tour, a journey that has taken us from the bottom of the sea to the farthest stars in human imagination. We have held a 2,000-year-old computer in our minds, debated the potential of a clay jar battery, and stared into the unblinking eyes of a wooden bird that seems to dream of flight. We have sifted through the evidence, weighed the extraordinary claims against the sober explanations, and found that for every Antikythera mechanism, a genuine, paradigm-shifting marvel, there is a Dropa stone, a compelling story built on air. Yet, this is not a journey that ends with simple answers or a neat, tidy conclusion. The true value of exploring these 50 artifacts is not in a final scorecard of what's real and what's not. It's in the profound reminder they offer us about the very nature of history and discovery. History, as we often learn it, can feel like a closed book, a definitive narrative written in stone and bound in textbooks. These artifacts, in all their glorious confusion, rip that book wide open. They are the footnotes, the marginalia, the cryptic scribbles in the margins that insist the story is far from over. They challenge the linear timeline we so carefully construct, forcing us to acknowledge the gaps, the lost knowledge, and the countless threads of human ingenuity that have been frayed and forgotten by time. A single corroded gear from a shipwreck can rewrite our understanding of ancient engineering. A solitary silver coin in a main shell heap can redraw the map of pre-Columbian contact. These objects are stubborn, physical questions that refuse to be ignored, ensuring that the past remains a living, breathing conversation, not a monologue delivered from on high. This leads us to the very heart of the scientific endeavor. Science is not and has never been a static collection of facts. It is a dynamic, self-correcting process of questioning. It is a conversation that thrives on anomalies. The moment we stop being surprised, the moment we stop encountering things that don't fit, is the moment inquiry dies. These artifacts, whether they are ultimately explained by geology, archaeology, or remain in the realm of tantalizing mystery, are the fuel for that conversation. The Baghdad Battery may not have powered ancient lights, but it forces us to ask, what if? The debate itself pushes us to understand ancient metallurgy and chemistry on a deeper level. The quest to debunk a forgery like the Ica stones often leads to a richer appreciation of the real, verified achievements of the cultures they pretend to represent. Every mystery, solved or unsolved, drives the process of questioning forward. So, what is the ultimate lesson encoded in these 50 puzzles? It is a lesson in intellectual humility and boundless curiosity. It teaches us to hold two seemingly contradictory ideas in our minds at once, to maintain a healthy, evidence-based skepticism while simultaneously keeping our sense of wonder wide open. We can appreciate the elegant geological explanation for the Klerksdorp spheres while still being awestruck by the natural processes that created such perfect forms. We can understand the symbolic meaning of the Dendera relief while marveling at the human capacity to see patterns that connect across millennia. This balance is where true discovery lies, in the space between what we know for certain and what we dare to imagine. This journey has been as much about us as it has been about the artifacts. Our fascination with these objects reveals a deep human yearning for a past that is grander and more mysterious than our everyday lives. We long for lost civilizations, for ancient astronauts, for glimpses of technology that seems to defy its time because it speaks to our own potential. It reflects a hope that human ingenuity is not a recent flame, but a fire that has flickered brightly in different eras, in different forms, reminding us that our current technological age is just one chapter in a much longer, more wondrous story. Now the conversation turns to you. We have navigated this labyrinth of mysteries together, but every explorer has their own favorite enigma. Which of these 50 artifacts captured your imagination most completely? Was it the intricate clockwork cosmos of the Antikythera Mechanism, a tangible ghost of a lost technological age? Or did the silent, defiant endurance of the Iron Pillar of Delhi, standing rust-free for millennia, speak to you of a forgotten scientific genius? Perhaps it was the haunting, beautiful failure of the Voynich manuscript, a book that promises everything and reveals nothing, that you find most compelling. Share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's continue this investigation as a community of the curious. The world is still full of mysteries waiting to be questioned, stories waiting to be uncovered. If you've enjoyed this expedition into the shadows of history, be sure to subscribe and join us for the next one. The past has not